Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Tuesday stream with everyone's favorite work
Deficit
wife,
Al.
and dishwasher repairman Adam Friend.
That's hilarious. That's pretty good. And we're here with some very special guests. We've streamed with Chaeiry. I think this is your third appearance on our show, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
And Straighterade, this is your second appearance on our show. So welcome, guests. We're going to try to have a conversation, a civil conversation. I was telling the guests before the show that we try to have collaborative conversations. And I don't know if you want me to call you Straighterade or Aaron. I see your name is Aaron, so
I'm fine with either.
okay. So Aaron was telling us. Look, Aaron was telling us before the show that don't expect Mrs. Nice Guy with her. She's like a shark, and she's in full attack mode. So she does. Whether or not we can have a collaborative conversation, I guess, is up to Aaron. So
Wow, look at this.
Chaeiry, we had a really good conversation the first time you were on, Chaeiry. The second time you were on, you were kind of in moderator mode. So this is we're officially here. Like we could do a 2v2 debate style, or we could just talk about whatever you guys want to talk about. You guys messaged me and said you wanted to talk about potentially Tim Pool and why people vote GOP. So I guess we could start there if you want. Aaron, do you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. This is kind of piggybacking off the conversation that you guys had with Josiah, aka Pondering Politics, where I didn't think that you guys disagreed that much on like why people vote GOP, but did you guys feel like there was a big disagreement there?
Sitch, you want to respond?
Well, I felt like there was in our first conversation. I felt like there wasn't in our second conversation.
Yeah, because there was like tension there in the follow-up stream or whatever. It was like, it sounds like you guys kind of agree in principle. You just kind of disagree with the ways that it manifests in like culture and media and stuff like that.
Well, actually, I do disagree because he seemed to be saying that the reason people vote Republican is because they're all like stupid and have been tricked by propaganda, if I recall correctly. That was his position.
I think a more charitable read.
Pools? Or
no,
why people vote GOP.
Oh, Josiah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I think like a more charitable read of that is like, I remember him saying like tradition and propaganda. And I think like the reason that he said propaganda is because if you look at like poorer counties and stuff like that or precincts, they do sometimes like heavily swing for the GOP, even though the GOP doesn't really have like economically progressive policies that would necessarily benefit their socioeconomic caste. And I think you guys largely agreed on that, but you felt it was, I guess, like condescending to say that people, couldn't just, I guess, arrive at this conclusion of their own volition, that they must have been like duped or something like that. Like in the last conversation, Adam is like, I feel like I'm talking to Thomas Frank and getting a summary of like what the hell is wrong with Kansas, even though Thomas Frank himself is like a populist. So I would think that you guys actually would have some overlap with like the critiques that he has of like why people are like choosing to embrace kind of the more conservative brand of populism over maybe something that like the Democratic Party could like offer and champion.
My problem with that critique, that what's the matter with Kansas critique, is that it assumes people vote their economic interest when people often vote their moral interest above their economic interest. And I'm sure you can see this on the Democratic side, Aaron. Like, obviously, if people said, listen, Aaron, if any party came up with a policy saying, look, we're gonna pay off your student loans or whatever debt you're in, okay? But in exchange for that, we want this policy where we can be openly racist. You're not going to vote for that party, right? You're not going to say, okay, well, they're paying off my student loans, I'm going to suck it up with the racism stuff. My guess is you're going to be against the racism, right?
Yeah. But I've noticed that there are a lot of people who I think are willing to overlook some of the like cultural promises of these politicians by either turning a blind eye to it or thinking that it's not actually going to really come to fruition, maybe in the way that it seems that people kind of like of the other side or whatever are saying it's going to,
So you're saying you wouldn't sacrifice your morality, but you're assuming that they might do that. Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't think it's a matter of like sacrificing. I'm saying like it's people having priorities when it comes to voting. And there are certain things that like I don't think every issue is kind of weighted equally for each voter. Would you agree?
Sure.
Well, obviously, people separate out the issues. Like some issues are more important than others. There's single issue voters that vote specifically on, like abortion.
Mhm.
So,
like for some people, abortion, as far as like what motivates them to vote, that's like 80% of it. And there really isn't anything in that 20%, or it would have to be a really big thing to kind of overwhelm their commitment to voting along this line. Or some people I've seen this kind of fervor with like gun reform. And it needs to be something that they really feel like this takes precedence over that, And there are other people where it's like I don't think people see that really as like compromising. They see it, I guess, kind of just like degrees of like what's more important to me, and they see things, maybe some more unsavory things are like, well, I don't totally disagree with how all of that works, but they factor in the way that like our system works, which is that like, well, we have checks and balances, we have the Senate, we have the Supreme Court, we have the state legislatures, we have things that like, even if part of this package is some social component or like moral component I oppose vehemently, I don't really like, if they don't really see public polling for it or whatever, I don't think that skepticism that it'll actually happen is really that like unfounded, or people viewing it as a compromise. They're like, I'm voting for this reason. It may they're promising that it's going to have this side effect, but I don't think it's going to happen because there's no public will for that side effect, or like fingers crossed,
Oh,
What
I
is,
could see
can you
that
give an
happen.
example? Because I'm trying to think of what you're referring to, and I can't.
I guess that you guys asked me for like a fascist policy from Trump, and like
Mhm.
I was thinking about, or like I watched the post stream that you guys did, and I think you did provide a better example, which was like the restriction on access to abortion and like the reproductive rights. And I largely agree with that. I guess the reason why like my first thought to like go to the border wall is because like is that like policy inherently fascist? Like no, states have borders that need to be maintained or whatever. There's different ways that you could go about doing it. I was
Mhm.
mostly criticizing like the mechanism for him motivating people to vote for him on that basis. But like the example of Roe v. Wade and like that, I feel like that's more of like a party-wide thing that he was kind of like assisted in, with the judges that he ended up nominating to the Supreme Court, like Amy Coney Barrett, and her affiliation with the I can't remember the judicial group that she's affiliated with or
I know
whatever.
what you're talking about. Yeah.
And same thing with like Gorsuch and stuff like that. So like he had a hand in that, but like the president overall is not really responsible for like direct policy decisions. They get more like veto power, and they broadly tell you like, it's funny that I guess they kind of try to run on policy because it's not really, that's more of the Senate's job, the Congress's job. And then they kind of get the like, they work with the House majority person or minority, depending on where their party is currently, and then try to get them to what votes, but they don't really like run on policy.
Mhm.
But as far as in it, like to answer your question, sorry, like a
That's
long
okay.
answer.
Go ahead.
Of how people I think are willing to like look the other way. I guess like the example that you're saying is like, oh, with CRT. So like the Democratic Party is promising you student debt, right? Or $15 minimum wage, but you have to compromise, maybe like you have to be openly racist. Insofar as like they're kind of pushing for things like the 1619 project or like, CRT, and you feel like people are willing to like, kind of seize upon the economic opportunities they're being presented with and turning their back on like what you see as like glaring racist policies that they're putting in their agenda. And then from my vantage point, I see the GOP pushing this when it comes to like immigration, like you gave kind of the populist explanation for why some people might favor kind of stronger borders or like trade protectionism and not so much like these global policies. And it has more to do with like an economic angle of like, do I want it to be racially discriminatory or xenophobic? No, but I have these economic interests or whatever that supersede that. And that's where I'm like, they see it as like, I don't really see it as racist, or I don't like, I'm not willing to like, they're quote unquote willing to compromise and go with the guy that is proposing a policy that they agree with in a racially inflammatory way, but they don't feel like it's really going to have that outcome, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
I understand what you're saying. And just before we move on, I want to go back to the people voting their moral interest over their economic interest.
Wait. Before I have to address something just to make sure. I don't. To be clear, I don't think I said the abortion policy was fascist. I believe I said that you could argue it was authoritarian, right? I didn't say that that was my opinion.
I think you asked me the question like, what's an example of a fascistic policy
Right, and
being
you brought up
pushed by the
wall.
GOP?
Right.
And I talked about like the wall,
Right.
and I didn't really even think it was productive to ask. I think like that was the wrong question. You know, like when you're trying to like identify like if a politician in office is fascistic or demonstrating authoritarian tendencies, I don't know that policy is necessarily going to be the mechanism that really manifests. I think a lot of it has to do with some of like, you know, things, the way that they enact policy, the way that they
Well, no,
rallying
before
cries
this is
and
a whole
stuff.
other long conversation. I mean, I just wanted to make clear, I did not. I just want to make clear, I didn't say that being pro-life is a fascistic policy.
Yeah,
That's all I'm just
he
saying.
wants
You were
his
just saying
position to be
authoritarian?
clear. Yeah,
I think you could make an argument that it's authoritarian, but that's not
but
my position.
but you weren't making that argument.
Right, I
Sitch.
was not making
Yeah.
that point. That's all I'm making clear. But so
Do
anyway,
you think that like the overturning of like Roe v. Wade and like throwing reproductive rights?
Just before we go into that, and we can go into that. I just want to. Are we in agreement on the economic interest of is often subservient to moral interest when voting?
I guess so. Yeah.
Okay,
I think
Chaeiry, I want to allow you to comment on that as well.
I think some people are confused. I think it's often they vote for their moral interest, but I believe that sometimes they're voting for their moral interest because they think it will influence their economic interest.
Can you give an example of that?
Yeah, sure. So I would say people that believe society is denigrating and the way to build it back up to get better jobs is to stop the kids from becoming trans.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
So they see
they latch everything onto each other, and I think they end up strongly going for these culture war issues because they think it's going to improve their societal outcomes.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think people sense, obviously they perceive economic hardship. So that definitely motivates people to vote. I think in the past, not 100%, but obviously in the past, it seemed like there was more of if the economy was bad, people could just flip the vote for whatever party was not in power. And it seems like now things are sort of more just, oh, well, if there's economic problems, it's already like post hoc rationalized to be the other party's problem, regardless of whatever the economic policy is.
Yeah, and some people are just like so bad faith with it. It's hard to take it as a serious position. Like when you have certain people saying that women need to not be allowed to vote, that's part of the problem, that women are in the workforce and they're voting, and we need to remove these things. So all of a sudden you have a lot of people who are like against women's rights. And that sounds like a personal bias. That sounds like misogyny. But the reason that they're doing is for the economic outcome that they expect to follow from removing those rights.
Well, I mean, I think the whole women should vote. I mean, first of all, I assume we all get it's a pretty fringe position, at least.
Very
on
fringe.
the internet,
not even serious in my
opinion. Yeah. I think whenever I hear that argument being made, it kind of stems from like, oh, the wokeness is rooted in women's ability to control society, and then they kind of make the backwards argument that therefore we should remove the vote for women. You get the just pearly things argument, but
yeah, they make the backwards argument from there, and they never, in my opinion, okay, because I can't speak for everybody, I do believe that.
Do it.
I believe there's a lot of people who like that idea, who like removing those rights, and it stems from their biblical belief that women should follow, not lead. So it's just like two sides being so dishonest about why they essentially don't like women's liberation. But I've been on here before. You guys know I'm a fucking feminist. Dirty feminist.
I mean, look, I wouldn't call myself a feminist just because the label has kind of devolved into meaning man hater, which I'm not a man hater. Look, Aaron, are you coming out as a man hater?
Obviously.
There you go.
What's the reason to do feminism if it's not about shitting on men and just having like a very nice, like politically correct cover for it? I love it.
That's not my feminist. This is why I call myself a feminist everywhere I go, because I'm not man-hating feminist. I just need more representation of that kind of feminist.
You want to take it back? You're taking the label back?
I'm taking it back, but I'm also accepting that there are women who hate men. That's why I love Aaron.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, no, seriously, I actually do think that like the term feminist, like the mantle needs to be like reclaimed by the left because like Adam's saying, I think that continues to be kind of like the pervasive cultural myth surrounding like feminism. But there was a Pew data research that asked like they polled Americans like, do you broadly agree with like XYZ feminist principles? And it just seems like there's broad support for the like general ideas and tenets of like mainstream feminism, and yet people just don't. It's kind of like a dirty word. So I feel like there probably is more support, or like, people label themselves feminists like yourself? No, because they affiliate it with like man hating and kind of like these strawman ideas of what it is. But the broad principles, I think people do agree with.
Well, I mean,
I agree with that. Yeah, obviously.
We get to kind of the problem of, I mean, I would argue, obviously, whenever there's a political disagreement, people will take the extremists of one side and try to paint a broad brush the entire movement to try to attack them. But I think the negative association for feminism is really the feminist movement's fault, because you had like a lot of the third and fourth wave ideological feminism was rooted in seemingly hatred towards men, as opposed to the second wave feminism. So I kind of blame feminists for that negative association.
Yeah, I would agree. And I think it's funny for me to look now at a lot of the women who speak out against feminism, who hate feminism, comically argue that women should not be able to vote, that kind of stuff. Those women are the most feminist, independent, argumentative, masculine presenting women I'd ever seen. Like, okay, you can go ahead and hate feminism, but you are everything that like it stands for. Love that for you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they're halfway to manhood already, so they know if the voting camera comes down, they'll just transition and they'll be able to vote anyway. So you wanted? I have a bunch. Well, I have a bunch of questions. Obviously, Aaron, you have commie chick, I think, in your bio. I don't know if that's serious or not. So I don't like. Are you a vocal socialism? We have some disagreement. Okay, so you're not a socialist.
No, I'm not a socialist. Okay, I'm a communist. That's why it says commie.
Oh, are you? Look, I can't tell.
What's the difference? Explain to us.
I actually feel like mainstream people who call themselves socialists are actually communists, but they're too scared to say that they're communists, so they call themselves a socialist because right now that's kind of like where the cultural zeitgeist is permissible of.
Yes.
And much like the feminism thing, I think it's mostly like people not being willing to like pick up the avow themselves as a communist or whatever because they don't like the dirty affiliations that people have with it. I kind of feel the same way. Because I broadly just describe like I really am. I'm like half joking when I say like, oh, I'm a communist or whatever. It's like I'm much further left than like the vast majority of people that I'll meet. But I don't find it productive to actually label myself anything because people usually already have kind of like a rough framework of where you're coming from when you say I'm a socialist, I'm a communist, I'm a social democrat, I'm a liberal, and you end up first like
those
once you
are
throw
all
out
very different things.
Yeah, they're all super different. They're all super different
right.
things, but like regardless of what label you throw out, people already have like their preconceptions and like a schema in their head of like what that label entails. And so even though the label is supposed to help clarify what your positions are, I usually find that it ends up like obfuscating what it is. So to me, I usually just ask people like, you can ask me my opinion on literally any like policy or subject, and issue by issue, I'll be able to tell you because that's going to be more clarifying than just giving you a label. Because people just project onto it whatever they want.
Are you in favor of abolishing private property?
Oh yeah, I am.
Okay, well that's pretty simple.
You say these things and you have this tone of voice. It's like
you can't
like
tell
a smirk. So I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not.
She's so serious.
I know.
No, I'm dead serious on that one. Okay. I am. But so, I guess I usually would I say like, to be a Marxist is to be like a strict materialist for the most part. Mm-hmm. Am I doing like tenant strikes? No, I'm not. Am I doing any sort of like meaningful unionization? No, I'm not. The most I've actually done is like organizations with like nonpartisan like voting, getting people registered here in like Texas where I live. And then I've canvassed with DGG, like Destiny's group or whatever. Mm-hmm. And I've voted the majority, like with the exception of like Sanders, who's an independent, right? I voted for like the Democratic Party ever since I turned 18. So I feel like materially, I can say whatever I want about what's in my head about what I ideologically align with, but that what the impact that I have on the world materially is that I'm a Democrat, Yeah,
I understand. But I do think it's interesting to ask people what their ideal scenario would be. Mm-hmm. So when you say you're in favor of abolishing private property, do you just mean in terms of like everything should be a co-op, or do you mean people shouldn't be able to own houses? Like, what's the line here?
No, I'm more in favor of like a transition from people just having like workers themselves having democratic control over the means of production, right? Or like more control of like, you know, the abolition of like bosses, the abolition of like capital owners in society, and that being in the hands of like workers themselves directly, and them, you know, bringing like democracy to the workplace, you know, like they're approachable, like kind of mainstream, more mainstream, like Marxists and socialists like Richard Wolff or whatever, who have like ways of explaining this much better than I can in approachable like layman's terms about like what it means to actually like try to put these plans into actions in tangible ways that like your average American can better understand. Because like the Communist Manifesto was written for like peasant farmers, you know, 100 years ago. Like that's not really going to resonate with, you know, young urban professionals in 2023. There has to be kind of like an update to this. And most people, what they associate communism and socialism with is like the global despotism of like the USSR, right? They're going to see that as like a dirty word. So, you know, with the help of like, you know, politicians like Senator Sanders, he has kind of made like terms like democratic socialist, probably much to y'all's like chagrin, more palatable and like kind of popular terms again that aren't already like just dirty words instantly.
Well, I mean, to me, it's not a coincidence that all these communist countries, not all of them, most of them, the majority of them tend to end up in being these authoritarian states. I think that's the only way to make it work, is that you need to have this top-down control that's basically forcing all these changes.
Oh, I agree with that. I mean, like if I thought that like the utopian vision of communism was going to look like the Soviet Union or the USSR, like fuck that, you know, I wouldn't be in favor of that. But there's definitely like different strains or whatever, and this gets into like boring theory shit of like those like, you know, Marxists who believe, or like Marxist Leninists proper, who believe that there like needs to be a vanguard party that kind of ushers this in. There's others that are more anarchist or whatever, something like Noam Chomsky, who does talk about like worker co-op models and ways of introducing it kind of like a bottom up way instead of this like top down way of organizing society, you know.
Yeah,
and that's more along the strand of what I'm interested in, not the former.
Well, it's weird to me because, like, with all, you know, the popularity of BreadTube and some, you know, Hassan and other BreadTubers, it's like they have the resources to, I would think, if they were really serious about this, to start a bunch of co-ops and try to get it going. And if the co-ops are successful and competitive, I mean, people would follow the model, and they don't seem to be doing any of that.
I think the issue is not some sort of like personal hypocrisy or lack of interest for doing that. I think they don't necessarily know how to go, if there's a lack of, like, it's not a lack of interest. It's like, how do you go about organizing a workplace like that when you are kind of like functioning as a corporation when you're a creator, if that makes sense.
Like, yeah, but like Hassan is so popular, and Vosh and some of these other people are so big that I can guarantee you there are people in their audience that do know how to do that and would be dying for a chance to do those things.
Really? I feel like the chief,
or just hook up with Richard Wolff. I'm pretty sure Hassan could hook up with Richard Wolff and they could start, you know, some bunch of co-ops around the country.
I'm here for it. I think that would be fucking based, because right now I feel like the joke about their communities, it's like it's a bunch of like 13-year-old LARPers who call themselves socialists and they don't even know what it means.
True.
Which may or may not be
literally
the case.
True.
So you know, when you're saying like reach into their audience, it's like what, like the 15-year-old?
Okay, well maybe that's a good point. You know what? I take it back. You are correct. I've argued with many of people from these audiences who don't even understand that, you know, socialism and Marxism was a critique of liberalism, and they really have no clue about what they're actually advocating for. So it's wild. But you brought up, okay, so you want us to bring up Roe versus Wade in terms of that being a
well, I before we move off of the communism stuff, I have some questions.
What was the questions?
Grill me on them.
So yeah, this is going to sound totally off topic. Sitch already asked the private property, but I want to know, like, we've had a little disagreement over individualism and collectivism on the channel. So I'm curious. I have a question specifically.
Wait, what is this joke? Why is Sitch already laughing?
Well, because half the show is just Sitch and I arguing over stuff. So like we disagree quite often and quite vigorously. I mean, that's why a lot of people are into that.
Ask your question, Adam.
Yeah.
Is that why there's an A tier and S class?
Yes.
True. Yes, obviously.
Where are you, Chaeiry? Where are you feeling right now?
You want me to ask my question or not?
Yeah,
I want Chaeiry to answer first.
Before we
Answer based on this question. So you can answer too, Chaeiry. Like, the question is there any group or organization that you'd be willing to give your life for, Aaron?
Man, no.
Look at
No.
you
I
setting.
don't
Look
believe
at
so, no.
he's trying. Listen, don't let Adam trick you. He's trying to frame a
That is-
question
look,
in a
that-
sneaky way. Okay.
That is not Sitch. Why are you undermining the question? Sitch, is there any group or organization that you're willing to die for?
Of course,
Okay.
Obviously, MAGA.
my country.
Oh.
Look at that. This is hyper nationalist over
Yeah,
here.
listen, if we're getting invaded by China, okay, or
Okay.
Russia, I'll defend my country. I'll
Is
die
there-
for my country.
So I'll ask you, Chaeiry, too. Is there any organization or group that you'd be willing to give your life for?
Organization?
Sure. Yeah.
Just say
Or
DGG. Say the cult.
No.
Oh my God, that's like
I like most of DGG, but some of them are mean to me. So
Yeah, fuck them.
it's
Not worth dying or martyring yourself
Bro.
for.
Well, I assume when you say
Uh,
group, do you mean like also your family? Does that count as a group?
Yeah, like I'm
Sure.
thinking, does family count? Like this dude said, the country. That's a huge ass group. I mean, I
Families-
feel like you're
family's good.
retarded if you're not going to.
Don't
like,
call
put your life-
Aaron
I'm
retarded.
sorry, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
that's not nice.
But I feel like something is wrong if you don't put your life on the line for like where you live. Do you know what I mean? Like I feel
Sure,
like by
yes.
default, everyone should say that.
Now I live
Uh,
in Los Angeles, so I'm running. Like, I'm not-
Well, then you don't like where you live, right?
look, I'm not sure. I might fight for the perimeter of my house, but I don't know that
Yeah.
I'm fighting for Los Angeles.
Okay.
So, but anyway,
do you
look, I
agree,
like the
Aaron?
sentiment, Chaeiry. I
Would
do.
you die for your family or
No,
your country
hold
or
on. Let
anything?
Chaeiry answer. I don't feel like we've got a good answer out of Chaeiry.
I thought Chaeiry
So,
just did answer.
What'd
Yeah,
you
I
say?
think- well, I'm basically saying it's common sense to die for your country because that's like where you live, that's your land, that's your
Okay.
that's your opportunity.
I could get a new country.
No, you can get a new family. You can't really get a new country. I don't like that.
Look at this.
Yeah, I'm
I
not
guess
Look
it
at
would,
this.
it would be the
Family.
same geographical country. I'm assuming that in the case that you're talking about, it would be like an invasion. Now it's going to be known as something else, you know? Maybe I would make like a really great Chinese citizen.
Well,
That's fine.
let me ask you a question. Because Adam is really happy because you're kind of making his point that you don't even know what the point is, but I do. If America was the hypothetical communist socialist country that you desired, and it was
Mhm.
being invaded by like let's say evil capitalist Canada, and they were going to take over the country and revert it back
Mhm.
to neoliberal economic policies, would you fight and die for the communist country?
No, I would not.
Okay, that's,
You know,
that's an
like-
interesting answer. That's a very interesting answer. Okay.
Well, to me, it's like, what is worth like dying for if it's not worth living for? Do you know what I'm saying with that? Like,
I
if the
don't,
end goal of this is just going to end up being like some doomsday death cult, then like, no.
Well, no, I mean, I agree. Obviously, you shouldn't be part of a doomsday death cult, but obviously, in the world, when you have these ideological differences and wars, like there are people that have to fight aggressors and violent aggressors so that they can be free to
Mhm.
live how they want to live, or how their family and their children want to live how they can live, right?
Oh, I agree with that. I think you're asking like you're saying that like, oh, is the bar for me to defend my country that they ideologically align with me and that is like actually reflected in like the state and policy?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so, because like, I can say all that I want, like, no, I'm not dying for my country, but when it comes down to it, if my house was like threatened, if my personal property was threatened, I think maybe it would come to that. Maybe even though I've said previously, yeah, I'm not doing that shit, that my conditions around me would be the thing that like forces my hand and I suddenly find myself willing to do it. But it isn't, I don't need to be in like ideological lockstep with the state to find it worthy of defense, because it's like any domestic issues that I take umbrage with my country, I find that to be, I don't find that to be the business of like another country, like to invade and kind of like force that. Like that was Russia's pretense for like invading Ukraine, was that they're helping like denazify
Right.
Ukraine. And it's like, well, that may or may not be the case, that Ukraine is in need of like denazification, but why would that be Russia's problem? That's like Ukraine's problem to deal with internally.
Right, but that's what I mean. Like, so, like, if you're an American citizen, it's like hypothetically, Nazi Germany is back, and Nazis are invading our country, and if they win, that they're going to start killing all the Jews and brown people and gays and all that stuff. I mean, would you like fight and die to protect that, or you just be like, well, I'll just, I'm white or white enough, like I'll just pretend to be a Nazi.
I'll be okay, right? You
Yeah.
guys are like, yeah. Okay, no, that's the fucking stakes. That obviously, because you were framing it more like, would you die like pro this ideology, like for it, as opposed to would I die in defense of something? And
That's
it's
what
like, I think I'm
I
more
meant
likely
in
to die
terms of
in
defensively. Yes, is what I
like
meant.
defensively rather than offensively. I'd
Right.
die for the cause of like whatever, the cause of communism or socialism or
Mhm.
Democrats or something like that. It's like, yeah, I'm not willing to do that. Otherwise, I wouldn't be talking to you. I'd be a fucking domestic terrorist.
Right.
If I was willing to
right,
do that.
right. But so wait, so to be clear, so you are saying that you would die defensively, right, to protect freedom or something?
Sure, I put my life on the line in that respect. Yeah, those are the stakes.
Okay. Look at that, Adam. I'm trying to sabotage your.
Am I a collectivist now?
I know you're doing your best. Is there like a celebrity or a TV show or a brand of clothing that you'd be willing to die for?
What?
No, I'm just kidding. Look,
I
have
had an answer.
Well, you're free. You're free. It was a
What brand
joke
of
question,
clothing,
but you're
Chaeiry?
free
What
to
brand
answer.
of clothing?
Mhm.
No, I would put everything on the line for Nicki Minaj.
Oh
Wow, there you
wow,
Yeah.
she's been pretty based lately. I mean, I think she was coming out
she's-
against the.
Yeah, not for her politics, just her craft and her art. Okay.
She was
I let
she was
my
coming
queen
out
say-
against COVID. Do you remember? I believe Nicki
I
Minaj
know.
was the one that was talking about her cousin
Yeah, anti-vax
Had a-
Yes.
hysteria. She was like, "Don't
had
take
his
it
dick
because
fall off or something.
yeah,
I
it made
can't
my cousin
remember what it
impotent."
his balls, I think, grew in size dangerously. But yeah, I heavily disagreed with her, obviously.
Okay.
But
But
at
you
the
would
same
still die
time,
for her.
I saw my friends quote tweeting her and debate broing her, and I had to tell them, like, stop. I don't know who you think you are. You don't get to tell her shit. But
That's awesome.
She-
That's
she's
awesome.
royalty. Nikki is royalty. You don't get to talk to her. Okay, stop it.
Okay, so the follow-up is what are the advantages of socialism / communism? Can you name a few? So, Aaron, you want to go first?
I mean, why not Chaeiry?
Well, Chaeiry, I don't know that.
well, to
I
be
mean,
fair,
I do want to
I'll
ask
answer this
Chaeiry,
question, but I want to ask Chaeiry really quick. Like, where did you stand on the whole like socialism, communism, liberalism?
I'm gonna be
political
honest.
identity.
on this panel, I'm like the actual centrist. Okay. I am
I'm skewing things
They're
though.
enlightened centrists. You
Mhm.
are like the fucking communists, and
Mhm.
I'm so in the middle of you guys. I like some socialist programs. I like some of the safety nets. Essentially, I do believe in universal health care.
we
then-
don't call that socialism though, Cherry.
I know, but people
yeah.
people make you associate that with socialism. So whatever,
Right.
I'll associate it. I'll let you
Okay.
guys
Yeah,
have
but those
a few
people are
good
liars, and
biscuits.
they're wrong.
I think they're wrong too. Yeah, I don't like this idea
See?
that like welfare is like socialism, you know?
Yeah.
Well, listen, if you could tell a socialist, look, we have some socialism. This is like socialism at home, and then they'll stop being a socialist. I'm gonna try it.
Okay, fair enough.
That
fair
is
enough.
that is the point of the social safety nets, Cherry. You're right about that. To prevent socialists from gaining power. So
Oh my God. I think it's just for the better of everybody, because some people will be left behind, and just keep things even, keep things civilized.
I agree.
essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I totally agree.
But apart from that, I do not fuck with Marx. I am not a communist. I'm not a socialist.
We'll get you one
I
day.
don't think I've met socialists that I like. I've never met a socialist that I really completely agree with, or even slightly agree with. That's just
You
who I
really
am.
said I have socialist friends.
Yeah,
She did, didn't
socialist
she?
friend.
I have a socialist
did.
friend. I can't be anti-socialist. Come on,
There
you
you
guys.
go.
That's it.
So the question again is what are the advantages of socialism, communism? Can you name a few?
I think to me, like the start is that like there's been a systemic and like concerted effort to break down a lot of like collective bargaining and like union organization, like labor organization in this country that is really kind of caught to me the center of like a lot of political discourse and like reasons why you see traditional establishment liberals not really understanding why people are willing to embrace someone like Trump over Hillary, you know, when it's just, I think most people kind of intuitively understand that like your boss and your community and the people immediately around you have a lot more influence on your life than like the state does, than the federal government does, than the Supreme Court does, where it's like those will impact you, but there's kind of like downstream effects that you don't really feel for like a few years, because the way like the government works is that it works very slowly. So I want people to kind of like shift their focus, or at least at the very least see that these aren't really like mutually exclusive efforts that need to all be put towards electoralism, and see that there is a lot of value in recognizing your place in the economy and in your country. And that is first and foremost not along like a racial identity or even like an ethnic identity, like as an American or as a Mexican or as a Canadian, but first and foremost like as a worker, you know, as like blue collar or like a white collar worker, and kind of align your political interests like with that starting point in mind. And that you have a lot more economic interests with the people around you as workers, like, and solidarity to be found with them, as opposed to trying to do it along these lines of more abstract concepts like race, you know, or like gender, where it's going to be much more difficult to kind of like unify people in one race or in one gender or in one, even in one country along that line first. I don't think there's ever really enough like personal stake or motivation along that. So I would say like that's kind of like the entry point for understanding like there's a lot more benefits to socialist and like communist ideas than people are willing to give credit to, you know?
Okay.
Unifying around class is what you're saying, right? Instead of race or sex.
Yeah, first and foremost, that being kind of like the engine.
There you
I'm
go.
trying to just synthesize what you're saying here. So, like collective bargaining, I think might be one. Faster policy might be another, and ethnic unification might be a third.
National unification.
Well actually, not that, because I'm saying that's I think people have more like nationalist tendencies, or like, you know, are more likely to try to organize themselves among like, you know, like we just in the previous question you were asking me like, would you die for your country? You know?
I mean, look, ethnic unification is probably the wrong term. I mean, diverse ethnicities uniting under class instead of fighting racially. That's what I mean. Okay.
Exactly.
So, Sitch, do you want to respond to any of that?
I mean, that sounds like that's going to hurt your argument, Adam.
Did she say she was going to die for that society or something? What happened?
No, okay, keep going. Get to the punchline here, because that I know you want to ask.
Well, why I mean, obviously she thinks all that stuff would be better for her as an individual.
Get to the punchline, Adam.
There's no punchline.
What's the
punchline? What are you talking about?
You asked the question you want to ask.
There is, look, I don't know what you're talking about.
What you do know? Why are you playing dumb?
Sitch, just say it. You do it.
Adam wants to ask if you think that Marxism and socialism is an individualistic ideology or a collectivistic ideology.
Look, we would have to have a 25-minute conversation just to define terms. That
was what you were leading up to. Okay.
No,
obviously.
It's not. Look,
of course it was.
We've had a disagreement on whether or not Marxism is an individualist philosophy or a collectivist philosophy. A lot of people call it a collectivist philosophy, but my understanding of Marxism is it's a philosophy about how individuals relate to society. So therefore it is at its heart an individualistic society. Marx did think that one day, once class consciousness was reached and and everyone was united under class, and they would unite as a collective, but that has never happened. Mm-hmm. So as of now, we're still in the individualist frame of mind. And you saying you're not willing to die for any group or organization is a very individualist outlook on life. So, I mean,
I guess I don't really see these as like maybe mutually exclusive, or like kind of like a false dichotomy that you're setting up here between like individualism versus collectivism. Like there's actually a saying that like some people think like leftists are actually the most true liberals, in the sense that they're the policies and the general principles that like leftists proper and anti-capitalists adhere to are actually the way to usher in the promises of the Enlightenment, and therefore fulfill like individual liberties for people. Because without like individual economic like enfranchisement and success, you're really not going to be able to like meaningfully enact the changes that you want to see in the world at large as an individual, without sort of collectivism being the mechanism by which you do that first and foremost, and like organize among those lines so you can fulfill those principles, if that makes sense.
So you're saying that we basically the socialist idea would be you need collectivism to usher in the utopian individualism, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I think that's kind of like that is the catalyst for it. And the ultimate end goal kind of is this sort of like utopian ideal of like individual prosperity and liberty once you have those things. Right. But you're not even going to be able to secure them first unless you are like organizing along these lines and like having class consciousness.
Don't you think you would have more, you fundamentally believe that you would have more individual freedom under a communist society, correct, Aaron?
Yes, I do.
Right. So more free time, less work, more time to do things that are fun.
It's not about there being less work necessarily. It's like one part kind of redefining like how we understand work and more to do with like your relationship to that work rather than trying to just abolish it entirely at first, you know.
The work would be more enjoyable, more satisfying.
Right. It's more fulfilling or whatever because you actually have some say over like your individual economic circumstances as opposed to what you do now, which is that you kind of have to submit to your boss or employer. And it's like, well, in exchange for your paycheck, you know, you're going to like sell your labor at like part of the value that it's worth. And you're going to be, you know, subject to the like laws and rules that are kind of, you know, part of your workplace. And like a lot of ways, like Marx's critiques of like the modern day workplace is that like, you know, every private firm kind of functions as like a private tyrannical government because of your boss and like the CEO and like the board members at the top that you don't really have any say in like how they run the company. If you have disagreements that are really in stark opposition to how your company or firm is run, the first answer is going to be then get another job. Go find some other tyrant.
But that's literally how you have other say, though. If you're in a communist country that most are command economies, so they're telling you where to work, how do you have more freedom? If you're in a capitalist society and you can find another job, so that does give you some freedom to veto whatever your boss is doing. But in a communist situation, they tell you where to work, then you have less freedom.
It's wishful thinking that your communistic society is going to have the same beliefs that you have right now. It's just wishful because you can't understand.
You're talking to Aaron, right, Chaeiry?
Yes.
Okay.
I like capitalism. That's my ideal situation, and it's not the capitalism that exists today, which I consider it's more corporations. I forget the word for it.
Cronyism or like crony capitalism.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, whatever it is, I like a regulated capitalism, and I believe under that is where we got most of our like liberal pushes for women, for LGBT, and also for like progressing the workspace. Because of capitalism is why you got these tech companies that make so much money that have sought to like make shorter work days, make work from home more available, offer up more vacation, paternity leave. That's first incorporated in these big companies. The idea that you can't get progress through capitalism and that you can't ever make change in the workforce, it takes time. Most change takes time. And if a company cares about the money, cares about their profit, and you can prove that these changes for like better human quality of life and that results in better work, those changes eventually happen.
I mean, the thing that I'm going to push back on you with that or whatever is like, I think people misunderstand that like capitalism is like a necessary step to socialism because it's what establishes property rights. So it has to come first. So like any transition from like a state of like, you know, an agrarian peasant society, like what the like USSR was for an example or whatever, is going to require market reforms that first introduce capitalism or whatever because it necessitates property rights. And then from there, you can find different like, but Marx always argued that like capitalism is a necessary step, but there comes a point where it's like run its course. And to try to keep capitalism in place, it will basically lead to its own downfall. There's a lot of complicated reasons why his hypothesis ended up being proven wrong, but like Marx. It can be moved past first.
He might have had mental illness. I don't know what he saw. I didn't see it. But the idea that we've gotten this far with capitalism and then capitalism is like going off the rails a little bit, that we wouldn't just go back to a better regulated capitalism to try to continue to push for for better outcomes, better situations. Like this just for me, it's very
wishful. Well, to me, like I think you use it almost like I will gladly say like, yeah, my thinking is like idealistic and like wishful. And this is like I don't know if you know who like Adam, if you guys know who Adam Curtis is, but he's kind of like a political commentator and like documentarian. And he talked about like this shift in like American politics going from like politicians and people who could conceive of like the biggest dream to present to their voters and constituents and Americans at large about what life could look like, both politically, socially, economically, and that shifting at some point, and like the Bush era, kind of like it coming to a head of like trying to scare people into voting for them by conceiving of the biggest nightmare. You know, you need to vote for me because there are WMDs in Iraq and we need to invade, and you should be very scared of your life. And so like when you say it's wishful, it's like I don't even disagree with that. Like I know what I want to see happen is not going to come or like be realized in my lifetime or whatever.
No. So when I say wish, it's not just wishful. You understand it's a gamble. That's what I'm saying. Like whenever I see socialist communists speak about there needs to be a revolution, capitalism has to go, capitalism is just going to end up all Black people are dead. Like whatever fear mongering they do to make it seem like we need communism, we need socialism for this progressive utopia, that is a gamble. Nobody knows if like this wonderful picture that you guys paint of equality and equity, equal outcomes, and everybody's going to be happier. Like nobody knows that.
No, of course, but I think like that is, you know,
is that a gamble worth taking?
Well, I would say right now, like the economic system that you champion already has within it, like a lot of risks, you know, like a lot of losers, basically. Like the reason why capitalism,
but is anybody on the brink of like, I don't know, half the
poverty,
country like dying? No, not poverty. These are all issues that would still exist under socialism and communism.
Yeah, just because it's like the transition would be slow or whatever, you couldn't like eliminate these things like overnight. But I think that it doesn't need to, if your threshold for it being like a gamble of like life and death, or like you're saying, like if you're asking me like how many Americans are on the verge of dying, it's like, no, people aren't like mass starving in the United States. It's not that dire, but I think people are very like deeply unhappy and insecure, like economically insecure as it is. And, you know, in the words of other socialists or whatever, it's like you have nothing to lose but your chains, right? Like there's many different ways that like kind of wealth redistribution and economic enfranchisement would actually like benefit people's lives. So like, you know, whether or not it's a gamble, I couldn't answer whether or not that gamble is worth taking for anybody else other than myself. To me, it's something I'm certainly interested in pursuing. But would I go about it and like, you know, enforcing it upon others? No, I think it has to start, like the most I can do is like to have individual conversations with people and give them my thoughts on it. But would I force it? No.
Chaeiry, why do you think communism or socialism doesn't work? I mean, I have a very clear idea that in general, people will work a lot harder if they can disproportionately benefit from the fruits of their own labor. And I think that's what drives capitalism.
Productive aspect of capitalism. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and exactly. It pushes for innovation. It pushes for people to challenge themselves, to aspire. To me, this just my thought is that capitalism provides us the opportunity to push for equality, a proven obviously you have to prove that the outcomes that you want to change to are better for people, for there to be a shift. And I think that exists, and then the drive exists, motivation exists. Under capitalism, I feel like we would all become zombies. I think we would question what is the purpose of life, like where's my meaning? There's nothing to really aspire to. What am I even like? I don't know. For me, that communism just feels like a really bad mushroom trip. But what the fuck do I know?
Well, this is the one problem that I have with people who are socialists, because I do, in a situation where you can't start a business and become fabulously rich. I think a lot of people have that goal in mind when they start a business. There really is no motivation for people to start businesses, to really work harder than everybody else. So I feel like that is the downfall of all these communist experiments that have happened in the 21st century. I mean, it's a joke, but there's some truth to it. Obviously, they always say, they pretend to pay us and we pretend to work. Because in a situation where, you're in some state assigned job, I mean, who's really going to be into that? Who's really going to work in that kind of situation? I'm not. I'm going to knuckle down and wait for the revolution.
Well, I think your conception of like communism or like socialism is like the only way and mechanism that it could be, enforced and manifested is like first and foremost through the state, through like the command economies where, like the private enterprises and firms respond to the government rather than the government responding to that. But like Chaeiry was saying earlier, do we really have that sort of like free market system where there isn't already kind of an intermingling of these two already and like incestuous relationship between private capital and the government, like that already
hold on,
exists,
you say
right?
there is an incestuous aspect to it when you're talking about corruption, but I don't think you can fairly call it incestuous if you're talking about government regulation, where you're literally stopping things like monopolies, where someone is going to dominate the market and gouge people for products and services. So in a regulation type situation, you wouldn't call that incestuous, right?
No, because it's
Okay.
like in that instance or whatever, I guess this is like conversations about like, negative liberty and positive liberty, where it's
Sure.
like, to have more rules actually enhances freedom, because by putting like a small restriction, you kind of end up allowing more people to prosper. And you end up with like a more free society. But I feel like
you avoid socialism.
You avoid socialism. The more economic shifts that I see are less and less kind of favoring and championing individual workers and more championing kind of like a global industrial, like a like globalization, that those efforts are good overall for like global standards of living, but kind of the intermediary periods of like when you're going to feel kind of like the downstream effects of that benefiting you, which is that like some goods will be cheaper in your country or more accessible. You're not going to feel that if your like job was outsourced.
Are you
You're
saying,
just going to feel like,
are you saying that you think that those work conditions that got worse and more, like, I guess, you're saying that for the United States, or you're talking about other countries?
I can only speak specifically to the United States because I'm just, I'm an American, so everything revolves around us, obviously, from my my perspective.
Wait,
I can't
so
try to even
in the
speak to like
United
developing
in
countries.
the United States, you think things have gotten worse for the individual worker?
Yeah, in a lot of different ways. Like the fact that, we have and I'm not talking standard of living, because it is possible for standards of living.
I'm talking about working conditions when you work for a company or something like that.
Oh, for sure. Like things like at-will employment, like the fact that, we're one of the only major developed countries that has like at-will employment. Like this is unheard of in other countries.
Wait, can you just explain what at-will employment is? Sorry.
Where your boss can fire you just at the drop of a hat and you can be unemployed like that, like tomorrow. Or just on the spot if they want. Like in other countries, they have labor boards where if your boss wants to fire you, there needs to be like cause for them to kind of revoke your livelihood, and they need to submit it to this labor board, and there needs to be independent review of whether or not that's a termination that's actually good.
So the fact that you can be fired at any moment to you is worse working conditions.
Mm-hmm. Because it's an extremely precarious economic situation to find yourself in, where people rely on their jobs that they work at for their money and their livelihood, and all that can just be pulled under the rug at you if your business goes under, right? And we don't have social safety nets to say that like what is unemployment in 2023? Like in at least for like Texas and Florida, max you can get is like $250 a week, like, and that's going to run out very quickly. So these kind of like having this kind of like it was like just, blaring background noise or like white noise, knowing that like any slip up at your job, no matter how small or big, could conceivably lead to your boss being able to just fire you as, if they see fit or whatever, is very, I think, scary to most people.
I think that's scary for any point in time in history. That's scary. But I think that the idea that that's worse now, or that's more prominent now, or it's more easy to get away with it now, I think that's exaggerated. I would just.
Why?
All right.
The ability to sue your employer is common practice. It's not shunned upon. There are I feel like we are more regulated. We have more laws around what employers are allowed to do to employees. There's more employee rights now than there used to be.
I feel like nominally those laws exist on the book, but are they enforced? Are people
They
willing,
have to
like
be enforced
actually?
because it's so easy to prosecute them. If you've worked a regular job, let's just say retail, because that's what I
Mhm.
have experience in. If you work retail, back in the day, you could just get skipped out of your 15-minute. You can get skipped out of that. You could work overtime and never get benefits. They would never be reported. These are things that you don't get away with now. And if you get fired because you asked for the benefits because you've been working overtime for too long of a period that would make you qualify for it, because those are rights that you have now,
Mhm.
that employer fires you, you get to sue them, and that you win easy. These things did not happen previously, and I just don't see where it's become worse.
Well, I live in Texas, and like breaks are not required by law in Texas. So if your employer is giving you a break, it's literally just out of the like, so people don't fucking riot, or and kind of out of the kindness of their heart, I suppose, to the extent that like your boss is really looking at I guess like from their economic
This might
vantage
be
point.
more anecdote than more of a like broad pattern or habit.
Mhm. That you're
I'm
speaking to,
thinking
or that you think I'm speaking to?
that you're speaking to.
I mean, because you're saying that like there are these laws that are like, written, but like when I'm saying like they're enforced, because like I agree with you that you can actually successfully, sue your employer for a wrongful termination. But if you like the vast majority, or like an increasing number of Americans at this point are part of like the gig economy, where you're just an independent contractor and you don't actually have any sort of like union behind you or like part of some sort of like collective bargaining. You're just one individual going up against your boss or like your firm that has like lots of money to combat your wrongful termination lawsuit. It's like when you're fired, if you don't even know how you're going to pay rent, where is the money for like a lawyer going to come from to bring forward like a wrongful termination lawsuit against your boss? I feel like that's just so unlikely to happen. I feel like people would be like,
There's a lot
it
of
is more
lawyers who will
If you, yeah,
take a
if
case
you have a
before
case,
you win.
yeah, if you have a case, they'll do it pro bono because obviously they'll
bono.
take it off the back end. Yeah. Well, I guess it's not technically not pro bono. Pro
Well,
bono is when they do it
I
for.
think you're both right
Mhm.
in that.
Yeah, I think for me,
um,
what it seems like is probably situations exist where people don't understand the extent of their rights and they get fucked over and they do not know that they can pursue avenues in order to fix that, or that they should have never been in a bad situation in the workplace. And explaining people their rights and explaining people their like the situations that they can go to for better outcomes, that just
Mhm.
takes time.
Well,
Sitch,
that's not quite what I meant. What I meant was,
Oh, that's what I'm
it's
thinking.
fine. In the 50s and 60s and in the 70s, there's very strong labor unions. Labor had a lot of power in terms of just having the ability to say, "Oh, if you don't, give me a raise, I'm just going to leave this job, and I can walk across the street and get a job for the same or for more." And that gave labor a lot of power. But legally, maybe labor didn't have actual power in terms of the way it does today, with having all these regulations and ways you can sue the company. And I think that's because over the years, starting in the 80s, as labor lost its kind of market power and employers gained more of the power, the government kind of had to step in and add a bunch of laws that give employers more actual protection. And so I think that's kind of where you're getting this disagreement about whether things are better or worse in terms of protection for workers now.
I mean, it
Yeah, I would agree
also
with that.
does seem weird that an employer would have to like have the best reason possible to fire somebody.
Yeah, no, I mean, I
I
agree.
don't know.
First of all, I didn't even know that most European countries don't have at-will employment, which to me seems insane.
I said developed countries. I said developed countries.
Right. I'm
That
just
could
saying it
include
seems
like
crazy to
Scandinavian countries,
me
yeah.
that, like, I don't know, it seems crazy to me that you can basically start a business and you can't just fire someone for, you have to kind of go through some complicated board to get someone fired if they suck at their job.
I mean, yeah, I feel
Yeah.
like if you are part of the owning class in your society, right?
Yeah.
Um, like you do that obviously with the goal of, you know, personal economic growth and enfranchisement and like making money or whatever off of like productive assets that you have. But I think there should be an understanding, I guess, just like, I think, would you agree that like most people probably identify themselves as like liberals
Where?
Yes.
Here? In America or Europe?
in America, at
Yeah.
least,
Think
or like
most
in
people
developed
know their
countries?
label.
No, because people think liberal means Democrat, but ideologically,
I would
yes.
agree with you. But ideologically is
Yes, I
what
agree,
I'm
yeah.
speaking
Yeah.
to.
Individualist.
Yes.
Like individualist. I don't think that people, just because they become a capitalist, completely abandon these sort of like communitarian principles that they are raised with and understand. And it's like, you know, with great power comes great responsibility. If you're one of the people who like owns a business in your society, you are tasked with, not only are you like, you know, like there's kind of like a, what is it? Like you're a job provider, right? Like that is kind of like what
Creator.
like,
A job creator.
a job creator to you're endowed with this social responsibility that yes, you personally benefit from that, but the social role and function that you fulfill is that you provide people with the mechanism to have a stable livelihood. So I think the revocation of that, it's like only in the United States I notice is this not taken very seriously. Like there's a lot of emphasis on the kind of like supply side economics and like the perspective of like the business owner, but less perspective from, you know, what it's like from the worker and like working under that.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know, if
So-
I'm a business owner, well, yeah, of course, what's in my interest is that I should be able to fire whoever the fuck I want, whenever the fuck I want. It's my business. I don't want the government telling me how I run this. Like it would make sense for a capitalist to argue for that. But as a worker, it's like, do you really, and most people in the economy are workers, is that, do you want your boss to be able to take your job away for any petty reason at any given time? No. You know,
this is probably the thing about me. This is why I'm okay with social safety nets. This is why I do think that we need some stuff like that for all of the sheep, for the people who bring the workforce down, that they would easily be fired because they walk and at the pace of a mule. They are not productive. They are most likely not going to be intelligent enough is cruel, but there are just people who would be left behind in capitalism.
Look at this
and if we want to
here.
thrive,
Major bourgeoisie,
the creativity, the workforce, it should all thrive. And if you do get fired, okay, you're saying that unemployment needs to be higher. We have to deliberate that. But I do think that a lot of people are sheep, and in order for them to not suffer for being sheep and to benefit from the creativity and the productivity of other people who are not sheep, then yeah, we need social safety nets, because God, I would rather work with a team of competent people than have to force work with a sheep. Yeah.
Chaeiry,
So-
you should stop buying into the right-wing framing on social safety nets. When you call them socialism, that's the right-wing framing to disparage social safety
and
nets.
also to lure kids into saying that they're socialist and they're not really.
Oh, okay.
So,
Yeah.
but it sounds
look
like basically what you're arguing is that you think like employers should be able to at will fire people, but to redress that, the government should have social safety nets essentially for that reason.
Yes.
Right? That's okay.
Because if they make that choice to fire those people and it benefits their company,
right,
then that, for me, that's a good outcome.
Mhm.
And it's not to say that the person who doesn't benefit the company should like suffer or anything, but by no means are you know, you're not going to get paid like Bill Gates. Okay. I'm just so sorry.
No,
Well,
I think
the
actually,
way,
Chaeiry,
well,
like,
let me answer.
So, I mean, you could, though. I mean,
The way that I look at
there
this,
are some future Bill Gates out there.
hold on.
Stephen Hawking?
Don't
No,
hold,
come on.
don't hold
Future
people
Bill
back.
Gates, yeah.
The
Go
way
ahead,
that I look
Sitch.
at this in terms of the at-will firing thing is it's kind of like cheating. Like we all agree that cheating, well, not all of us, hopefully most of us agree that cheating is an immoral action. You know,
50% of us. Well, 40% of us believe that.
I hope most of us agree. I'm assuming all of us on this panel agree here that cheating is an immoral action to engage in, but that doesn't mean that it should be illegal by the government. And I kind of have the same view in terms of like, I agree with you that as an employer, you do have moral responsibility, social responsibility in terms of like not just firing someone because you don't like the shirt they wore or because they have an annoying voice or, you know, some minor, you know, quip that just annoys you. Like, yeah, obviously I don't think you should do that. And maybe it's immoral to do that, but I don't think it should be illegal necessarily to do that.
why not?
Mm-hmm.
Because I feel like making it illegal creates too many downstream problems and limits too many liberties. Because at the end of the day, it's like, yeah, I think it's immoral to cheat on someone, But a person, like that's part of freedom. Freedom is to act to some extent in these kind of immoral actions, in these immoral ways and selfish ways.
I feel like what you're talking about though is like specifically freedom for your boss to kind of be a tyrant, and less freedom for you as like a worker.
That is what I'm
which,
talking about. Yeah.
But it's like, why? Why should they
Because,
have
well,
all of the like
presumably,
bargaining power in that?
well, because presumably the owner of the company is the one that created it, and either they're the boss or they've hired someone to enact their will. And as the creator of the business, I think that affords them significant rights over how that business is run.
Significant rights, but like, and I would agree with that, but should it come at the detriment of all of the people who are going to be like working under them? It's like for every
Well, it has
one
to,
boss, you have
right?
how many workers? Why does it have to?
Because
Like these are the underlying assumptions that like I'm interested in challenging, because
Yeah,
I think
no, I
like, the
understand.
framework that you and like Chaeiry come from are
right.
kind of like pervasive cultural attitudes and understanding, and especially with the way that these hypotheticals are presented, because we're egocentric by nature. I feel like people always engage in the hypotheticals and they picture themselves as the boss. But I encourage people like don't picture yourself as the boss.
I'm not
Picture yourself as like the worker.
No,
I'm
listen,
not engaging in hypothetical. I
Right.
used really clear cases. I used the tech industry. I'm specifically thinking about if you have a team of software engineers, that whole team wants the sheep to get fired. He puts more work, or she
Of course,
puts more
fire
work
that
for
guy.
everyone else. Okay.
I could believe Cherry's the boss anyway. She is.
True.
He makes everything or she makes everything have to take 10 times longer,
Or they.
maybe 100 times more hours. That person brings the productivity down, delays the profit and the benefits. Everyone does better. If that person is gone, we get the money faster, and then part of that money can go pay for the sheep to have gone away.
Wow,
Yes.
sounds like a capital owner to me.
Well, you're
Jeez.
I told
outlining
you guys I'm
the
a
philosophy of
capitalist.
neoliberalism. Like that is the entire philosophy of neoliberalism.
Yeah.
I
right?
don't put titles on it, but I'll take your word for it.
Josiah will put a title
I
on
wanna
it
I
later.
label
called
it,
something
I
a
guess.
socialist program, so that was wrong. I'm done using your
Right.
guys' fucking
That's
words.
fine. That's fine. Okay, but to answer the question about like why is that, I mean, I think it's just the way, I think it's just kind of like the nature of reality is if you have a business and you have a guy who created the business and then they've hired employees to work for them, there's going to be a balance of power between everyone involved in the business in terms of who owns it and all the people that run and all these things. That's just the way it is, because we're all individuals. We all have our individual motivations and needs and wants and desires. We're not kind of like a collective consciousness. And so there's always going to be this fight over like who gets control, who gets power, blah, blah, blah. So my position as a good liberal is that the person who created the business, who expended the effort, the knowledge, the money to create the thing in the first place, should therefore derive the majority of rights and power in terms of how that business is run and managed.
Obviously, as someone
Seems
who's not a
perfectly
filthy liberal, I
logical.
wouldn't agree with that. But
But what's the counter argument then?
well, I mean, not to answer like a question with a question. Well, that one, sure, I'll tell you right now, I embrace anti-capitalism, obviously, is like my easy like go-to. But a question I want to ask you is that like, do you really feel like the scales right now are balanced kind of where they should be as far as like workers and versus employers go in the United States? See, like what's your remedy to that?
I mean, I think I agree with Chaeiry in terms of I would like us to go back to a more 60s-ish environment where labor unions did have more power, where workers did have more power. I'm all for that. I'm just not in favor in terms of like socialism.
Why not? You just need to move the needle over one more where it's like, let's not just
it's a
empower
lot
these
more
people,
than
let's let
one
them be in
notch. It's like-
charge. Come on.
Yep.
Like a whole there's like 3 standard deviations over to get to communism, from just giving workers more power so that we can go back to kind of like the more 60s kind of world where the income inequality wasn't so disparate among bosses and employees.
But you're okay with income inequality, right?
Well, there's always going to be a level of inequality in our society. Yes.
To me, we've been talking about like ideals and like the high notions of democracy and like far off utopias, but if we're just talking about like practical realities and like pragmatism right now, like we would agree probably with a lot of like the economic goals that I would love to see realized in this lifetime. Like if we could have adjustments to like the minimum wage, if there could be more labor and like worker protections, if there could be better, if like both of these parties would start courting like labor and unions again, like to me, I would like die happy. You know, if I even just saw those being fulfilled, but I feel like I don't even see that being fulfilled.
I would love that too, except it seems to be when we were all geared up to switch or to increase the minimum wage to $15 an hour, the progressives didn't like slowly progressing the minimum wage. So we got nothing because it wasn't 25 or something like that.
Ooh.
It's really hard to try to do things when there's a fraction of my own party who wants all or nothing, who wants revolution, wants to pull the rug from under, and is saying, trust me, I read this dude's book, Marx, and things are going to be fine.
I mean, I feel like the reason from the Biden administration why we can't have $15 minimum wage federally is I was told the parliamentarian, not progressives, were cited. And it ended up coming down to this very niche like role of somebody within the Congress is like the reason why. But to me, like at the end of the day, it's like when Joe Biden and like all the forces behind him are getting people's votes by promising a $15 federal minimum wage. And like, where is that? You know, like I can't in good faith blame progressive activists who I felt like were putting pressure on him to actually just fulfill that campaign
so
promise.
You don't blame them for rejecting $15 an hour. That's insane to me.
I mean, I don't even like that policy because ideally, like it would not even be that. Like I know in other like Scandinavian countries, they don't have a federal minimum wage. And we probably shouldn't either because it's indexed usually to where it should be locally for your economy. Like there are economies that are so depressed here that for them to institute a federal $15 minimum wage, it would actually have to be like, unless there's going to be exceptions, I assume in the policy that would have made this come to fruition, there probably would have been exceptions for these
minimum
counties.
Wage.
Stop it.
What do you mean?
No,
Wait,
I am for federal minimum wage for companies with like over 100 employees, and then no minimum
That's kind
wage
of a situation that happens.
No minimum wage for companies, small businesses. So
well, not with minimum wage, but like benefits. Like those,
you could do it at 20 employees, but I'm just saying, like obviously, Aaron is making a point that you don't want to go to these small communities and put the local restaurant and Circle K out of business because you up the minimum wage to the point where they can't even survive. So
to be clear, Aaron, you agree. It seems like you agree that a $15 federal minimum wage would be a bad idea because too many states like
any federal standard for a minimum wage, I feel like has you chasing your tail because it's like how quickly like that probably needs to be adjusted year over year depending on how inflation goes. You know, there may even be some years where depending on like where the economy's at, it would actually have to be lowered. So I wouldn't like ideally it's like, do I take a $15 minimum wage over like keeping it where it is now? Yes, I support that policy, but that's nowhere near ideal to me. I would just take it over the alternative.
I don't want to interrupt if you guys are in the middle, but sooner or later I want to move on to UBI. People in the chat are asking.
I want to
UBI,
ask, do you think that there will always be inequality in our society, or do you think there's a way to get rid of that?
Before
you want to ask something else, Chaeiry?
Can I just add something?
Yes.
I'm not eating my makeup applicator. Whoever typed that in chat, this is a pancake.
Oh, interesting.
Nice.
I thought it was cardboard.
Wow,
No,
did you just insult her cooking? Jeez.
Wait, did you make those, Chaeiry?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe that it looked eerily once you said it was a pancake, like the ones that like I used to eat, the Aunt Jemima like microwavable ones. I was like, I would recognize that like rubbery texture anywhere. With a little bit of syrup, that's good.
Look at that. Don't be mean. It's just blurry. We can't see.
You
put the
Yummy.
Yummy.
Delicious.
You just eat them plain? You don't put syrup or anything on?
No, I put coconut sugar and cinnamon in the batter.
Oh, okay, nice. That's tasty. Okay.
Good shit.
So anyway, do you think there will always be inequality, Aaron, in the world?
Yeah, I do. Okay. But I don't think that there will always be inevitable inequalities, but does it need to be to the extent that we have it now? I think not. You know, I think we can do a lot better in terms of like, you know, kind of balancing the scales for these sort of like have-nots of society, you know?
You know, I agree. Well, what were you not saying?
Do you think it's important to maintain a large middle class?
Of course. I think that's the most important thing. Yeah.
Okay, so I mean this obviously touches on that.
Right, but
because
I think
you're not in favor of inequality to the point where the middle class is completely dissolved, right?
No, I mean, my understanding, when you kind of look through history and the way our country works, there will always be, I mean, I think there'll always be, upper class, there'll always be a lower class, but you want the middle class to be as large as possible. And that seems to be kind of the back of the country and the back of progress rests upon the middle class kind of pushing forward in my imagination.
Right.
And I think,
Go ahead.
this is kind of the core disagreement between sort of like liberalism and socialism or communism is that like from the liberal and I don't know how exactly to word this, so I might need everyone here's help. The liberal kind of conception of things is as long as like there's no force, there's no one with a gun to your head, as long as there's no one like saying, hey, you can't do this thing, then you can do the thing in society. As long as like that's what freedom is. There's no actual physical force preventing you from acting and doing whatever you want, achieving whatever you want in life. And that's kind of like the liberal conception of freedom. And the communist or socialist conception of freedom is, well, even if there's no gun, even if there's no physical force, kind of preventing you from doing something, there's all these subtle environmental, societal forces that are kind of sapping away your motivation or making it less likely for you to succeed. So therefore, you're not truly free until you can fix all these like surrounding things that are more invisible.
Like poverty.
I wouldn't look at it like that.
Mm-hmm.
I think you plan for what you can, and what you want is a system that can respond to new problems. And so when a problem arises, when it's large enough, and sometimes that's an issue, is when a minority of people is affected, how do you give a voice to that and make everyone else concerned? But it's just having a system that can address when issues come up, not a system that plans for everything. Like, and that's, I think, probably why I like a regulated capitalism, because I think that it's sort of proven to have been baked into it. That's why we got the progress.
I mean, I agree with everything you said. I'm not sure what it has to do with what I said.
Oh, did I answer something wrong?
I mean, okay, I don't know. But do you have, Aaron, do you have a comment?
Wait, I think the heart of the disagreement that Chaeiry thought you were getting at was like, if looking at it through like where coercion in society comes from is even like the right question to ask. What Chaeiry you were saying.
Maybe I didn't understand. Sure. Is that what you
No,
meant,
I thought you needed help explaining it.
Well, no, I'm saying that
I'm going to say this, and maybe I need some help explaining it. So
okay. Well, no,
but I'm pretty
saying,
sure I align with you more than the commie, but I
no,
still love
you do. But no, what I'm trying to get at is, I think, and you kind of brought this up earlier, Aaron, I think the underlying conflict here in terms of how we view the world is that Aaron and other people that are more the left view that the only way individual freedom can be achieved is if you remove all or try your best to remove all the barriers that could hold someone back psychologically, like poverty, living in a bad neighborhood, having bad parenting.
I don't just mean psychologically. I would say, I think the left critique of that is like, these are material forces, not simply a matter of like,
right. The material forces create a psychological barrier, right?
They do, right? But like, I guess more emphasis on like those conditions rather than simply like a mindset. I think because what you're saying is almost like, I think the left critique is more than just like people are too depressed to work, not to strawman or like, I guess it's like a hyperbolic way of like phrasing what you're saying. But it ends up being that like, how can you, and this was, I don't know if you've seen the debate between like Zizek and Peterson. And he's saying like, Peterson's, one of his rules or whatever is like, clean your room, right? Clean your space before you try to enact change in the world. And Zizek said in response to that is like, well, what if you can't even begin to clean your room because of the state of the world? And he was speaking to like, forces beyond your control, that regardless of your individual motivation to do so are preventing you from even like, maintaining order in your own backyard, in your own house. That's kind of like how I see it.
Right. So like an example would be, so like you have someone who grows up in a lower income area, they're trying to go to school, and the school is so poorly funded and managed that like whenever they walk into class, like they don't actually learn anything because the entire class is the teacher trying to quell the behavioral problems of other kids fighting and screaming at each other. And it's kind of like, what is that kid supposed to do in that circumstance, right?
Right. I was actually just talking about someone with this. I don't know if have you ever seen it's like I think it's the most viewed TED Talk of all time by like Sir Ken Robinson talking about like how, modern education kind of restricts people's like individuals' ability to be like creative in class and whatnot.
I haven't heard that. It sounds like I would disagree with it completely, but continue.
Really? I felt like it was kind of I only brought it up because it sounded like what you were saying, how like in class, like like you're saying, like I guess you're speaking more just like to the poverty or whatever, being the thing that's holding you back. But like you said when you said like the thing with teachers trying to like manage behavioral issues for like other students that you can't even get ahead individually when there are not even resources dedicated to maintaining like the misbehaved students, right?
Right.
And
yeah,
I feel like
I feel like to me the big problem, like I don't know, maybe I just misunderstood what you're saying because when I hear people talk about like, oh, schools holding back people's creativity or something, to me that kind of puts into my mind the picture of like the middle class kid who's, they're sitting in class and they're just kind of bored and they want to, if their teacher isn't making the information engaging enough for them, which I agree is like an issue. Obviously, that's the goal of a teacher. But I think first and foremost in our society, that a lot of these lower income schools, the biggest problem that they all suffer from is just that there's so much behavioral problems in these schools and there's literally no way to just remove these kids or put these kids in some kind of other school so that the kids that don't have behavioral problems can actually learn.
I would say that like I think you're attributing it to kind of like the personal misbehavior of students, but I think the more interesting question as opposed to like just looking to like, well, instead of interrogating or investigating, like, well, why are they acting out? Just kind of this rush to like, well, they need to be punished and removed and segregated from like the better students that you at least like have a chance with, right? But I think it starts all the way back. Like, why is it that schools are funded very differently from county to county in this country? And it's because it has to do with like your property taxes, right? That's how we fund schools currently. So if you're in the lower income neighborhood, your school will never be funded very well, as opposed to if you just happen to be born in like a nice area of Arizona or like a nice suburb somewhere, you don't ever have to worry about that. Right, and I don't think it's any coincidence that there's probably less instances of like behavioral issues among that population of students in the wealthier counties than there is in lower counties. And I think it just has to do with like resources,
well, it's kind of a chicken the egg thing because it's like, well, if a group of people, if two people who are married are doing well in life, then we would presume that their behavior would be one where they'd be more likely, more conducive to raise a child who doesn't have the sort of behavioral problems, at least to the extent where they'd be fighting, screaming at teachers, doing all these other things. Where if you have two individuals who are living in a lower income situation where they haven't been able to be as successful in society, you think it'd be more likely that they would be raising a child that would have those problems. And it's kind of a chicken and the egg situation. And while I agree with you that as a society, we should be trying to work to alleviate the environmental reasons that causes that, I think part of the danger when we bring that up in these conversations is like, that's good, but that's kind of a long-term project that's very difficult to fix, and no one really knows how to fix it exactly because it's a very complicated, multifaceted, problem. And it's like, we can do that, but I think we also need to just do the Band-Aid fix or the quick fix, which is just, well, while we're fixing society, which will take generations, we should also just have discipline so that these kids can be put into military school or whatever, just so that the kids that don't have these problems can actually learn, get an education, and make something for themselves.
I think you're making a fundamental error though when you say that the reason why we haven't improved these issues is because like no one knows how to. I actually do think that that's not true. There are better educational models. Like the United States is far from being like the best public education model in the world. Like of all those indexes that rank them or whatever, we're considerably low given where the United States probably could or should be at in terms of like educational attainment for like the average person and the average child, regardless of like income background or like median income. Like in this country, it's fairly unique that teachers actually don't really need higher credentials. Like in European countries or Scandinavian countries, to be a teacher is on the same social prestige as being like a doctor or a lawyer, where like you need a JD or a PhD. For education, it's master's minimum and PhD because they recognize and like value, investing in the education of like the growing population, the next generation of like employees and owners in their society, whereas I don't see that I don't see that sort of
Well,
like needed
mhm.
emphasis here in the United States.
Well, so like everything you're talking about to me is all secondary in terms of like okay, so I live in Florida, and in Florida there was like I don't know, like 10 years ago, it was a while ago actually, kind of pre-woke stuff. There was a woke push to essentially get rid of outdoor suspension in school unless the child did something that was a criminal act. And the justification for this was because, well, there are more black students that are suspended, so therefore it must be racism. And so they have to get rid of outdoor suspension to fix racism. And so they did that. They did this in Florida. I'm kind of surprised DeSantis hasn't reverted it or anything. To my knowledge, he hasn't. And the effect of this was it actually turned out that part of the reason that a lot more black students were outdoor suspended, not just because disproportionately there's a lot more behavioral problems because it's disproportionately in more lower income situations, was because these were lower income schools, a lot of them didn't have indoor suspension or detention or the money to manage those programs. And outdoor suspension was the only punishment tool or mechanism that was available to these schools. And so when they got rid of outdoor suspension, it basically made all these schools just shut down and become failing schools because the teachers literally had no way of dealing with kids that were just getting into fights and screaming at each other. And I know teachers that existed in this environment, and they would tell me about how like horrific these situations are. And they'd say they spend literally, 90% of the class just trying to deal with behavioral issues. And to me, that seems to be like, well, like all the stuff about like teachers having higher education, all that stuff is like secondary. None of that stuff matters if they literally have a class that they can't control.
I would agree with you, but would you say like I don't think you actually intrinsically have an issue with the policy. I think what you're talking about speaks more to issues with the implementation and who ended up falling through the cracks when they didn't actually plan out like the repercussions of how it would look if you enforce this in a school that doesn't have any other sort of like behavioral mechanisms to correct behavior, right? And you're saying like it just kind of left this vacuum that left, teachers without any teeth to help like correct their students, and then that's not good for students either because they don't have a mechanism for like discipline. But if it had been a policy that worked in tandem with like not only are we're going to ban this like out of school suspension or whatever, but it's going to be paired with something that actually moves resources or provides additional funding and money to having in school behavioral correction, would that be enough for you to support the policy?
I mean, well, I disagree that these kids were being suspended for racist reasons. So I disagree with the philosophy of getting rid of it in the first place. I would agree more so if there was some alternative. My position is that I honestly just think that there needs to be some kind of system where if you get suspended 3 times from school, there's some kind of mandatory military-esque school that's really more focused on like instilling discipline in children first and foremost, and then kind of education.
Do you know if it's like there's evidence that that's like effective?
I don't know if it's ever been done. I'm purely speculating.
I grew up in a school, they had that program, but they actually got rid of it. When I was in middle school, they had this program called like the STAR program, which was basically what you're talking about, that if you had a certain number of referrals, tardies, suspensions or whatever, they put you in this kind of like it was like a separate program that still allowed you to be part of the school, but it was basically like in school suspension 24/7 for you. And that was like the STAR program. So like I would get to school and there would be STAR students who were like doing push-ups and like jumping jacks with the like ROTC teacher. And they had been there since like 6 a.m, even though school didn't start till like 7:45. Right. But they even like Texas, that can be pretty draconian in terms of like punitive punishments and stuff like that, or kind of more laissez-faire with what they're willing to let fly. I was seeing like the exit of those programs real time because they found that they weren't really effective at like correcting behavior because they're kind of just like trying to scare students into like behaving better.
Well, that's the problem. If you're just trying to scare kids into behaving better, I don't know if that's necessarily going to work. You have to kind of instill a sort of communal respect for discipline. And maybe, I don't know the specifics of the program you're talking about, and maybe this would be too difficult because it would literally require, like, I think part of the reason that like boot camp and things like that work is because the person like lives on the base for a while. Like you're literally away from everyone else. And maybe you would need something that draconian, and maybe parents would be just so against that this is not really a feasible idea. I was going to say,
I don't know if
but I think it's the only way to solve these
your
problems.
kid to I think they have like a boarding school basically like that. Would you?
I would 100% be in favor of boarding school for, these problem kids that the state pays for. Yeah.
Damn.
Okay, what
I mean, if
about-
there was evidence for that it was effective, I would be on board with it. But until then, I'm
Nice.
skeptical.
Okay.
Yeah, obviously, be skeptical. Okay, but what about when people can determine and improve that children will behave better and have better outcomes and do better in school if we provide them free pre-K, if we start
I'm fine with
providing
free
free
pre-K.
breakfast,
I'm
like, because
completely
I
fine
think
with all
that
these
those are
programs.
way better areas that we could put resources into rather than like re-educational like boarding
Camps.
schools.
That's your left-wing moral intuitions. Okay. Your
I'm still
opinion for you.
progressive.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I'm all in favor of free pre-K. I'm all in favor of free breakfast for these kids. I don't have any problem with any of that stuff.
I think Chaeiry and I in this context are maybe, I don't want to speak for Chaeiry, but it sounds like we're more carrot and Sitch is more stick and tough
Yes,
love.
but that's the thing. I think when you interact with some of these fucking kids, there's no carrot in the world. These kids need to be, smacked around, okay? By a metaphorical stick. Okay. The only way to get these
We
kids
need to bring
in
back
line.
caning, is what Sitch
Yeah,
is saying. Is
I
that what you're saying?
mean, maybe.
There's going to be a lengthy Reddit post about that later today.
There you
Sitch.
go. There you go.
In
So
defense of caning,
Do
obviously.
you?
Yeah,
Yeah, obviously.
exactly.
That's probably going to be the title of the post. So, are you in favor of UBI, Aaron? I'll let you go first.
No, I was not Yang Gang because maybe he talked about this. I don't think I really gave too much attention to Andrew Yang because he was poor. I was already like
He was
committed to
Asian?
Sanders. Obviously, that was like problem number one. He's Asian. I don't, other than that, can I overlook that? Not really. And then the next thing he's talking about, like fucking
Include
UBI.
that in the
Yeah,
Reddit
no.
post, definitely. But
No, I did
obviously
have an issue with Yang
obviously
being
she's
Asian.
joking. Yeah, obviously
Thank
she's
you.
joking. So, what is it like a philosophical? What is the reason behind it? Is it because you feel like if we give people UBI, we're going to be further away from the communist revolt?
Mm-mm.
What is the
UBI is actually a pretty like ideological, or like I've seen it like proponents of UBI all the way from like Milton Friedman. Milton Friedman supported basically gutting
Sure,
all
yeah.
social safety nets in place of just a UBI and like cash transfers to people because you can spend it better than these bureaucratic mechanisms that the
negative
state tries to
income
provide
tax?
for you.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what like Milton Friedman championed all the way to MLK, a
Of
civil rights
course.
activist and somebody who was, in a lot of ways a champion of the poor and the impoverished and had very staunch critiques of capitalism, and he championed UBI, but in concert with a robust social safety net. So I'm not like 100% opposed to a UBI, but to me, like with the way that money circulates in our economy, I'm like, how would this not just go to like, if your landlord hears that you have $600 extra a month, how is your rent not just going to go up $600 a month and then your UBI is gone?
That's the conservative libertarian argument that people are always throwing at me. So it's
What is your
interesting
answer to
to
that?
hear you say that. Well,
Because that's my critique of it is like, I don't see how it's not just going to end up going upward,
Right. We control inflation, obviously, through the Federal Reserve. I mean, a lot of people say they're doing a terrible job of it right now, and I would agree because obviously we've got a lot of inflation now. But we have an institution that's dedicated to controlling inflation. So let's say I could provide some evidence that inflation wouldn't be a problem.
Mhm.
Is that your only gripe against UBI? Your only
Not just
complaint?
inflation, but that it won't be skimmed off by somebody who you have to give it to. Do you know what I mean?
Well, look, you have to give money. Technically, you have to work now to give money to a landlord to live or to a bank for if you have a mortgage, if you own a home. So, I mean, you're doing that already. What is the...
I guess, yeah, like it is this like worry about like immediate like hyperinflation of like the
Okay.
areas that it's instituted. So if I saw evidence, like I've seen a different
Very
proposal,
libertarian attitude.
very libertarian.
It's
Well, I know because
interesting.
when I was talking about like communism earlier and stuff like that, like the first examples that you're going to are like the USSR and the command economies. And I'm like, no, that's not really like the flavor of like communism or socialism or like leftism that I really champion. I really would like it to be a lot more like communitarian. And I guess I probably do have a lot of overlap with like libertarians in terms of like personal liberty, not so much like economic policy goals, I don't think. But I did see one iteration of this policy goal proposed as like you could offer welfare recipients, like, would you like to have access to like WIC and unemployment and like all these different kind of like voucher programs through the state? Or if you didn't want to take any of that, you could just take cash transfers and you could take a UBI. You know, if it was a policy like that, I would be interested in an experiment like that, where as opposed to like if you need federal or like a federal assistance or statewide assistance, instead of naturally having to like go through, you know, all of the kind of red tape that welfare can kind of like entail or whatever, if it could just be as simple as, I don't want to deal with all the bureaucracy, I just want my $800 a month, I'd be really interested to see how like that plays out, you know, if people would actually use that properly.
Okay, do you have a take, Chaeiry? Are you against UBI or in favor of UBI?
I am hopeful. How can I put this? I'm against Andrew Yang. I don't like Yang. I feel like he's probably poisoned UBI in my mind, but I do think that I would absolutely be open to UBI. I just want better people to explain it to me, to thoroughly explain it to me. I want to take like Elizabeth Warren and put her on UBI and like you do all the math, you let me know how it's going to work out, what's going to tell me what is it called? What is it called when you a committee? Tell me what committees we need to incorporate now to help safeguard us, to make sure UBI doesn't turn into a bad thing, and then I'll be on board. But the fact that it came from Yang, the motherfucker had he had math as his like slogan. Everything about Yang is
too
cringe
cringe
to me. I want to throw him out, but I'd like to keep UBI. Just more information, more looking into it before I say, yeah, give me UBI now.
And for the audience, I think math meant Make America Think Harder, right? Something like that.
Yeah, Make America Think Harder.
Isn't that cute?
So Chaeiry's like, I like the idea, but this guy's too cringe for me to support him. So get him out of here. I need a better package.
I almost rejected UBI because of him.
Nice.
We've had Scott Stanton on our channel. He's a good UBI proponent, and we've talked to him. So, I mean, you could listen to that talk. He fights back against a lot of the arguments. He has a really interesting take on the inflation question, which is obviously the wealthy have a way of hiding their income from taxes, right? Avoiding taxation.
And the poor don't, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right, exactly. But the wealthy can't hide their income away from inflation. So you could actually structure UBI so there was maybe 5% inflation. And the UBI kept up with the inflation, and it would actually deal with income inequality at the same time.
I mean, they have ways that is like pre-planned. Obviously, it's a gamble, but you will have seen a lot of people who had money. They want to take it out of the bank. They don't want to hold on to money if they know that inflation is going to happen. So you'll see them do stuff like invest in property, invest in other areas that it doesn't seem like they've held on to their money, but that like you wait a generation or something, you're like, oh fuck, they did. They made out good while other people didn't have the opportunity.
Well, I think these ideas are interesting. I'm not sure that I trust, like a lot of the UBI people have, I think, more faith in government institutions than I personally have. So I think the ideas are interesting. I don't know that I am in favor of giving that much power to the government, but I am interested in UBI.
Here's my shit test for the guy you had on. Is he a proponent of MMT?
What guy?
The guy who you said has like a lot of explanations for how. Yeah, Scott Stanton.
Yes.
Is he an MMT head?
Yes.
I knew it. I fucking knew it.
An MMT head, huh?
Yeah, so you want to talk about like forget the cult of the Yang Gang. Okay, people who like MMT.
You're against MMT. Huh?
No, I'm not. I actually don't know nearly enough about it. I just know that every person who has this, who gets the pitch made to them, it's like the timeshare of like economic proposals, because they act like, holy shit, you guys, I've just heard about this thing. It's called MMT, and it's going to change your life in the way that you view like the entire economic order. Because the people who hear about it, I almost never hear like critics of it, you know, but I've not looked into it.
MMT?
I mean, I hear a lot of critics of MMT. Like, I understand MMT. We talk about MMT. I think that a lot of communists have adopted MMT wrongly, thinking it's the way to get to the communist utopia. I'm not one of those people, obviously.
For Chaeiry's question, though, she said, what is MMT? It stands for Modern Monetary Theory, and it's basically money printer go burr, and you can just print all the money that you fucking want, and the country will be fine. And I'm really curious how this works because it sounds amazing. You know, talking about like idealistic. I'm like, this sounds great. Please tell me it wouldn't lead to like instant hyperinflation and like mass poverty.
First of all, that is a massive straw man of MMT.
I like to say it's a hyperbole.
Okay, well, but it's still a straw man hyperbole.
It is, because that's what I'm saying. Like, I have a very impoverished understanding of what MMT is, other than it's literally modern monetary theory. And
Right.
I just know it has a lot more to do with like, basically the one principle that I know is that like right now, the common knowledge for Americans is that we tax and then we spend. And they're like, it's actually the reverse. The government basically spends and then they tax you to like pay for it. So why not like just, print more money?
You've got obviously inflation is what's standing in the way of printing more money. The resistance in printing more money is inflation.
And I know we have things that we do to prevent inflation from going crazy. A lot of people like to look at the economy and be like, "Oh my God, inflation's so bad." Like, bruh, do you know how much worse it could be?
We control the money supply via the Federal Reserve. So,
Adam, would you be in favor of us going back to the gold standard?
Hell no. That would be the stupidest thing America could do. Are you in favor of the gold standard?
No, I'm not. Okay, I just wondered if you were, because like
Please,
that's like I hear kind of efforts about like how to, manage inflation, even though I think that there's evidence that obviously that contributes to inflation, is like we need to go back to the fucking gold standard. So I was just curious.
Right. No, Adam's a huge MMT guy, so no way he's going back to the gold standard.
Yeah, of course. Well, the thing is, the problem with MMT is the same problem I have with like the feminist label. Because a lot of feminists are man haters. A lot of MMT people are stupid communists. So it's like it's difficult. I think obviously I think the MMT people understand the monetary system better than most, like the legitimate ones. But most people don't. Most people are using MMT as a way to kind of cover for massive spending that just could never take place. It would be totally inflationary.
Yeah.
The thing that you have to concentrate on with spending, obviously, is material resources. This is the thing that drives me crazy, is because like, and let me make a pitch why you should be somewhat interested in MMT, Aaron.
Let's hear it. Let's hear the elevator pitch for it.
Okay. So we have a thing that we talk about all the time about the deficit ceiling and the budget and Social Security. We're not going to be able to afford all of these unpaid entitlements, right? You've heard this again and again from the Republicans.
Right.
So the Republicans they're very interested in managing how much money is in the account. Okay. None of them are considering, well, what is that money supposed to buy? What are elderly people going to want? They're going to want things like doctors, nurses, old folks' homes, cars, self-driving cars, right? Because they can't drive anymore. There's all these real resources that they want. So when the Republicans are focused on the money in the account and they're not thinking about the things that we need to buy that money, well, that could be inflationary. Like if nobody concentrates on what we need, and nobody pays for education, and it turns out there's 3 doctors in the future, there's plenty of money in the bank account, but there's 1 million or 100 million old people that are only going to be serviced by 3 doctors. It doesn't matter how much money is in that account, because we're going to be screwed. So
you know what's crazy?
A lot of the conversation, just to finish up here, about the finances of our country are totally devoid from the reality of the situation. So once you start thinking about that, the real resources that are needed, you start looking at the economy completely differently. And also a lot of the grandstanding that the political class does, like obviously Nikki Haley in the GOP debate was talking about, we can't afford this. But she's not really talking about anything substantive if she's just talking about the money.
Yeah, like
what's insane about this? Just when
Yeah, go ahead.
Because you do bring up that Republicans, or the GOP likes to look at how much is in the bank and not really like where it needs to be allocated. Mitt Romney probably made some of the most. I feel like not enough people remember that Republicans they they do good progressive things with money that's budgeted and well managed and allocating resources where they need to be. That's Mitt Romney with healthcare. That's Mitt Romney with the child tax credit. But Republicans want nothing to do with those issues. They don't want to be seen as the people who are going to give free healthcare to all or just pay people for having kids. So if they abandon him, he remains a Republican that is doing the good thing. But I don't know.
Not just Republicans rejected him. I mean, like he lost to Obama in 2012. So when there was a referendum,
Democrats weren't gonna. Yeah.
What do you mean?
Democrats weren't gonna vote for him in 2012 over.
I mean, like I'm talking about people who voted for Obama in 2008 and then by 2012 felt like there had been disappointments with the Obama presidency. May have been like I'm sure Romney peeled off some people who voted for Obama in 2008. When the hope and change didn't come their way that they thought was going to, because there was overlap in like what Obama and Mitt Romney were preaching. Like with like what you're saying, like the Obamacare, the ACA Act is a right wing plan.
But that's the thing. That was Mitt Romney's thing. But even he backed away from it. He's like, oh, what? No, we shouldn't do my healthcare plan for the whole country. He was insane to do that.
Just for my state.
Even in terms of the healthcare debate, they're simply talking about financing healthcare. They're not talking about any of the real resources that go into healthcare. Yeah. Which is completely crazy.
Well, I mean, you would say that maybe that issue happened with Obama and like federally. But weren't all of those issues resolved in Massachusetts? Didn't he like also get to do better negotiating?
Well, I'm not sure how the
state level.
Well, I think the real reason people didn't vote for Romney is because he put his sick dog on top of the car.
I remember that.
That's the real reason.
Why?
And also because he had binders full of
women.
women.
Like
so Obama would never put women in binders.
Obviously.
True.
Or cages.
God. A binder
he
full
put
of
them
women.
in cages, that's right.
Yeah. No binders.
It's a lot more space than a binder, all right.
I thought the thing that worked against Romney was first and foremost that he's a Mormon. Like there's a lot of religious voters, the majority of them are Christian, and I think people just aren't ready for like a Mormon president.
I think it was that Obama, after the housing crash, reason I think Obama won over Hillary wasn't just because he didn't vote for the war in Iraq, was because people felt like there needed to be some kind of more radical change to redress the nation and to fix the problems. And he ran obviously in hope and change. And then even when people didn't feel like he didn't bring it, which I agree with, when Romney was running, Romney was not, by the right, he was not, the avatar of hope and change. He was the avatar of big business. He was the guy who made money doing leverage buyouts for 20 years, Mr. Corporate America. He just seemed like he was just kind of going back to the way business as usual. So I'm not sure he really could capture the Republican populist energy.
Yeah, he didn't really worry about like Occupy Wall Street or like opponents of NAFTA, like the Obama administration like wanted to appease bankers. Like they didn't fire anybody, like that more ended up being like what he was interested in. I feel like a lot of people kind of probably felt betrayed and like duped by what they voted for versus what the Obama administration was like, and a lot of
I agree. I think even if the policies hadn't changed, but they literally just arrested a bunch of bankers, I think people would have felt so much better just to see a bunch of people go to jail. They've been like, yes, justice. And that didn't happen.
Like accountability, I think, would have gone like a long way with appeasing a lot of voters and just fulfilling some like basic campaign promises. When you're running on like hope and change, it's like, he immediately came in and kowtowed on like stuff like card check, and folded on like, we're not going after anybody with that. We're just kind of going to like move forward, or like with Obamacare. Like he's on record now saying, if I had known that Mitch McConnell and the GOP was going to be as obstructionist with my policies that they were, I would have started from the position of single payer, hoping that we could actually find a middle ground between that and the ACA and like what the final product of the ACA looked like. But he just started with the ACA.
There were a lot of Democrats, though. There are a lot of those blue dog Democrats that were kind of holding up. So I'm not sure they could have got that passed anyway.
Let's move on to Super Chat, Sitch. We're coming up on the 2-hour mark.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's see if any questions.
Lots of questions.
Calvin Paffer for $5 says, I think if I saw Adam on the street, I would say something like, hello, Adam, you're gay, and then hand him $5 out of habit.
Interesting.
Wait, out of habit of always handing gay people $5?
No, of handing Adam $5 and then calling him gay.
Oh, because the habit of supercharge. Okay, I get it. I thought he
Yes.
has a
Okay,
habit of giving
this
gay
is
people
literally
money.
the first time Calvin Pafford has called me gay in a
Maybe
super
he was
chat.
thinking
So
it.
anyway, why are you so homophobic, Calvin? That's what I
There
want
you
to
go.
know.
Well, you don't want to vote for CP24?
I mean, he just said he would call you gay. He didn't say it was bad, Adam. I think you're projecting
Yeah,
that. Come
Adam,
on.
you're the
No,
homophobe.
I think he's being homophobic. I think you're going
Uh-huh.
too easy on him.
He meant it as a compliment.
Yeah, he was saying, you're gay, Adam. You're a nice, young, gay man.
Don't tell my wife.
Anonymous Coward, thank you so much for $20. Says, I once read an unhinged post on Reddit that said, if you don't vote, you're a conservative. When these conversations happen, it's as if everyone forgets apolitical people exist or that the intellectually lazy associate is too convenient. So Josiah said kind of that essentially too in our conversation. Do you agree that if you don't vote, you're just helping Republicans?
I
I've
disagree.
I've heard both parties say this, that they're like a vote and like abstaining from voting is a tacit endorsement for the opponent, like the opposing candidate that you are like more favorable to. I think with the way the electoral college is set up, that might be that kind of is true in like battleground states. But if you're in like a solidly red or blue state, unless you really care about the popular vote reflecting like a bigger majority over the opposing candidate, not entirely. I think it's a little bit more complicated than that.
Yeah. Mark Twain's
I
Revenge. Oh, what were you going to say, Chaeiry?
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say I think both sides can play that card. Like, oh, if you didn't vote, then like as a conservative, you're supporting the Democrats. It's just
Right.
it's picking and choosing, just assuming that that person would have been on your side.
Mm-hmm.
Of course. Mark Twain's Revenge, $50. Thank you, Mark Twain. Says, so as long as rugged individualism and self-reliance remain a central core of the American identity and culture, so long as liberalism remains a part of our identity and culture, we will never fall prey to fascism. I agree. He also said, when I tell my father-in-law who grew up in Croatia with socialist Yugoslavia that people like Straighterade exist, he gets super pissed.
I mean, she seems very libertarian, very individualist. None of the things you would think of as a classic communist archetype.
Am I hiding my power level, Adam?
I don't know. You tell us.
Is that what it is? To explain how to explain that?
Well, no, I mean, you have an individualist outlook, which I'm in favor of. I mean, you're in favor of fighting for the working class, which
yeah,
I'm
we
in favor
basically
of.
agree. It sounds like you're a communist.
This is my contention here. You're obviously against UBI, but wouldn't UBI be just give power, negotiation power to all workers?
I'm not against UBI. I think I need more evidence. And it sounds like it's out there. I just need to go and like engage with that material or whatever and like see more arguments to see if it's something that I would like front and center kind of like push for. But it's like right now, the idea of like getting one sounds great. The only thing I worry about is like the inflation thing, which it sounds like people who are proponents of UBI have answers for that immediately. The other thing is that I don't want it to be the beginning of the gutting of the social safety net. You know, like I would want it to be
it would be adding to the social safety net. Are you kidding me?
But it would. But I fear that, like, you know, we can't ignore that, like, the GOP is coming for like Social Security.
Instead of getting Social
some people
Security,
think it'll be a replacement.
Instead of getting Social Security at 65 or 67 now, you would get Social Security at 1.
Whatever age. Yeah.
Yeah. So I just like, how I don't understand. A lot of people who are in favor of the working class are reflexively against UBI when it just seems like.
My ignorance of it is definitely not a reflection of it being like a weak policy. I really just need to see like more material with it. So if you could direct me towards that, I'd be open to seeing it. Maybe by the end of this, I will by the end of the week, I would be like a bigger proponent of UBI than you.
When people talk about how Social Security is going to go bust, they're talking about a demographic shift. They're saying, listen, we're only going to have 5 workers for every elderly person. Well, what they don't mention is that those 5 workers are all going to control 20 robots. Like they're literally our workforce is going to be reduced in the future down to a 3-day work week. Like the human labor is on the decline. So we're going to be able to produce massively with a lot fewer workers, and we're going to have to deal with that. I really see UBI as the only way to deal with that.
Yeah, this is what you're describing, the fully automated luxury gay space communism, Adam. That's what I'm asking. Like, are you sure you're not a communist in the closet?
Well, look, and I'm sure you're aware of this. The chief complaint against Marxism was he thought we would get socialism once we got a thing called superabundance. My problem is a lot of the socialists, they want to do it before you have superabundance. They think you can just create superabundance by organizing society correctly. That's not true. You need this technological component that Marx was very aware of. And I feel like a lot of people don't realize that we are getting closer and closer to that superabundant situation.
Wait.
And we need to radically restructure our society to deal with it, or it's going to be like super wealthy and people with no money. The middle class is just going to be gone.
Did you just prove Aaron right?
I know.
Marx
You're
was
sounding
aware of
based right
this?
now.
You're like, Marx
What do
was
you mean?
aware of this. So are you on board with Marx? Are you Marxist communist thing?
Well, I obviously I think Marx had some true and interesting things to say. I think that people have used those insights incorrectly to create massive
So you are the one
devastation.
true
I agree with
communist.
Well,
No,
look-
because
look.
there's lots of things Mark says that Adam would disagree with. But
Yes,
Okay.
as
obviously.
much as I want to
obviously.
jump on the Adam being a secret Marxist train.
But
I'm already on that train.
So,
I'm
so
saying.
Me
look,
too.
look,
I'm
look,
sold on it.
look, if we're talking about something like superabundance, you understand it in today because we have like things like AI, like we see robots, we see videos of robots on YouTube and stuff like that. When Stalin was talking about creating superabundance, the idea that he could do that is laughable. You got to admit, like in some of the communist experiments, they had literally like
Yeah, they wanted full
farmers.
employment.
Well, yeah, but they had farmers
And
like
that didn't create superabundance; it created poverty and
Yeah,
Yeah,
and,
the-
dev-
the
and,
idea of
dev-
standing
and
in line for
devastation.
one loaf
Yeah.
of bread. Yeah.
yeah, wasn't great.
Look, Stalin said he was going to get into the steel business. So he told all of his farmers, okay, we're in the steel business now. Melt down your plows. That's not going to create superabundance. That's going to create famine.
Right.
So
What?
it sounds like, Adam, you can be like the vanguard of the like next wave of the American Communist Party, because you're like, these young communists don't understand this concept of superabundance. Like, yeah, just correct them, and then you can lead the communist revolution. Hello. That's
Well,
why
look,
I'm already thinking you're sounding like a secret communist. A crypto
Adam
Look,
is
one.
I'm
saying,
not-
"Listen, we'll do the communist revolution once we all have Star Trek replicators. Then we'll
look,
talk about
I'm
it,
not,
okay?"
Then we can
I'm
talk.
not opposed to this idea. Okay, Aaron, I'm interested. Like if this is a job opportunity, I'm thinking maybe,
He's
but
commie curious.
Yeah,
I
I
think
just,
when it-
I
when it
see
comes
it
to
as,
this
I see
topic-
it more as super capitalism, but
When it comes to this topic, and Adam, I've seen how enthusiastic you are about UBI, and like I see where you're going. It gives me the same vibes as Tim Pool seeing a civil war like around the corner. Like we are so far away from being able to like mass produce with AI, with
that's so
machine
mean.
learning. Like we're so far away.
Yeah.
But there are people who are planning like robots are gonna control everything at any moment, and it's only gonna be 5 people working. Like, okay. I'm so far away from that.
Wow.
well, how long?
Probably
how many
because I'm
years?
more in reality than
Wow. Called out. My
Well, wait
God.
a second. It wasn't that long ago when none of us had cell phones in our pockets and social media. I mean,
yeah,
that's
but
like,
it's not understanding the jump from like A to Z. You're like, oh my God, it took just 50 years until we got from A to B. We're gonna get to Z at any day now.
Okay,
We're
wait, how
not-
long
we're not
how long
that
do you think
close.
it's gonna take, Chaeiry, and how long do you think Adam thinks it's gonna take?
I would say,
Yeah.
well, I'm gonna mind read Adam. I think Adam probably assumes that we're gonna get there in a lifetime.
In his lifetime.
I'm
No,
not thinking,
a
I'm thinking,
lifetime.
I'm
I'm
one
thinking like
generation.
10 years. I'm like,
Oh shit, even
So
less.
when
We're
you,
on
when you
the-
say a
we're on
lifetime,
the-
do you mean 100 years? Or you mean a generation's like 20 years? What do you
Oh, and
Yeah.
I was gonna say that he probably thought like 80 years, but I
you think
guess
it'll
he's
take
more
80
at
years to get
10.
to the robots making everything, essentially?
Yeah.
no
well,
way.
I'm
we're
thinking
10,
that's
we're
what
10
he
years
thought.
away.
We're way more than 80 years away.
We're 10 years away. But anyway,
80 years. I can't even. Wow. I mean, I think we're more than 10 years away, but I think we're less than 80. I'm going to be the fence-sitting centrist here. I think we're somewhere in
What,
between. 80
Okay,
and
the
10.
Price is Right, motherfucker. Who just was
I'll
one
say
fucking
11
thing
years.
down.
11 years, Bob.
done. That's a good idea. Yeah. Do you have a
There you
take,
go.
Aaron, on the technological gain?
Actually, like this was sparking a memory that I had of Andrew Yang on the debate stage, and I thought an insightful thing that he said is kind of reframing the conversation about people's fears and the anxiety related to like their jobs being eliminated effectively because of automation. He was saying like, hey, this is your friend, not your enemy. Like, we don't want people to have to work checkout lines or whatever, or these jobs. Like, we really should be embracing that. And then you have UBI come in, or like social safety net come in and reduce the, like, not make people resistant to society becoming more automated, because that is actually the sign of like technological improvement and progress. And you need to stop thinking that like my job is going to be taken by an immigrant, and you need to start thinking like, no, my job might actually just be automated and replaced by a robot.
Okay.
You know,
it also puts pressure on businesses to automate faster. Like, why are we having businesses hire people to do these jobs nobody wants to do? Why? If a robot can do it, a robot should do it.
It can't do it. That's the problem. It cannot do it. We just think that it can. You probably saw like a video of a car driving itself, and you think that that exists in the world. It doesn't. Elon Musk is going to be facing a crazy lawsuit because for the last, like, what is it, it's coming up on 10 years that he has failed to produce the fully self-driving car that he had people pay for 8 years ago. And he's never going to produce it because he refuses to upgrade the radars and stuff that he's using because he's already invested. So this is why we're not getting there, because he is a terrible businessman. He takes technology, he takes engineering, and he drives every company that he's part of right to the fucking ground.
Chaeiry, you said all
the resources. He takes all of the brilliant people in this world.
It's not just Elon. Look, there are robots that mow the lawn now. There are robots that vacuum your house.
You're wrong.
He can't even make a fully self-driving car.
No,
you're not having a fully automated world in 10 years.
Chaeiry is correct. Elon Musk is personally responsible for stopping the superabundance revolution.
Literally, he's responsible for just everything.
Him. Yes.
He's destroyed the world.
So there are these little robots that they made that they use machine learning, and they get them to play soccer. And it's kind of silly, but to me, that's a pretty big indication, like how well they can get those little robots to play soccer. If they can get robots to play soccer pretty well based on machine learning, I feel like that could translate to making robots do a lot of other types of jobs. Like, and if they could somehow use machine learning to make robots just be able to walk around in the world, like that's really the key. If you can make a robot that can just,
we're on the verge of that.
That's what I'm saying. If you can get a robot that can like walk around a house and like have some like understanding of like walls and house and how to navigate that space, then we're there. Until we get there, I don't know. But when we're there, then there's going to be the big explosion. So
what I'm saying
I think we're
is
a little bit closer than 80 years. But
we currently have radars that would be able to produce a fully self-driving car. But it is terrible businessmen. It is ego. It is destroying the productivity. We do not have open source.
Everyone she is a man hater. Look, she was right about
everyone is working against each other because capitalism is actually fucking off the rails in this case. And there's too many resources with one individual who has been having a midlife crisis for like the past 20 years, microdosing. His goal is to fucking colonize Mars. And for the rest of the productivity on the world, in this world, he's got his finger on it and is just destroying great creative people, great products, a great industry. This is why you will not have it anytime soon, even though you might have read up, you might have saw somewhere that we have the technology, that we have the capability, that there is someone who has figured it out. We'll never fucking get there, not anytime soon with these people.
Okay,
this is what happened when you fuck with a woman's Twitter account.
And I am an Elon hater, through and through, but I have every correct reason to do so.
So capitalism is bad.
Let's go back to
this
chats.
Unregulated capitalism, because you get people like Elon.
Gotcha. And Elon Musk,
Jason M asks, a problem with communism, Aaron, is what do you do with people who don't want to be communists? Regardless of intent, it ends in a totalitarian dystopia.
The re-education camps and the gulags are a good start, right?
Wow.
No, that's not it. I guess when people posit this question, I'm like, you could say the same thing about the capitalist system. It's like if we lived under communism, right, and somebody wanted to institute capitalism, it's like, well, what about all the people that don't want to live under capitalism and want to live under communism and stuff like? I was like, to me, it's like a silly like. It doesn't really get at anything substantial because it's like there's always going to be opponents of like the ruling economic order, no matter what. You're never going to be able to get entire like consensus surrounding it. You know, like you could have capitalism, you're going to want people who want communism. You can have communism, and then you're going to have people who want capitalism. And someone can always pipe up, but what about the people who don't want to do that thing? And it's like, I mean, that's what happens when you live in a democracy, right? Is that you try to like fulfill individual liberties and principles, but yeah, there do have to be some compromises and consensus met where you try to maximize the majority amount of people that are happy. But yeah, not everybody can be happy. There's undoubtedly people who would not like that shift, right? I know that it's very unpopular.
Okay. Armagad for $8. These are 3 statements and a question. They are: communism equals the death of art. Communism equals the death of free expression. Communism equals outdated ideology that belongs in the past. And then they said, are these orgies under Aaron's idea of communism?
Are there orgies?
Oh, I'm sorry. Are there orgies?
There will be orgies under communism, and they're going to be more fun because they're going to be even bigger, because communism is all about equality, guys. So the more people in the orgy, the better, obviously.
Whoa.
That's going to be my elevator pitch for communism is like better orgies. I think that's a good starting point.
That beats my pitch any day of the week.
Do you share the Vosh position that like having sex with someone is the same level of like a handshake?
I'm really curious about this. I have a feeling that's not what Vosh said.
I am never shaking his hand. I don't know.
You could link me where he said this.
He said, okay, I'm trying to remember exactly. He made some comment about like how open relationships are conceived of as wrongly, because what's the difference between like, you know, your girlfriend like hanging out with a male and working with a male and shaking their hand? And he kind of said like it should be conceived of as no different than having sex with them. I'm pretty sure that's what he said, Adam, right? I'm not strong.
Going off of that, I guess he is saying like there's a lot of intimacy to be found in non-sexual related activities. So if your opposition is not just to that,
I know, good faith Gary just entered the stream.
Maybe it's so charitable that it's like bordering on dishonesty or whatever. Yeah. But I don't know. I feel like there's probably more nuance to that take than just like he basically said, if you have, that's like, you know, if there's a dick in your hand, that's the same as a handshake. What's the fucking difference? I'm sure there's more to it than that.
Yeah, there was, but it's probably sort of kind of what you're saying. But I mean, I still think it's ridiculous.
I think he equated the first time you have sex with going bowling.
Oh, that was it. Yeah.
Yeah.
There are a lot of non-monogamous people who they're alongside a lot of people who just want to be progressive, but really they are just overly horny. And I think seeing other people as like disposable, or just seeing anything sexual as like a frivolous thing or whatever, something that comes and goes and you can have it with anyone, that's just wrong image of non-monogamy. And most people who do non-monogamy in a healthy way do not look at the potential of other partners or their potential of their partner sleeping with other partners as like a thing to just skate by.
People are usually worried about users, people who are just going to use them. How do you get around? How do you practice non-monogamy without being a user?
Talking, honestly. I was
you tell them, listen,
for a while.
I'm using you for sex, but I don't really like
there are people who are going to do that. But the thing is, there are people who are monogamous that are going to do that too. And there's this idea that if you are non-monogamous, that all of the other people who are non-monogamous aren't users like that. And that's why they practice non-monogamy. But that's not true. There are users in both areas.
Look, I think you should find someone and fall in love. That's my take.
Oh, you're talking about everybody else.
For everyone, yeah. I think that's what you should be shooting for.
Yeah, but there are people like me who can fall in love with like multiple individuals.
Well, stay away from those.
I feel like I could fall in love 20 times over.
Okay, my advice to you guys, stay away from those people, okay? If someone ever says I just fall in love with a lot of people, run.
Is the stable still open?
I fall in love with a lot of people, Sitch. We could talk about. Is the stable still open,
Chaeiry? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, it's not so.
Okay. Run as fast as you can. Okay.
Okay. Bull Moose for $5 says, tell them about Adam's custodial voting idea that men should get to vote in place of their women in addition to their own vote.
That's not my custodial voting idea. So
yeah, how do you guys feel that Adam's position is that husbands should get their wives' vote?
That is not true, but I am curious what you would think of that.
Based Adam. Really would
Okay.
like the only people who should be
Wow.
allowed to vote are men, obviously.
There you go.
Look,
There you go.
I don't like the idea that we're disenfranchising Americans, so I think they should abolish the voting age, and I think that parents should be able to vote for their children until they're 18 years old. I call it custodial voting. So if you have 3 kids, you'd get your vote, and you'd vote for your 3 kids as their custodian.
Do you vote as their proxy or do you vote on their behalf? Like when I say by proxy, I mean like do you actually try to have some sort of conversation with your kid about the candidates and
Well,
see which
I
ones that
would.
they do
Look-
it and take it to the ballot box? Or do
Look,
you
as
just
a
do it
good
like
parent,
I'm taking their
I would.
votes?
Look, as a good parent, I would. And if I had a super genius kid at 12 that was smarter than me, I'd be like, you vote for us.
Aw.
You figure this out. Look,
Yeah, but if they
who should
disagree
we
with
be
you, they're
voting
not
for?
smarter than you, right? So
Well, look, who's going to disagree with me? They're my kid. They don't want the beatings.
yeah,
So-
exactly.
Yeah, they're a little Adam. They're just gonna be like a
So
little
what-
carbon
so what do you-
copies, nothing to worry
So,
about.
look, I don't like to disenfranchise Americans. Look, I believe in democracy. What do you guys think of this? Are you guys anti-democracy?
No.
Um,
And fuck Vivek for saying that it needs to go up to like 25 and have all these stupid like like civics exams and stuff like that. I hate this trend
I don't know
of
why
like
anyone would
I
listen to
hate
him.
it too.
He's only voted twice, and he's running for president.
Wow.
Based.
Well,
That guy's
I mean,
a
he's
joke.
pretty young. Maybe he only could vote twice. I don't know.
No, I
he
think that's what-
opted out of voting.
I know. I'm just.
Oh really?
Yeah.
How old is he?
Yeah.
How old do you have to, is he
He's
like the minimum age that you
38?
need to be? Oh, okay. He's 30. He's 30. I thought he was like
Right, 38. Yeah. So he's 35 is the minimum, right? 6 3 years. But
Only
They're saying-
2.
They're telling everyone in the chat is like, based Adam, and they're like, he's not memeing. He's serious. Hell yeah, I'm serious. What are you talking about?
okay.
I mean, I like it. I like it, Adam. These are some radical ideas. Like you guys kind of present yourselves like the enlightened centrists or whatever. I
Mhm.
don't know. From what you've been saying, like these are definitely ideas that fall outside the
wait. So do you
mainstream.
actually like Adam's idea that like parents should get extra
Custodial
votes for their
voting is the
kids?
thing.
Do you
Like,
actually
why
like
are
it?
we
I think it's a terrible idea.
disenfranchising
I
people?
think this is a stupid
It's just going to
idea.
be people breeding for no other reason but a freaking vote. That's a
That
terrible
look,
reason.
that
to
is
pop
that
out
is
kids.
not going to happen. Look, people are not
That-
willing
that
to
is
have
definitely
kids
gonna
so that
happen.
they can sleep in on Saturday. They're not going to have a kid so they get an extra vote. That is never going to happen. Okay, and also it's just what. These people are included on census, like they get
What do you do?
representation. The
gets the
representatives get a
vote?
bigger district because of these kids. Why
Who
the hell are we
gets the vote when there's
disenfranchising
an
them?
unfortunate teen pregnancy and there's a 50-year-old girl who has a 2-year-old? Who gets that vote?
The parent would get the vote for the grandkid too.
So the grandkid. So the person who was a mother can even freaking vote. That's crazy.
If she's not 18, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, when she turns 18, she gets 2 votes.
Adam,
Right.
do you think that this would encourage birth rates? Because people would be just so giddy to vote for their kids that they'll literally start like having
I
shit
don't-
sets of kids to
Look,
maximize it.
I don't think it would, but if it did, who cares? I think we need more people anyway.
You are gonna like make the like evangelical vote like quadruple because they're the ones with the kids, man. So if that's what you want, that'll be like the society. This is like the monkey's paw or whatever, which is like, okay, I'm gonna grant you the parental like the custodial voting or whatever, but we now live in an evangelical theocracy because that ends up being who actually dominates the polls now.
Well, then
True.
I might change. I might modify my position.
Yeah.
A little bit.
There you go.
I
Maybe
definitely
only
don't
to
want.
like secular parents.
I don't look. We have the Bill of Rights, thank goodness. So I don't think we're going to be in a theocracy anytime soon. But maybe progressive parents could catch up. That'd be cool.
There you go.
Maybe. I feel like I'm just gonna say this. This
Yeah.
is like to me. Chaeiry told me once, and by me I mean an audience I was a part of watching a stream. She said that Demon Mama wanted to abolish bedtime, and I feel like this is an extension of that. Viewing like being a parent almost as like a tyrant, and that we're trying to extend democratic rights to like babies and like 6-year-olds because it would be tyrannical for them to like not vote.
Well, isn't this
Well-
the inverse? Because he's saying that the parent gets the kids' vote,
Right.
so they're like more tyrannical.
Right? You
No, but
could
he's
say,
saying a good
listen,
parent
if you
would
don't
actually
go to
listen to
bed,
the
I'm
kid
going to
and what
vote
they
for
want.
Trump.
Sure.
They're
I
going
mean,
to say,
Adam is
look, go
saying
to
that
bed,
he's
or I'm
trying
going to
listen,
cast your vote for Trump right now.
Listen,
That
Adam
could
is
be a
saying
good
that
bedtime thing.
because he's trying to sell the position. But we all know in reality that most parents are not going to listen to their dumb 12-year-old kid's idea on who to vote for.
Of course.
Yeah,
not.
they're gonna tell them who they want. It's just gonna be like doubling up their own.
Yes.
But most people, we can't even get half the country to fucking vote, you know? So I don't know how enthusiastic they'd
Sure.
even be. You could put,
Voter turnout is going up though, especially
Yeah.
with people with a culture war raging.
Though you could be right because Adam's original position, which everyone hated, was that he did think kids should just be able to vote, and then it
Well, I was
modified
for
into-
lowering the voting age.
The lowering the voting age was if you're old enough to stand up and reach the podium to vote, you can vote.
Abolishing the voting age does sound more based, but
then you changed that because everyone hated it to the custodial voting.
custodial voting is a better position. Look, I think
it's a more tenable one. It's still a bad one, but it's more.
I think I was incorrect, and I listened to people who had better advice. So and I adjusted the position. That's the adult thing to do, right? Sitch?
Sure.
We could break bread over. I'm interested in like abolishing. I just had a conversation about this with Prime Kai's on like his Reverie. We were talking about like American gerontocracy and like how so many people in the Senate and the Congress
horrible.
are like, are just, it's like elder abuse at this point, watching like them being like, come on, Diane, vote yay, or you're not getting your fucking pudding cup. It's awful to watch. And I was saying that I think the way to encourage like younger people to even participate in civics would be to abolish like you need to be 38 to run for president. Like forget it. I think if you're 18 and if you're already like, why can't you run for president at 18? Why can't you be in the Senate if you're 21? I don't get it. I disagree
with this, but okay.
Really?
Yes.
Why? You think
I do not want an 18-year-old. I don't trust 18-year-olds to run for president or Congress.
No, you don't have to vote for them. I'm just saying they should be allowed to run, I think.
No, fuck them.
Yeah.
Grassroots Hegemon for $10 says, Sitch, take Chaeiry up on the offer. You can have 2 work wives and a third host. You can have a work harem. Listen, Chaeiry, I missed my opportunity with Chaeiry. The stable is closed. So,
I don't know. We'll
wait, what were we about to say?
I all opened
for
it
the
right
content. I might have to open it. We'll see.
Wow. Oh, wow. Look at that. Okay. Well, there you go. There's still hope, everybody. Joe the Mig for $2 says, command is the only way communism can exist practically.
Command economy?
Yeah. Do you agree with that, Aaron?
No, they're describing like state capitalism. Right. No. They should read The People's Republic of Walmart. This talks about the ways that we could incorporate financial planning into the economy without it being entirely like a command economy, and how a lot of some of the like largest corporations that we rely on globally, like Walmart, like Amazon, already do a lot of internal financial planning for them to function, and they function very well. And that why couldn't you kind of use some of the ideas like this as like a framework for instituting it in the government?
The problem with that book is that Walmart, all they do is manage distribution of goods for retail, and the economy is so complicated that what they're doing, Walmart couldn't effectively manage that book paints Walmart as something that I don't think Walmart could actually even do. It's a little overambitious.
I read it years ago because I can't remember like exactly what he recommends or whatever, because I don't know if he's like necessarily saying that like Walmart, if it's like the government should try to like look to these companies to adopt the internal financial planning that they have in some of the like economic policies, like in Congress and in law, or if they're saying that we should basically look to like, you have an entire network set up, it just needs to be like public, and like socialized instead. I think that may have been one of the proposals.
They would want to replicate like Walmart.
I'm saying I can't remember if they're talking about replicating the financial planning and like having that in public, or if they're talking about the government either looking to like seize or basically make these like public resources, like make Amazon, like Amazon's perfect, but it just needs to not be privately owned.
Oh, nationalize. Oh, okay. That's
like nationalize them basically.
That's
it runs into the problem of
civil war.
Well, no, the outsized gains thing. Like people manage companies because they are benefiting from the company, but as soon as you nationalize the company, they're no longer benefiting from the company, so their incentive to manage it well goes out the window. So
exactly, and then you have companies who are managing for their benefit that fail to do what they're set out to do. Walmart would be a company that started to fail, but they failed because they looked for places that they can extend to, because they wanted to be everything as a seller. They looked at Amazon and were envious of that, tried to do Walmart 2-day shipping on a website, and they failed to do so. It just, I don't know.
But if it were public, you could fund it, right? And like fix those stuff.
You could fund what? A company that was short-sighted and couldn't see what the market was going to want in the future and failed to jump and try to play catch up and become the giant that crushes the competition. That would be like Walmart would be a horrible company to just up and look at, because they were like a giant for this one point in history. Do you know what I mean?
Do we think Walmart isn't already a horrible company?
Well, Well,
I feel like that's my position.
They got to where they were, and it was they did good, right? They did good. They became a giant. They expanded well, but then technology advanced and they were behind. And they didn't make the right choices, I think.
I think you're right. Because I think
that's
the idea of like trying to be
looking. Okay, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, like, I think you're right that like they did institute like Walmart Plus, and it just basically tried to like copy Prime. But like, I don't know if that was the direction to like try to take the company, because like you're not going to be able to like compete with Amazon by trying, like, you're just going to be second, you know?
Exactly. Walmart was innovative, and then they saw the markets change and they were no longer innovative. They were playing catch up. So this is what capitalism addresses. A company like Walmart gets complacent. They start focusing on profit and they stop focusing on research and development. And then, then an Amazon can come up. Amazon will eventually become complacent. So I wouldn't want the government looking to nationalize any of these companies or looking to take some sort of innovation from these companies for what brought them to where they are, because where we are going, like sometimes it's not good to follow that
race to the bottom. Yeah.
You just need UBI, and then you let the private sector take care of it.
I love it.
Yeah, once everything is in 10 years, right?
I mean, it is simple.
In 10 years,
10 years when everything's...
If you had UBI, would you still work? Would you find something
I'd still work,
to do?
yeah. I'd want like supplement. I think to most people, they would use it as like supplemental income. They wouldn't try to live like a subsistence living. I think most people want their standard of living to be more than that.
Yeah, the idea of UBI is it would give you enough to live kind of in poverty, really. I mean, poverty by any of our standards. Like
like basic necessities being met, but nothing more.
Exactly.
No luxuries.
Exactly. And you could live that way, obviously, because you know, people live hand to mouth with basic necessities alone, and they feel fine about that. But you just take the work out of the equation, which, I mean, a lot of people would take that.
So Dan Irish just sent us this article.
I know. I tagged him on it.
There's some robot called an Apollo that apparently they have 2 prototypes of, which can pick up boxes up to 55 pounds and navigate warehouses with some level of efficiency. So.
Yeah, no, the reason why Tesla is working on a robot is because that's the future Tesla worker.
Sure.
Yeah.
I don't know how close we are to it. But
yeah,
it says full production by the end of 2024.
Yeah, but okay, we'll see.
Tesla got to where it is for its battery. They are becoming a company that's like working to do automation. So it's just you're taking a successful company that has this successful product and then wanting to build something different.
How do you feel about Elon calling his factories the Giga Factory?
Fucking Giga cringe, more like.
I mean, it is kind of like Giga Chad, right?
Yeah. Jonathan Smith for
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say one day you have me on and I will tell you all of the things I hate about Elon.
Okay. Jonathan Smith for $20 says communism controls people and needs control to exist. From Martin Luther King Jr. Means are pre-baked into the outcome. So communism is tyrannical. Labor is not communism. My labor, my choice. I will slave for what I choose, not your dictate.
For a second, I thought MLK had joined the Zoom call. Holy shit.
I know.
What an impression.
Thank you.
You have to do Obama next.
I can't really do a good Obama, so
no,
I'll work on it.
Think of any other like civil rights leader. I'd love to hear it.
Trump, that's a civil rights leader, right?
Yeah, true.
So, but anyway, do you have a response to that comment?
I was so caught up with the theatricality of the performance that I can't I couldn't even contend with
the gist of it is MLK is against socialism.
No. Well, that is true, but the gist of it. So MLK very famously said the means are pre-baked into the outcome. So what he's saying you can't have he was very anti-consequential. So you can't have violent means to bring about peaceful ends was his position. And so this person is saying communism requires control to exist and is tyrannical by nature. Therefore, you can't have a non-tyrannical communist government.
It's hard because I feel I hate I feel like MLK has recently kind of become like this Rorschach test where people kind of use this piece together different like out of context, quotes and things from his like speeches and like what he preached to kind of ventriloquize him almost as like he basically like everyone thinks MLK agreed with them. I've never met somebody who was like MLK wouldn't like me or wouldn't be on my side. If you ask a Republican, they'd be like MLK would be a Republican. If you ask a Democrat, they'll say MLK would be a Democrat. And I see like a lot of sanitizing and like whitewashing of like his political legacy because I think it's more
People think
economically
he would be Republican?
Yeah. I feel like I hear this talking point all the time from the GOP. The same way that they're like this is the party of Lincoln. They're usually championing MLK as like he wouldn't be on board with these democratic policies. He would be opposing them. He would be joining with Republicans to oppose this like CRT that he would like MLK was all about colorblindness, Like I see MLK as like kind of used in that way. Even though MLK like I think there's something in the conversation that you had with Josiah was, Sitch, did you think that MLK was not in favor of reparations?
I don't believe that came up. He said he was in favor of a check at some point. They had a famous speaker
because
who said we want our check. So
he had speeches about like 40 acres and a mule and how like that was promised to Black Americans and they weren't given that. And he also did talk about how like he basically agreed with the personal philosophy of like people should look to strive to like pull themselves up by their bootstraps, but that Black people were emancipated, but they were basically endowed with the freedom to starve, the freedom to live in poverty and in fear because they weren't actually given any sort of like meaningful recompense or alternatives to the lives that they had just led. So he was like, it would be cruel to tell a bootless man to pull himself up by his bootstraps. So to me, maybe I'm taking it a step further than he would, but to me, it sounds like he was in favor of some form of reparations.
Yeah, no, my understanding, I believe he was in favor of some form of reparations. I don't remember the context that we're talking about that with Josiah last time, but I mean, I don't know what my position is on MLK. The thing that annoys me is that when I look back at his works, I mean, he's very obviously seemed to believe in liberalism and the principle that our system and our liberal system could produce a racially equal society and could produce an income equality for workers. And that he, even though he did like, some of the welfare and social programs that existed in Norway and some other European countries, he was not in favor of abolishing private property. He was not in favor of advocating for communism or anything to that effect. And the people that are kind of putting him as this radical leftist is not true, when he was very much opposed to a lot of the radical leftism that was existing in the civil rights movement, and he spoke out against it.
I think it's because MLK spoke positively, and what I mean by that, I mean that in the like neutral sense of the word, not like favorably, but just like he spoke mostly about what he supported and didn't really do like a lot of polemics or like railing against too many policies or anything like that. So when people are like MLK wouldn't like this, he wouldn't like that, it's hard to say because so much of what his rhetoric and like preaching focused on was like being champions of like the underdog, the working class, the Black man, the Black woman, the Black child, and just being pro them. But you can really fill in the gaps with anything you want and say like, well, if he's pro this, it must necessarily mean he's anti this, he's anti that. And that's what I feel like people kind of like ventriloquize their own positions and like project that onto him when it's like he didn't really ever speak to that. So we can't really know.
I think that's mostly true, except he did explicitly speak out against communism several times as a religious person, saying that he was against materialism and he was against communism's, he was against communism being so materialistic and the whole idea of the corruption of the individual. So
I see.
But anyway, and also he was in favor of nonviolence. I know I've been hearing people say that he secretly is in favor of violence, which is a complete lie, and I don't know what they're talking about when they pull that out of their butts. But
I think they're talking about The Other America, the speech where he talks about riots being the language of the unheard. But it's in a.
But if you actually read the whole speech, he does not.
Say, in the context of that speech, he's pretty firmly like you should try to first and foremost
be understanding and sympathetic. Yeah. Right. But then he also says it's still really bad. So everyone really leaves out the second part. Pixel, thanks so much for the first ever super chat. It says communism requires centralization of power. Centralization of power equals dangerous and easily corruptible. Capitalism has a good degree of decentralization.
True.
I mean, the type of communism or like leftism that I'd like to see instituted would not be this like kind of like top-down dictatorial organization of government. So they can go talk to the tankies about that, I guess.
I think it's hard because we've never seen, to my knowledge, like a big country exist under the sort of co-op only model of socialism. So it's hard for people to
Yeah, there's
conceptualize it.
like only small kind of experiments like
Right.
madrigals, like what Noam Chomsky talks about, or like Rojava, like these like smaller scale things.
Mhm.
But like you're right that like data is certainly incomplete when it comes to like what would this look like on a large scale? What would this look
Right.
like, in all of Europe or all of the United States where you have 230 million people?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, but
I'm skeptical it could work on a large scale, but
like sometimes I see, and I hate to be like the 700th person to say this, but like obviously Hassan has the capability of running this co-op shit, this
True.
socialist type of thing that he's always bragging about. He's capable of doing it, but he lives in his
he's an
mansion,
idiot and
right?
he's
He's
lazy.
capable of
He lives in his
financing
mansion.
it.
He wears his Gucci shirts. It just feels like a lot of the people
Does he really?
who preach socialism, it's like they like the idea of it, but if they're going to be the only one who does it, and then all of a sudden they have to live the same as everybody else, but then there are rich people who exist, they don't like that. It's like,
Hmm.
no, either everybody is on the same low level, like this level as me, or I'll just preach socialism from like my castle. And to me, that's you don't actually like that world then. You don't like that situation then.
Based.
Well, I think
True.
maybe their whole it's like this 5D chess strategy of like holding themselves up as like, see, this is why we need more regulations
No,
and
no
restrictions.
chance,
Oh,
no
because
come
chance.
people like
You have a
me
mansion and a
make a
Gucci.
career off of advocating for
Fair.
You have a
communism, and you
mansion
need to
and
like
a
restrict
closet
me
of Gucci, and you think that that's to sell the socialist idea? No,
for the working man.
to the working man. Yeah, because everybody's gonna have a mansion and a fucking Gucci closet.
Under
I don't think
communism,
so.
yes, everybody gets an
No.
Xbox, everybody gets a Gucci belt. Under
They
any
do
version
not.
of communism that
People
I
are
like,
not even
they
making
do.
Xboxes. Like, I don't
Or
know.
like I don't know like game consoles. What's like the most recent one? I feel like such a boomer.
It is or the PS5 was the newer model. I think so.
PS7.
The PS7. Everyone gets a PS7. There you go. And a pony. Why not?
And you don't actually believe that, right? That you're just trolling. Like
I
Hassan
threw in
is
the pony thing because
being
of like
rich to be like, look, you shouldn't be like me. Let me live lavishly so people get mad.
Like we just
That's not like
wouldn't.
real, right? That's just you're just
I don't
Yeah,
think
is
that
it
like
really
what I don't like when people make these criticisms about
Mhm.
like, Hassan's materialism and stuff like that. I'm like, would you take him any more seriously if he was wearing a barrel with a pot on his head? Like, I feel
That's
like people would
not
still
what I'm
disagree with
asking.
him.
All that's
Well, no,
so
but I think
dramatic. I'm
people-
just
I think
asking him to do the co-op that he says works so fucking well.
Yeah, I think people would take him seriously if he was out there like filming like, oh look, I'm streaming at like the co-op that I'm building with, Richard Wolf or whoever, like then he's like, oh, he was actually like trying to enact the policy as opposed to just sitting in his room eating nuggets and, yelling about Ben Shapiro or something.
That'd be great content.
So,
Like
We would
wouldn't
love to
want
see
this.
his co-op fail in
well,
front
no,
of everyone.
I mean, that's true. Actually, you know what? The
No.
best content would literally be if all bread tubers and the big social streamers all did a reality TV show where they all tried to run a co-op.
Yeah, that would be
make
great
$1 billion,
content.
zillion dollars, and they'd all hate it and destroy the notion
Like
of communism
communist
working.
Jersey Shore. I like it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh my God.
I just don't think that we would let anyone else preach and be taken seriously in any other situation, but we
Yeah,
do
we do.
it
What do you
for
mean?
socialism.
We do it all. This
No,
is like Joel
Trump.
Osteen.
Not seriously, not seriously. You have somebody who tells you, "Hey, you should go out and you should marry 20 wives." And this
Right.
person only has one girlfriend. You're not taking them seriously. This person never even married one wife. You're looking at them and you'll be like, "Okay, this is a funny show. This is a bit. That's not a
Right.
real person.
I
That's not a
agree.
real
You're talking about the red pill
lifestyle that you
community
should
now,
mimic."
right?
Yeah, kind of.
Yes. True. I mean, it's
The
weird. There's
people
all those red
who-
pillars out there that are like,
The
yeah,
people who buy hookers and prostitutes but tell you how
that
to
they're
have a
getting
trad
them-
life.
Yeah. They take the
Mhm.
picture of them with the hooker on
Well, at
Twitter
least
and
they
like,
have the decency to do that in private. Like the evangelical preacher. He's doing crank in a hotel room and having gay sex privately.
Yeah, but
Hassan
he's
does it
not-
in front of everyone like every day.
Yeah, but he's not advocating for it.
Well,
No,
no,
the
but
preacher doesn't do it privately. We've seen that guy buy his third jet. So
That's true.
Mhm.
those
Well, no,
people are not
look,
humble.
Well, I'm saying, look, the preacher is preaching against a degenerate lifestyle and not parading
Oh, not
around
getting caught.
showing
Yeah,
a
yeah.
degenerate lifestyle. Hassan is preaching a socialist lifestyle
Mm,
where
no,
he doesn't live a socialist lifestyle. It's painfully obvious.
no. This is the same because the whole rich man needle haystack into heaven. I don't know the whole thing. I don't follow the
Mhm.
Bible, but that's the preacher thing. But we still have these flashy, pimped out suits. This is my third jet.
Yes.
Pray, please pray, please donate the money. Call this line because I need my third jet because coach is demonic. Like, no, these people are materialistic in front of our face and they shouldn't be. But it's
True.
rewarded. It's applauded.
True.
Chaeiry, you're saying no one would take them seriously, and I think I
They
would have agreed
shouldn't,
with
but they
you
do. That's
before.
what I'm saying.
Okay, then like maybe it's like I would have agreed with you, I guess, before 2016, because I never would have thought that like, you know, a billionaire like Trump could be actually pitching to the American people that like, yeah, I'm basically just like you. I'm for the working man. And it's like, dude, you're a billionaire. You're like raised in wealth. You went to like the best business school in the country. But, you know, a lot of people actually found that to be a convincing pitch. So I don't know how much people actually demand authenticity of their like, you know, thought leaders on their in their personal lives.
And when I see that, when I see the type of support that Trump has, when I see on the opposite end, the type of support that Hassan has, and then I also see the type of support that these pimped out millionaire pastors have, the only thing I think of is we need to invest more money in education because these people are dumb.
I don't think that's going to help, but
it's the only option I think that I can think of.
It's not the people when you say like dumb, they're not intellectually stupid.
They are stupid.
No.
I don't think they're dumb.
They have an emotional attachment to something, right? Like with like Trump support, like people like Trump supporters, they know that Trump is not really the average working class, you know, middle American, whatever, but they're willing to overlook, you know, flaws because they still support because they think he's going to destroy some enemy of theirs, something worse. Right, like
this person,
like you know the meme of like I can't take you down, but he can. They're like that's Trump. Trump is the big monster that's going to take down the big evil left monster.
He's going to.
And I think if you are educated, and I think if you are taught better critical thinking skills at a young age, you do not get to the point where you believe a man who's promising you to build a wall for the third term, the third run. You don't think that man is going to solve your problems. That's what I'm saying. Like, to me, maybe stupid is the wrong word. They lack any critical thinking skills.
Well, so I think the problem is the way people tend to think is that they don't approach a situation. They say, okay, let me use my big logic brain to try to figure out like who to vote for, what's the best policy, blah, 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 blah. What happens is people are kind of like hit with an issue and their lizard brain emotion, the emotion part of their brain that kind of reacts instantly, has an emotion about something. And they have a moral intuition about some situation, and then the logic, intelligent part of your brain
are not smart
like
enough
post hoc rationalizes like whatever your emotions, whatever your intuitions are. So that's why I'm saying I don't think it's like an intelligence issue. I'm not sure. Like maybe if you taught people how you think about things in terms of how to like you need to pause and break away from your sort of emotional intuitions.
I think we are talking about the same thing. You just don't like using the word stupid. Or intelligence.
Well, no, because a lot of intelligent people with high IQs are
incapable of getting there because they're stupid.
Well, no. So what I mean is a lot of people with high IQs who would not be considered quote stupid do a lot of stupid shit because of this, because of how people think.
Yeah, I would agree. There are people with high IQs that support the. You know what? I'm not going to go down this route because I'm a moderator.
Ben Carson.
I'm a moderator, and I do not hate anybody who votes in any direction.
Listen to this.
What you're
who do you hate that comes
say they're all retards. Shout that they're all retards.
No, I say sheep.
Okay.
Sheeple. Chaeiry, you sound like an undercover like Democratic strategist because what you're describing has been
I'm not undercover. I'm a moderate Democrat. I'm a liberal.
Moderate, but very transparently, what you're describing has basically been the Democratic Party's strategy since like the 1950s, where the strategy was basically like we're going to abandon trying to fulfill the New Deal and organize labor, and we're going to reach out to what was dubbed like the learning class, and they recognize that the learning class, people who are college educated, you know, young urban professionals who were going to be the winners of like a post-industrial society. And they needed to start courting these like people with college educations as opposed to the unwashed masses who have never been to college and they do blue collar jobs or whatever. So when you're like, they need to get educated, it's like, I mean, yeah, this is what the Democratic Party wants people to do. So they'll go vote for them.
I'm not sure that happened in the 50s.
It's not necessarily to vote for me.
Maybe the 60s.
Or to vote Democrat. I think that there are people who can. This is why I'm agreeing with Sitch that there are people who are high IQ, they're intellectual, and they still vote Republican. Right. It's because they have just different
priorities,
different beliefs. It's not because they're dumb or something. I think that you're dumb when you think that building a wall is going to result in you being able to buy your first house. I
Right.
don't think that you
I understand what you're
understand
saying.
what
Yeah.
correlates
I
together.
understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
You should read Jonathan Haidt's The Righteous Mind. I think you'd find a lot of utility in it. So
Okay.
check it
I
out.
was going to say you should read George Lakoff's Moral Politics,
No,
where he talks
no,
about.
don't
You
read
don't
that.
like George
George-
Lakoff?
Lakoff.
Lakoff,
I
how
feel
do you
like
say his name?
Yeah.
Did I do
Well-
something wrong? I feel like
I've
it's
read-
only
I've-
when people
look-
say
Chaeiry's
dumb
heart right
shit
now.
that you're
No,
like,
no,
go
no,
read
no.
this, go read
Listen,
that.
listen.
I've
Sherry,
read Moral
you did everything
Politics.
wrong. Okay.
That's interesting that you have. Have
Did
you
you
read
like
any
it?
other? Have you read any other Lakoff? Yeah, I mean,
I've read excerpts from Don't Think of an Elephant, but just those two.
yeah, I don't think his lens for looking at politics is accurate. I do think Jonathan Haidt has a better way of looking at politics than Lakoff. But Lakoff, obviously, I mean, he did great work when it came to metaphors. His book, Metaphors to Live By, is amazing. Like, everyone should read that book. So,
Well, I want
Hold
to
on.
I want to be clear, Cherry. We basically tell everyone on the show to read Jonathan Haidt, Righteous
Yeah,
Mind.
yeah, I was just
But
wondering.
it's just it sort of I think he puts the conversation in a better way that I could and explains it in a better way. And it sounds like you already kind
That
of like
book might
you're already
be on my
there.
reading list.
Right.
I
You're already
have,
there. So
I
it's
just
like
want to
the
make it
secret.
clear.
Yeah.
I'm not saying because your chat thinks I'm a straw man and I'm bad faith. I am bad faith, okay? But I am trying to be fair in this situation.
don't say that. Come
I
on.
under,
But how are you
I do-
defining
I have-
bad faith? Look, people
I
use
don't
bad
know.
faith.
I'm just gonna let them say
No, it's
bad
fine.
faith.
It's fine.
I
Just
think
move on.
I do look down a bit on people who voted for Trump because it's directly against my interest. Okay,
you're
That's
you're
me
an
being
elitist.
honest.
That's not
Fair
bad
enough.
faith.
Fair enough. Listen, there's lots of stupid people out there. I
But
argue
I
with them on Twitter
acknowledge-
all the time. Okay.
I acknowledge that there are not people who are voting for Trump because they're stupid. There are people who voted for Trump and will vote for, if he becomes the candidate, they'll vote for him again because he aligns with their interests. The conservative judges, less degeneracy in society. Like there are
Trump's
interests
a
that
huge
might
degen.
not. Yeah, I understand
Trump
that there
is
are.
the grab him by the
reasons why
pussy
you would
guy
choose
is
him.
about the less degeneracy.
Stormy Daniels.
They don't. It's not even seeing him as the one. So the fact that he's a hypocrite who will still give them the judges that will get them the results, like they don't care. It's
A lot of
literally the
people are voting
results
for
that
Trump
matter.
because he's a middle finger to the establishment.
Right.
Yeah. But like you're saying,
feel like
Chaeiry, he's like a
that's too-
stand-in for their like
I don't think people are
morality. I guess.
five-head enough. I don't think people are five-head enough to do a fuck you vote.
You
I
don't
think
what?
they are. I think it's
Spite-based
not a
voting?
five-head thing. I think it's just they act on their anger and their emotion. I think it's like
especially
the
if
opposite of a five-head.
especially if they're suffering economically. I mean, a lot of
Right.
people are suffering economically.
But no, so now you want me to talk about the stupid people because if you're talking about middle finger to the establishment,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm going to vote for Trump, and his first promise is to build this expensive freaking wall, then
Mhm.
yeah, you're
Look,
stupid.
If I'm a working class guy and I'm working my ass off, 6 days a week, as much overtime as I can get, and Biden comes in and is forgiving college student loan debt, I'm like, how is that guy economically on my side?
Because he was
Again,
championing like increasing the minimum wage, and he was like championing other.
Look, I
like,
don't make
policies
minimum
that would
wage.
be-
That's not going to help me either.
I
Oh, what you're
understand
talking
being
about?
frustrated.
Somebody who's working class, but above like I guess entry level positions.
Most people don't make minimum wage. Yeah, like I think 10% of the population makes minimum wage. So yeah, he's helping those people. He's helping the college graduates, and he's helping the people who make the 10% of the population that makes minimum wage. What has he done for me? Nothing.
I understand being
I
upset
feel like he ran
there,
those.
but you could be upset there that he hasn't done something for you. Okay, I wouldn't argue what Biden did or
but
what
you're-
Biden didn't do. Let's say you are upset to see somebody forgive student debt,
Yeah,
student loan
rich
debt,
college
do
students. He's
this.
giving my tax dollars to rich college students.
Okay, and then I would ask you, how the hell does voting for Trump do anything better for you?
Well, Trump gave us a tax cut at least.
No, he gave rich people a tax cut.
No,
Yeah.
middle class people got a tax
Middle
cut
class
too.
people got a tax cut for the first year, and then the
Mhm.
second year maybe, but then their tax
No,
went
look,
up. The third and
my
the fourth.
tax-
I filed my
my
own
tax lady
okay?
made sure I knew what the Trump tax cut was every year. But
Okay, well,
anyway.
you're
Is that
going
why
off
you
your
didn't
tax
like Biden?
lady.
Because Biden
I
said
did my own.
Biden made the promise. He was like, day one, I'm reversing those Trump era tax cuts, and still they're still in place. They just quietly ended up doing it.
A third thing here. Not only did he give my tax dollars to rich college students, did he try to give a $15 minimum wage to people other than me? He also gave me a tax hike.
This is exactly no. This is why invest money in education, because the fact that you don't like what Biden is doing, but you have a bunch of people to choose from on the Republican side, and you're going to go with the person who is advocating for things that also aren't going to give you better outcomes. It's ludicrous to me.
Look, you're making an argument that people are stupid because they would vote for Trump.
No,
but you can't make that argument when it comes to economics.
I did not say that, Sitch.
Okay.
Unless you want me to turn around and start saying that you guys are fucking Trump supporters, okay? Do not misinterpret what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm saying that there are people who are stupid who think that they're going to have better economic outcomes because they are in hardship right now, that are voting for Trump when his first promise that he's never fucking presented is a wall.
Right.
But
is a wall and is stopping transitioning. These things are not going to give you better outcomes. If you are a rich Republican, you benefit off these tax benefits. If you are a middle class person and you benefit off these tax benefits, if you are a religious person and you want the conservative judges, that makes sense. I'm not saying you're stupid. You're voting in your interest. But if you're the poor person and you're voting for Trump, you're fucking dumb.
Well, no, but I gave you the economic take from a middle class person voting for Trump.
Let me insert into this.
Are you going to build the bridge?
Sitch wants to insert. Go ahead.
Let me insert here. well known for inserting at the right time. Okay. No, so
don't pull out on us here, Sitch.
So I mean, the argument that I hear people make regarding the kind of what you were saying, Chaeiry, is they say, well, they kind of make the argument that they believe that immigrant labor is like pricing out, Americans, which I don't necessarily believe, but that's generally where they, the argument that they would make. As I've said, and I think I said it in the conversation we had some weeks ago, I don't think people vote based on their economic policy. I think they have a moral philosophy. And I think the moral philosophy for people who generally lean right is the idea that when there is a problem in our society, we need to kind of like stop everything, stabilize, lock down the borders, figure out what the problem is, because it's some kind of external threat coming in and destroying our system. And I think that's why Trump, and I think Trump realized this intuitively, I think that's why when people on the right feel like, oh no, like their country's in like free fall, there's some problem, we need to like change things, they want to lock down the borders intuitively. Like that's
we're not talking about locking down the borders. We're talking about building a wall, because
but that's what building a wall represents emotionally.
Yeah,
as locking
and then that's that's stupidity. If it's you're having an emotional response, you don't understand that with Biden, our borders didn't open, and you want a wall for your emotional need to feel like the country is safe. Like
you're right. I don't disagree, but my view on it is that the left operates the exact same way, that people are voting for quote stupid emotional reasons for everything. They're not like sitting around thinking for big brain reasons why they're going to vote.
Yeah, absolutely.
There are Donald Trump is the racist and Joe Biden's going to solve racism or whatever.
Yeah, there are people who vote left. Or I'm sorry, real quick, then I'll let you go. There are people who vote left for stupid feel-good reasons too, because they think that they're curing racism long as they say yes to reparations. I understand that, and I agree. I'm not saying that this is solely a Trump supporter thing. Right. This is a sheep thing.
I understand. Yeah, you're saying for these specific issues, people are not voting within their own economic interests, which I don't necessarily disagree with.
I think to me, it's not a matter of stupidity. It's that like both parties have kind of like abandoned trying to meaningfully court labor in the way that they previously did. Like there's photos of like Nixon in hard hats. There were times where Democratic parties like really did champion laborers other than just like the teachers union, which seems to be, I feel like, the last like vestige of like appealing to like a faction of like like unions or like a large like blue collar segment of the population and voters. And so in the place of that, a lot of voters have become kind of disillusioned with the Democratic Party. And in the absence of either party promising any sort of like economic promises, they're like, well, I don't agree with the Democrats on anything except economic issues. They're not even delivering on that anymore. So I'm going to go to the Republicans because I'm not getting anything economically there, but they are going to fulfill my cultural desires. So at the very least, that stands as like a consolation to not getting the economic promises I should have.
I think, yeah, I do think that happens. People like to blame politicians for this. I blame Americans. I blame the people because it's like after FDR and after World War II, we were in this post, World War II economy. And basically, the left won the economic argument. It was kind of inconceivable that we'd ever move away from kind of a left-wing Keynesian economic model. Nixon very famously said, we're all Keynesians now. And it was really only when the kind of inflation crisis started to hit, because a combination of labor having too much power and also the oil embargo under Jimmy Carter, that people started to think, okay, we need to kind of move away from this left-wing economic system. It's creating too much inflation, too much instability. And then what happened? They voted in Reagan, and Reagan ushered in the neoliberal, let businesses do whatever the fuck they want kind of global order. But not only did he do that, Reagan won he just annihilated so powerfully. And not just him, but also the House and the Senate was so Republican after that. The Democrats became so kind of terrified that they would never win an election. And that's kind of how you got Bill Clinton kind of out of the ashes 3 terms later, who was like, oh, I'm going to be the sort of somewhat neoliberal, somewhat classical liberal kind of middle ground guy. And I think that's what shifted the Democrats' focus away from labor. But the electorate wanted that. If the electorate didn't want that, if they wanted to go back to the 50s, 60s, 70s economy, they would have voted for it.
It was like the Clintonism kind of like ushered in like the embrace of like third way politics. The DCCC had an influence in this, like this wave of kind of like business friendly Democrats, whose policies weren't looking to like meaningfully redistribute wealth, or really threaten capital in any substantial way at all, or like looking to like Bill Clinton gutted welfare. Bill Clinton helped or like was okay with like Glass-Steagall being repealed. Like he represents a lot of like in American politics, like the worst pivot I've ever seen. I know,
people
but
wanted all these policies. So I mean, yeah. So
I was too young to vote, obviously, but I look back and like to me, the Clintons represent like the worst of American politics, some of the worst that American politics has to offer.
But I mean, we didn't live through the hyperinflation of the end of the 70s.
Yeah, the same thing is like why the crime bill came into fruition or whatever, is because like they campaigned on that. Yeah, that was like what people wanted. So like I wouldn't expect anything else, but like we look back and people are like, well, that led to mass incarceration. Now we're trying to fix that.
Short Fat Taco, look at that. Hey, Short Fat Taco for 5 Canadian. He says, dear Straighterade. Yeah, you didn't know that?
I didn't know that either.
No,
he's a dirty Canuck.
I didn't even know there were otakus in Canada.
Oh yeah, they're everywhere. He makes good content. I don't know if you guys are familiar with this channel.
I'm familiar with him, but I haven't watched a video from him. Okay. I just know him in name only.
They're very good. Though you probably wouldn't like them. But dear Straighterade.
Why wouldn't I like him?
I mean, he shits on communism a lot, so.
He hasn't met me. That's okay.
There you go. Well, maybe you guys will talk after this.
Yeah.
He says, dear Straighterade, in a fully market socialist economy, how would a worker co-op company raise capital for expansion without it being extractive?
Sure. No, let's not get into the fucking weeds on this. All right.
Wow,
let's talk to our high
dodge. What a dodge. Oh,
I'm dodging. I'm dodging.
Dodge.
Because I don't think I would talk to him. I'll talk to short fat otaku. Oh my god. Yeah. Individually about this stuff, but like I will spare everybody the conversation on like the very specific and the minutia of like economic reforms that I would embrace.
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much. Okay. Do that boring stream on his channel. None of us care.
There you go. Well, there you go, Dev. Adam, please don't give people blunts.
Look, come on. It was fun. Everyone in the chat was begging.
Like, so stupid. Okay. Let's see. Oh, Daniel Irish for $20. He said, hey, Adam, asked the guests if they support UBI. And you did ask that.
I did. Yeah, we talked about it. So,
Mithram 6 for 500 Kazarks. Thank you. Says,
they do sound like future UBI supporters, Dan. So that's good.
Right.
Go ahead. Sorry to interrupt, Sitch.
You will end up with a dictatorship because people are naturally entrepreneurial, and dictatorship is the only way how communists eventually manage to stop people from recreating capitalism. I'm from a former communist state. This was their constant struggle.
That's true, yeah. If the only hierarchy that people can climb, because you've basically taken the hierarchical stuff out of the private sector, the hierarchy that they will climb is politics.
That exists right now. Like, do we have a dictatorship? Obviously not. We have like a constitutional republic. But in a lot of ways, like I tell people, you may as well look at the president kind of as like an elected king, and the head of the Senate, like the Senate majority leader, is basically the prime minister. That's kind of how it works in this country.
Yeah, but the will to power that people have, they can use it productively in the private sector to form businesses, products, and services that serve the population.
Right, but I think people discount the, like, I guess what I don't like is people seeing, and like I guess right now there's ample reason for people to have distrust in like certain institutions or their government, disillusionment with all of those things. But I feel like they're kind of throwing the baby out with the bathwater by thinking like these could never be reformed, or the government could never actually serve me. It's like we brought up Ronald Reagan. I feel like the Reagan line kind of still persists in the cultural imagination of like the worst thing that you could hear is like someone from the government saying, I'm here to help you, like making people hostile to the idea that your government that you pay taxes to, that you have to pay taxes to, could ever do anything positive for you, which it's not the case. Like there's plenty of.
Is there?
What do you mean?
I'm sorry. Is there ample reason to not trust government institutions?
Well, I corrected that and I said disillusionment with those institutions. Because I think like regardless of whether or not they're correct, like I think that is kind of people's perception, and it's like very clear that there is not the faith in public institutions that there used to be. I think it's too strong of a claim for me to say like there's ample reason to not trust them. I just think there is a distrust of them. Whether or not it's legitimate you'd have to get into the details, right?
For me, I think whenever I see a politician playing into some sort of like conspiracy within the government, I just think that they're farming the tinfoil hat wearing people on YouTube, because the idea that we need the government to tell us what happened for this thing, like we don't understand the need for there to be classified information.
To me, I guess the cute thing about conspiracies like QAnon and stuff like that is that they're presupposing that rich people and elites, quote unquote, actually bother to cover up the heinous shit that they do. When they don't, you could pretty much flagrantly just see on display how they choose to like use their wealth and like the ridiculous things that they do with it. So it's not really like a conspiracy to me. I feel like it's out there,
Okay, this is probably the one super lefty thing about me. I hate all billionaires. They do hide shit, but that's not the government. That's not institutions. That's rich people who feel like they are beholden to nobody. Like what? They hit individual a whole island of sex trafficked children. Like,
I know, but like Clinton and Trump went to that island. So it's like there is.
Yeah, Trump
like,
is not
the
politician.
Government? He's not the
billionaire playboy who just decided what Democrats weren't going to give him a favor this year, so he's going to run and turn Republican.
I feel like he, positioned himself as like, I'm an outsider. I'm not like your typical politician, but it's like once you become the president, you're now a politician, right? So like now he's on the inside.
And he behaved as billionaires do, thinking that they can get away with everything, trying to be hidden and secretive. And the way that our institutions function, most of it comes out. We get to see it. We get to see that people were investigating, people were aware. I don't know. I'm just.
What's your lefty take on Epstein? Did he kill himself?
I hope so. I'm glad anybody.
That's the best take ever, right there.
Nice.
Okay, I like that one.
And I hope it was difficult.
I don't know. I kind of hope he was killed. I think it's better.
I feel like it's easier when somebody else kills you. Well, the way that it's depicted in movies, the person will go do something, so someone else has to pull the trigger because a lot of people are too pussy to kill themselves. And I imagine it's really terrifying, like as you're doing it, like, oh no, what did I do? I can't undo it. So I hope that all of that happened to him.
You hope he died slowly and in panic.
And regretting it.
Right.
Do you know that there was a camera that didn't go out that was on the doorway, and they don't have anyone that came or went from the room when he killed himself?
You believe that?
Well, look, it could be a lie, but that's the evidence that people put forward who say Epstein did kill himself.
They faked
because
tape.
no one went in or out of the room.
Hillary
on
did.
the video.
Hillary went in with a bunch of guys. She sat in the corner smoking a cigarette, and she's like, "Kill
Do
him."
it.
That's
Yeah.
what
Finish him.
She's my fucking hero then.
Look,
She started.
that's what
she started,
I think.
you know, touching herself as he was dying because that's the only way
That's
she
what
could get
I
off the
thought,
grave.
Sitch. I thought Hillary came in and she taped up a photograph over the camera that made it look like nobody came and went.
There you exactly. We've seen those Ocean's 11. We know
Of
how it works.
course, yeah. And then she did go in there. She went in there with a ski mask and she's like, I'm here for Donald Trump.
Okay. Let's see. Armageddon for Jar says, Aaron, do you have a job and have you had a job before streaming?
Yes, I have. I joke around when I say I'm unemployed, but it's only because my explanation for that is like the Department of Labor Bureau stats does not consider me employed because I'm just like a gig worker. So that's all. Like I don't actually have like stable employment or anything like that. But yeah, I have my undergraduate degree in biology. I have my substitute certification. I've been like a nanny. I've done waitressing. I've done like all sorts of like weird, odd and ends jobs. Like I've worked music festivals for fun when I've wanted to like get in for free and get paid at the same time. So
she's working class and you guys are talking smack.
Yeah.
I have a background with that stuff, but everyone I guess thinks like, I don't know what people think. I guess they just think I don't do anything.
They think you're a streamer, but you don't turn on your stream.
But I don't stream. That's the thing. I just go on other people's streams.
It's not see, that's because you're not thinking like a capitalist.
Yeah,
True.
you got to get rid of this communist stuff. It's slowing you down.
Right.
Damn it. Okay. But you guys were making the case to me that some of the best communists out there, like Hassan and Vosh, are like the super capitalists. So maybe there's something to that.
That's what I'm saying. You need to be a super capitalist.
I need to be embracing capitalism.
Yes.
Be my rich friend, please.
Wow. There you go.
I'll look into it. Chaeiry, anything for you?
Nice.
Let me know if you need help.
Val Van Gogh for $40. Thank you. Says wealth inequality is extreme because inflationary practices combine with democracy. During hard economic times, people vote in politicians that deliver economic relief through inflationary tactics. New spending power ends up as more wealth for those already in position to take advantage of. In a global economy, the impacts of this on the most downtrodden are unimaginable. In the US, you end up with a whole generation of communists like Aaron.
Like me. Oh God. What if all of society was like me? That'd be terrible, right, guys? I feel like there's people like I guess what you could argue is that like what'd you say?
Nothing. Continue.
No, I said come on, repeat
I said, do you want to answer that question?
Hell yeah. No, I guess people would see me, they're correctly identifying me as like a symptom rather than like or they should be looking at me and other Zoomers who are looking to like embrace other economic models as like a symptom rather than like a problem, which is that like, yeah, if the government doesn't get their shit together and doesn't just institute basic social safety net reforms, you're going to have a lot more Zoomer communists on your hand with TikTok accounts than they ever fucking dreamed of. So, but right now they don't seem to be voting. So that's the saving grace.
WTF1A1A for $5 says, I work with a lot of teachers right now. Teachers dislike the new policies because they can't get control of their students. Some kids just suck like adults. True.
Y'all are so jaded on kids, man.
It's true.
Like why kids act out and like why they behave the way that they do. I can't remember the name, like who wrote the book. I think it was called like Changeable. And he talked about like kind of it was a book written by like a child psychologist and like PhD in education and challenging like conventional. No, he's not actually. It was like an evidence-based approach for and what was seen as radical, and it was like to treat kids with kindness. And like the reason that kids act out is not because they're really bad; it's because they don't have the tools to behave any better and like how to correct them on that, as opposed to just have all these punitive measures and hope that works.
Just fucking hit them a lot.
Yeah, just cane them.
Yeah,
we solved this long ago. Just paddles, you know.
Paddles, canes. We made society weak. Bunch of liberals came in and said, stop hitting your children, and look where we are.
Were you guys I feel like were you spanked as kids?
I was, yeah.
And like the argument that I always hear, there's mountains of evidence saying that yeah, spanking is not good, but I always hear people like I was spanked and I turned out okay.
That's Lakoff talking right there. I don't know that he's correct about that, but
well, for me, one of the big problems growing up for me was I didn't do my homework ever, and that spanking would have helped. That's just because my parents didn't force me to do it.
How would they have done? How do they force young Sitch to do anything? What would you have needed?
Sit down at this table, do your homework. I'm going to check and see what your homework is, and I'm not going to let you leave here till you do it.
No dinner? Would that be too much?
Dinner, but you can't play video games. You can't go to your room. You can't do anything else until you do your homework.
Yeah, I always got grounding. I never got spanked, so.
Yeah, I don't
That was
think
not
spanking works because I think it's short-sighted correction, and then the parent never learns how to actually uh, discipline their child or teach discipline to their child. Because when you
Mhm.
hit a certain age, your parents can't hit. I remember being the age where I was like, my mom hit me on the ass, and I just thought, wow, this bitch can't hit. And then I just stopped listening.
I
I
remember
think,
I was
And
getting
those
spanked and I made the
those
mistake of
teen
telling my mom it
years,
didn't hurt. And she
yeah.
spanked me so fucking hard right after.
wow.
I mean, they realize that they're gonna either have to like murder you, cut blood, and hopefully they're not like that deranged and that terrible of a parent, or they've at that point they don't know what to do. They throw in the towel, and at your teenage years, preteen, teenage years, like those are so important to have
Mhm.
focus and discipline in school. So yeah,
Yeah,
I don't think
I
it
think it
works.
depends on the age because there's certain I forget there's like they go through the ages of how morality forms in children. And when you have like really young kids, they don't understand anything other than force. And you're like
Corporal
trying to explain to
punishment.
them why you shouldn't do something, and they just literally don't understand. And it is true. I forget there's stages of when kids understand a morality and empathy, and young kids don't. And so you're just trying to explain to them why they shouldn't do something because it annoys you is not really gonna do
Such as
anything.
this firsthand knowledge, or this is just like your
No,
understanding of like child psychology?
this was he talks about this in Righteous Mind, doesn't he, Adam? He talks about the formation of morality
Yeah,
in children.
Pinochet.
Yeah. So
Pinochet is the researcher that went into it.
right.
You're
I forget what the
you're
exact
morally
ages were, but
you have a complete moral compass by age 12.
yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And it never changes?
No.
Well, I mean,
He's
it can
saying
change
he's
by
saying more that
environment.
you have a fully functioning moral compass.
You
It can
you
change,
know,
but
look, you know the difference between right and wrong. Obviously, psychopaths are an exception to that. They rarely, well, they learn the difference between right and wrong. They just don't
They
feel it.
can't help it, or
Yeah.
they don't control it.
right.
Well, they don't have empathy for other people. So
They don't care. Yeah.
yeah,
Like Sitch when he canes his child. He doesn't care.
True.
true.
No, that's because
yeah.
that is because you care. Is
Yeah,
what
because
I
I
figured.
love them. I'm trying to instill value and discipline.
That's what he tells us.
That's true. I just like to hit children. Ovid for $20 says money, money, money. Everything with socialism comes down to money. What is materialistic? There are basically no problems in existence that can fix by throwing cash at them. I mean, it's the conservative mindset, I guess. But
I mean,
Justice-
if they sent that in the topic of the conversation about how schools need to be funded, I know that there is evidence that shows that like simply giving schools in impoverished neighborhoods more funds is not going to be enough to overcome the like structural inequality and poverty that the students face at home. So that's like not alone or in isolation going to be a policy that actually works. But I mean, the charge of being materialistic, it's like I don't think it's materialistic to acknowledge that like yeah, the world economy is something that like demands a lot of people's or like interests a lot of people, especially people on the left or whatever. I mean, if that's a charge, then like if that's their only, if that's all it takes to be materialistic, then I guess I'm materialistic, sure, because like I'm interested in the economy. Yeah,
I think the problem is that to solve these, like I believe America spends a crap ton of money on education per child. That is more so, or at least in par with most of these Western European countries, and still has worse educational outcomes. I think the difficulty is you can't, I mean, in this way you said, you can't just throw money at a problem because there's all these other complicated environmental issues that just throwing the money is not going to necessarily solve.
Environment,
because
Yeah,
like
if people are growing up in a shitty environment, it doesn't matter.
Oh,
How much
okay, I
funding the
understand.
school gets. Yeah,
yeah, it's like okay, cool. So your school has like a new gymnasium and they have new textbooks and every kid gets an iPad now. Doesn't change the fact that if they don't have parental supervision at home, that's like making them do their homework. That's actually seeing that they get to bed on time. That makes that they're food secure. That I'm not going to say it doesn't matter because I'm sure it helps, but you're not going to see the return on investment that you probably should, given the amount of money that's being invested at that point.
Yeah, that's why you have to send them to boarding school.
True.
Yeah, you're just giving a new gymnasium to all the people who have a mom and dad and are rich.
Right.
Yeah, pretty much.
And a stable home life. Yeah, exactly.
The Justice 35, thanks so much for $20, says Straighterade doesn't know anything, about education money in the U.S. All 50 states' education funding is their biggest budget expenditure. We spend enough on schools. We need to reform the teachers union and start disciplining students.
This sounds like straight out like talking points from like a right-wing think tank that got like copy pasted and like sent in
Right.
It's
But
not
that-
just about
look-
the money, because I'm talking about readjusting how the funding structure of these schools. It's not a matter of just like a budget, like a question of like what should the budget be. I'm talking about like the way, like restructuring how we even fund it. You know, I don't
That's
think they really
correct.
understood the point.
Look,
Mhm.
that's great. Obviously the fact that it sounds like a right-wing think tank is not really a rebuttal. I do like that you did
Well, it
have a
is.
rebuttal.
Yeah.
I mean, you could leave out the part about how, oh, that sounds like a right-wing think tank.
No. I say that neutrally, just because like the thing that like really did it in for me is like it's the damn teachers unions or whatever.
Right.
But you
Right,
said
but
earlier,
look,
I'm not saying it as like a dirty word.
Look, that is a popular argument on the right. I just don't think calling it a right-wing argument just dismisses it. I think you should just answer the argument on like
True. I have to explain, because to me it's like in my head, by saying, oh, it's from a right wing think tank, it's like a given, like therefore it's silly.
Right.
But no, I need to break it down.
But yeah, and also you dismiss so what? Like maybe it's a good
Let
argument.
me first of all, I think the teachers union argument is a terrible argument.
Right.
This is for someone who I strongly dislike the teachers union because they're hyper woke, but that's not the reason that we have these education problems in our society. And if you look at the funding, I don't believe teacher salaries or even administrative salaries, which has increased through the years, but teacher salaries is not like the big thing that's sucking up all the money. So I do think it's more a discipline problem. Now, maybe the teachers union is being super woke will then kind of help create more of the discipline problems. That's possible, but
I guess like the reason
I
that
agree with you that the right is just too hand wavy on teachers union bad, and they just give this kind of simplistic answer.
I know what the solution is, because I said like the right wing talking points, because I've heard these talking points and it always leads down to like, this is why we need charter schools, right? And like school choice and charter schools have not been demonstrated to actually have the improved outcomes that like parents are looking for. You know, like it sounds good, but what ends up happening is that every parent wants to put their voucher towards like the best school in that district. It overcrowds that school, leaves all the other schools in that district like impoverished and underattended. Then they have to close down, and it has like all these different negative effects. Like I think Sweden was the one that attempted to move away from like the public schooling model towards like school choice and chartering and like embracing like privatization of like primary education. It didn't work out for them. So I implore them to go look at the outcomes in those countries first to see what it looks like when charter schools are instituted.
You're saying it's a real resource problem because like the school is like the fanciest restaurant in town. And you always think, well, why don't they just open more of these fancy restaurants that everyone wants? Well, it's hard to run a fancy restaurant. Not everyone can do it.
It's that, and it's also
resources.
It's a distribution problem, because I feel like there's ample resources. It's just a matter of like, are they they're concentrated in some of in like not the wrong areas, but there's an over concentration in some areas and then there's other areas that are completely impoverished, you know?
Well, if we could figure out how to do charter schools, like with some kind of consistency, we find a system that works and we just, we're pumping out great students like hamburgers and other things that we mass produce, cars.
You can't mass produce it.
But if we could find a way to do that, then you might be in favor of charter schools, right? It sounds like the problem is like you create a charter school and it's more like a fancy restaurant, like a boutique that only the right people can make work. And it's very hard to duplicate that process. You get too many people that want that school because it's the favorite school. That school runs into trouble accommodating everyone. All the other schools close down, and then that's the problem. But if you could make every school as good as the best school, you wouldn't have that problem.
Basically, it ends up kind of almost being like the same issues that you see with monopolies, is that like none of the other schools can compete with like what you're saying in this analogy is like the best restaurant. It puts all of those out of business, and then all of a sudden you're not actually left with more choice, even though it starts off with like school choice, right? But it's like at the end of the day, it ends up being that you actually have diminished choices because you've put out of business all the neighboring schools effectively.
So that would be more like the Walmart effect. So the best school becomes like Walmart, where they just really try to nickel and dime everyone down once they put everyone else out of business. Okay.
Or Amazon.
Have you seen that new Jubilee episode, the Black conservatives versus the white liberals?
I saw parts because Stephen was in it. Yeah.
Something about this came up, not specifically what you guys are talking about, but like the issue of affirmative action in like colleges, and should college be free? And this Asian person didn't get into MIT because affirmative action, which is a pretty racist assumption that like any Asian will get into MIT. There must be affirmative action that stopped them.
I thought that was funny too.
But for them, the idea was, well, once college is completely free, this problem goes away. And it's like, if everyone has no like barrier of entry to go into MIT because it's free, you think
It loses
everyone's getting into
prestige.
MIT?
Yeah,
No,
Like
it would
that's
lose its
not
prestige.
that's not it might not just lose its prestige, it might
Well,
lose its
it would
how
have to
effective
be
it is.
based purely on merit at that point if it was free, right? How else would they sort people to get in?
To me, I've actually, the thing that's interested me, I heard a proposal that was basically like a lottery. And then instead of having schools and like admissions councils on behalf of like all of these, or like part of all of these schools that individually assess all like thousands of applicants to their school and the application fees, you just admit that you can demonstrate that you are capable of attending the institution, whether it be like minimum GPA requirements, certain courses that you needed to have completed to attend it. And then you're thrown into this lottery, and then X number of students are permitted with each new semester or whatever. And then, from there you have a big random pool of capable candidates. And this would actually like randomize who ends up getting in instead of it favoring like the wealthiest students. You can actually have people from various backgrounds.
If it was like, say, theoretically, money isn't the issue, why should we have a lottery system as opposed to just doing like a rank order merit-based system?
Why would money not be the issue though? Because like the best students are usually, the ones whose parents could afford to have them have like private SAT tutors.
Right. I'm saying theoretically, like the college is free, right?
Mm-hmm.
In terms of that not being the money issue, why should it just not be based on merit? Why should we have the lottery?
I thought she was because like Chaeiry brought up MIT, so I didn't know. It's like, I guess in this hypothetical where we make it like MIT becomes like a state college or what?
No,
I'm
it's
saying
that
hypothetically,
nobody has
MIT,
to worry about the ticket.
Yes,
it's going to be
MIT
paid for. They just have to
free.
apply.
Yes, to anyone that can want to, as long as they can get in, it's free.
Yes.
Right. And it sounded like you were saying that it should still be like a lottery-based system. And I'm saying, why shouldn't it just be based on like the top, 1,000 or however many students they can admit, they admit?
Because like with the merit-based issue is that I think it presupposes that there isn't actually like a greater pool of capable applicants. It's that like we have to get like the best and the brightest. But to me, it's like, well, that's the purpose of college, right? Is to like gain and attain skills. And so as long as you're willing to demonstrate that, like you're able to demonstrate that you're capable of like going and like taking advantage of that opportunity, why should it necessarily be the people who perform the best in high school? Shouldn't you be measuring it based on the people who have the, I guess, like the aptitude or the capacity to perform better in college? To me, that's a better argument for it.
I think that is the
people
merit,
since the people that got the best grades, the best scores in high school, I mean, they definitely worked significantly harder than the other people, regardless of whether they had tutors or whatever.
They did work harder, but it's the difference between, like, I'm not trying to discredit like the students of like wealthier
You're kind of
parents or
saying
whatever.
merit without saying merit, though.
What do you mean?
She's saying they have aptitude, some kind of like unmeasured aptitude. Right.
Yeah, because it's like, how can you meaningfully realize or demonstrate that you have the potential to be like an exceptional student when if you come from an impoverished background and you have to have a part-time job and you don't have time to like do extracurriculars, but your grades are really good, like even if you have the grades, you're just not going to outcompete the student who also like was in rowing and had the grades too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I mean that person would still get into a good college. It just might not be like the top college.
To be fair, people put any curricular on there. You're assuming that the college prioritizes rowing. Your part-time job also goes on your college application.
Well, even if we grant, let's say like, there's a kid, they're from wealthy parents. So not only do they get, good grades, they can go to SAT tutoring and spend a lot more time on, schoolwork. So they're going to get better grades, better SAT scores versus a kid that has to work part-time job, to help his family, right? He's going to presumably get lower grades, lower SAT scores. And I'm sympathetic to all that stuff, but I still don't see why, like, so what? They'll still get into college. It just won't be MIT. It just won't be a top college.
Well, I guess because if you're asking me in the thing, like, why should it not be merit-based? It's like, I think that these institutions are kind of overlooking what would be like a valuable asset to their student population, which would be a diversity of backgrounds. And right now, the merit thing, since you're more likely to have been able to get ahead if you're from a more affluent background, I feel like my system is actually one that kind of favors and recognizes like the diversity of like having working class students or people from disadvantaged backgrounds part of your college, and then kind of, how's this not like the fulfillment of like the American dream? Like, I feel like it's better to demonstrate that like we have students who said in their, application essay that they were the child of like a single mother on a single income, and yet they graduated from MIT. I feel like that's a more impressive thing to boast on the part of like MIT than saying like, yeah, we have like the wealthiest kids in the world because like graduating from our school,
I mean, I think you're right in terms of the prestige of the college might want that.
Mhm.
I don't know if it's fair.
Well, I don't think that they do, but I think they should. I think that's something they're overlooking.
I can understand the argument. I don't think it's fair necessarily to the kids that work their ass off in high school who just because they were, affluent or their parents were affluent that, they get deprioritized in some metric.
But the flip side of that is that right now, I don't think it's fair that just because you're from an impoverished background that you're at a disadvantage just because you didn't have like your parent, you're at the mercy of your parents' choices, or your parents' life circumstances.
Yeah, but the problem is kind of like life isn't fair. And so we kind of have to balance out like, well, who gets, who are we going to kind of lean the scales in this direction? And to me, I think you just have to kind of do it on merit as opposed to trying to guess a kind of etherical, non-measured level of potential.
I think this is an area where I'm a progressive. I'm all the way on the left. But I bite every bullet. I think it's not fair, and I'm glad. Good. We needed affirmative action. Things needed to not be fair to get a demographic into higher education, because the college being free would be wonderful, but MIT is what MIT is because that university invests in an education system that produces higher learned individuals. They have professors. This is on track for just higher, like a higher degree of education. So I agreed. It sucks for some people. You didn't get into MIT. You have such first world issues. I'm so sorry. You, as whatever race you are, white, dude, Asian, you were born in a generation, in a world where the worst struggle that you have is you were born during affirmative action. So you didn't get into MIT. You had to go to a state university. Don't care. There were people who were born into slavery. That's
not work in the reverse,
tragic
though.
Fucking thing.
Doesn't that work in the reverse? Like if you're black,
what's the reverse?
If you're black, you can't get into MIT and you get into a state school. How is that not also a first world problem?
Well, so I'm saying I think affirmative action is necessary because I want them to exist in higher education. I want them to exist in higher positions in learning, because I think overall, once we are more diverse, then we don't know like what we don't know when we don't have like these people all together in these industries or whatever. Like nobody knew that, what is it called? Facial recognition software was going to fail for Black people because there was no Black people in the room when they were checking it, right? So I think that there is benefits, and there is the possibility that the next Einstein is like an Indian woman or something. And we're never going to get that if they don't start seeing representation in these other places. And that's why I'm pro affirmative action. I'm not saying it's fair. And I think that there are minority people who struggled and failed because of it. But I think, and I'm okay with it being gone now, because for the most part, I think we've gotten to a place where it is sought out and it is proven to be beneficial. And yeah, unfortunately for 50 years, we went through affirmative action, and that might have felt bad for some people. Don't care. I'm okay with it for the outcome.
Lucky for us that the Biden administration said that the next Albert Einstein would, in fact, be an Indian woman. So.
Did they say that?
I'm kidding.
I was just
you set me up for the perfect joke. Come on.
But no. So my position on affirmative action is I'm against fully lowering of any standards for any sort of program. I think the standards should be the same, or there should be some minimum standards that everyone has to achieve. But then once that is achieved, I'm in favor of affirmative action in terms of socioeconomic status or class. I'm fine with that. I don't think it should be based on race, because usually with race, it's just a proxy for class anyway.
Yeah, but the problem is you don't get to see if it will be equal if you never get these people in that situation, in that position. And
Chaeiry's saying it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Society, and this is why I'm saying I understand it wasn't fair and it feels bad, and I'm kind of okay with it being gone now. I'm not saying it needs to be implemented forever, but we needed to do something to sort of like, what is it called? Electrocute, jumpstart the diversity inclusion feeling for society.
Yeah, no, I
That's what
understand.
affirmative action did.
I mean,
And I don't
I
think
hope.
we would have gotten to where we are now if we didn't do affirmative action.
I don't. I mean, I understand what you're saying. I mean, me and Adam both believe that people need role models to show them that the pathway to success is possible. Um, we had Nate, the lawyer, on. I don't know if you're familiar with his content.
No.
He's a black lawyer, and he was talking about how when he graduated, he grew up in a lower income situation, and when he graduated from law school, and a lot of people in his neighborhood would like literally, and he didn't expect this, would like literally take their kids up to him and be like, oh, I want you to like explain to my kid how it's possible. Like they want to use him as the example, say, listen, you can study in school and you can go to law school and you can get out of here, you can become a lawyer. And so I definitely think that this is real, that people do need to have people to look up to show them that they can become lawyers, that they can do all these things. But the flip side of that is that he also said he was part of a program where they were trying to get black males specifically to engage in higher education programs. And they couldn't. Whenever they would do these sort of higher education outreach programs, he said it was entirely populated by black women and Latina women. They could not get black males first for whatever reason to engage in these programs. And so, my white explanation for this as a privileged white person is that I do think that there is an idea that I think CRT, pushes, which is this idea that you are selling out some aspect of your blackness by participating in society, by paying attention to schools is not cool. You're kind of selling out to the man. And to me, that would be a better, and I don't know how you would solve that issue, but I think that's really like the key issue that's kind of preventing, success as opposed to, the lack of affirmative action, race-based policies.
I think there was one thing that you said that I have contention with, where you said, like, I'm not comfortable with standards being lowered. I think this tends to be one of my, one of the biggest misunderstandings of like how affirmative action works in the majority of cases, which is that these laws basically allow for race to be one of many factors considered when they are making choices as to who is going to be admitted into these schools. And like another, and I'm not going to attribute this to you, this is just generally another criticism of affirmative action.
Right.
That I hear, and it's probably one of the more like grotesque ones, is that it ends up kind of like stigmatizing like black entrants into these colleges, or at the very least like non-white entrants, because I think people think that they're illegitimate, like they shouldn't be there. But to me, they're these like black students tend to be the students to whom like the intellectual meritocracy that we speak of or like aspire to kind of most brutally applies to, like the more marginalized you are, underserved you are, whether that be because of class or your race or your gender or intersections of those, like you're more likely to have to depend on like your talent rather than any money,
Okay, well, that's the whole thing. That is the whole thing. So first, it's fine to acknowledge that people were made to feel ostracized, made to feel you're just here for charity. That absolutely happened. You crazy make if you pretend that didn't, and you're going to see black people and minority people that will tell you how much they were not accepted and treated like this was just a fucking handout, even though they worked their ass off for it. But then there's also the idea that the standards weren't lowered. They were specifically lowered to include them. So I understand it's like, oh, well, he came from rags to riches, so that's a bigger jump. So he worked so much harder. Yes, but also, the standards were lowered. I don't know. Well, the rags to riches jump doesn't really matter. The standard was lower, but that's back then. I don't think that exists as much today, which is why, again, it's like it's fine to, I think, to get rid of affirmative action. I would just want to see like statistics moving forward on how much we continue diversity despite not requiring it.
I guess to me, it's like, I guess I just do see it as like when you're saying like the standards are lower, I mean, I guess that's one way of looking at it. Maybe people think I'm coping and trying to like make some kind of postmodern argument about like why this isn't actually should be considered it that way. Well, I don't want to insult them by implying that, and you don't, but it is a little bit like padding down. Like
when
You think
you
it's like
applaud somebody for
condescension.
winning the relay race for the Special Olympics, and you're saying they tried just as hard as the regular
You're
Olympics,
saying
like
it's
they're different.
like liberal white
I need to
paternalism
stop.
or whatever.
I did not
Right?
mean to make that analogy. This is not like an ableist thing,
It's
but I'm
fine.
just saying,
Be
like people are
ableist.
being held to different standards, and it's okay to acknowledge that. That's how it got started. It's not to say that all Black people entering college today are starting at a lower standard. I don't think
Right.
it's applied today that way.
Well, so when I talk about lowering standards, what I mean is, and this, I think this came up in the affirmative action case. There's that chart that was produced that showed that, like, there's whatever the minimum threshold of acceptance into the college was. And they showed how if you were Asian and in the top percentile, you had a less chance of getting into the school if you were Black and in the bottom percentile of, as long as you got the cutoff mark. And to me, that's what people mean when they say lower the standards.
I've seen some evidence that like affirmative action ends up like working against Asian applicants, but I know there's also data to the contrary of that, or that like at the very least, it's not enough to say definitively that if it's instituted everywhere, that will always disadvantage like Asian students. I guess I would like challenge people to like.
Well, regardless of that, I'm just talking about in terms of how I'm describing lower the standards is if you're taking people that have lower grades, if you're weighing the race factor, if you're considering race factor to be so heavy that it's like propping up people from like the bottom percentile past the top percentile in terms of other factors like grades, SAT scores and extracurricular activities, to me, that seems kind of crazy.
I think to me, like what's lost in that though, when you say like lower grades, like the difference in grades, are we talking like we're letting in people with Fs, or we're talking about someone instead of an A plus, an A sufficed? Do you know what I mean? Like we're talking
I'm
about
sure.
like,
Because they're
tiny,
getting
tiny,
into
tiny
some
things.
top level schools, so they all have good grades.
They're
I'm assuming
qualified,
they all
yeah.
have good grades, right?
And this is also going towards the idea that a school would only predominantly value the highest SAT or ACT scores, testing scores, and that employers only value certain Ivy League schools, certain grades and stuff like that. And that's just not true. We're pulling further away from that. There are plenty of high-paying jobs that hire people with just a college degree or just a GED. You pass a skills test. You do an interview that tests you for your critical thinking, your problem solving. Companies are putting effort to not value SAT scores or college applicants over others. And for me, I don't put any weight to the fact that, okay, a college chooses some grades that are less than. They don't just go for the top 20 stacks. It's probably ideal. Employers also don't want to do that.
Yeah,
Okay.
like that's what I'm saying is that like the diversification of the different metrics you can look at to see what really qualifies somebody to be like a candidate that is actually demonstrates like the aptitude to perform very well. I think we're trying to I'm more interested in like challenging people's like basically conventional assumptions about what that has to look like, because at first we had these very like rigorous standards of just like SAT scores and grades and stuff like that. And I think people, especially like employers, are starting to see the value in like looking beyond just like standardized testing, as like the metric that determines whether or not you're going to have somebody who is like going to be a good employee,
Well, I mean, everyone's looking for, the reason for all this stuff is just because, we're not a hive mind. They need some way of figuring out who is the person that would be best suited to be in the job or best suited to be at college, this specific college. And so they have to use some metric. They have to use something to determine that. And grades and standardized testing is just sort of like the simplest way to do it. Right.
Yeah.
As opposed
But
to
it's the
trying
best
to like
way.
read an essay and determine, some factors based on their writing or something more kind of, not as tangible as that.
But I think people are falling through the cracks because of that, because we've defaulted to the easier thing, but is it the best thing?
So it's not the
what
best
is the
thing.
best
They
thing?
understand it's not the best thing. There are a lot of people who are brilliant, intelligent individuals that will never excel on standardized tests. Whether it's anxiety, whether it's ADHD, neurological deficiency, that there's something with doing a test with, and sometimes basic functions that are just not interesting, that will result in a person underperforming who otherwise would go on and turn out to be like I'm sorry, I can only think about Bill Gates right now. But but yeah, so I
Jeff
mean,
Bezos.
nowadays we're looking at more people being diagnosed with ADHD, being medicated for ADHD.
Yeah, but I don't know if
I
those
don't,
people are going to do well in school and college
yeah,
anyway.
I don't know if they're going to get those diagnoses before they take standardized tests. I don't know if it's going to correlate with better test
No, what I'm
taking.
saying is like you could have a kid
Or
who's like a super genius, but he does poorly on tests. I mean, they might
that's what I'm
fail in
saying.
yeah, they might fail in college because even if they're super
But
genius, they still do poorly on tests.
yeah, but that's so what I'm saying is that that effect has been correlated with like
Mhm.
an issue with focusing or an issue with attention and
Sure.
for motivation, and
Right.
the test doesn't do it.
I
So
understand.
yeah,
Right. Okay.
But
I don't know.
I
That's a
think Sitch,
great
you're saying that there's
reason to not care
almost
about them.
it's not that there's no point, but that like you'll still have the challenge of like even if we diversify the different metrics we can use to assess which candidates will be better, or like sort like a different way of like measuring who has the most merit. You're
Mhm.
like, well, what the fuck is the point? Because in college there's still going to be tests, right?
Right. There's still
Like
going
there's
to
still
be
going to be
like
all the conventional ways of like before, you know, you
right. I
like
mean, like in a lot of ways, college is high school plus plus plus. I mean, so
yeah.
you presumably the same skills that you need to survive in high school, you need to survive in college, up just to a more extreme degree, generally, because the
Mhm.
workload's much more, depending on what you're majoring in. So,
Guess we
you
have to
know,
overhaul college too.
there you go. And of course, there's the Thomas Sowell argument. I don't remember his stats. Famous black conservative economist who always says that these affirmative action programs actually are a detriment to the black community because they'll get into these schools and they'll end up flunking out at very high rates. So
Yes, that is also an unfortunate effect that happened. I don't know if it continue. It doesn't continue to happen, but these are like issues that happen at the start of affirmative action. You give people
yeah,
an opportunity, hope that they reach the occasion. It did not reach the occasion, but it did inspire other people to want to go and meet the challenge, and then people continued and did meet it.
Forwards for $5 says benefits of free pre-K early childhood education disappear by high school. The Finns have done a ton of studies on this. All the benefits are temporary. Okay. Unfamiliar with those studies, but I mean, I know I've heard
Studies.
that. The Finns have done free pre-K.
Isn't being against charter schools being in favor of the status quo? Because I've heard the status quo is horrible and a bad thing.
No, I think it's like a false dichotomy because you're saying like if you're against this particular policy proposal of charter schools, that must mean that you love and embrace every aspect of the public education system, which I've never heard anybody's like critique of charter schools being the solution to starting and ending like, oh yeah, everything's completely fine. I think they're saying that like there needs to be reforms, but charter schools are not the reforms that need to happen. Does that make sense?
I look, I have a serious question. There's a lot of private schools that are obviously very well attended and very expensive to attend. Is that makes me think maybe you could do charter schools and it wouldn't be like all the schools wouldn't go out of business.
That's actually one of the criticisms of private schools. It's funny because the same people who are usually very anti-affirmative action are the same ones who will typically champion private schools, charter schools, even though these are actually some of the most like unorthodox schools on the market that you could send your kids to because they usually are not subjected to the same standards.
I
that
like
public
that. Look,
schools.
Montessori schools are badass. I don't want my kids to have to work. Come on.
I like the Montessori schools, but they usually don't like some private schools. They don't have any sort of like requirements for their teachers.
Right.
Like some don't even have to have like undergraduate degrees. Other times that like a vocational school or like a certification is enough for them to be hired as like a teacher, where at the very least there's more standardization for what requirements and credentials you need to be like a public education or like a teacher in like the public ed,
I think I've been kind of persuaded on the charter schools thing. Just because
Really?
I do think some free market solution might be better, and schools seem to be getting worse and worse and worse. So something has to, we need to try something. I mean, the free market is stepping in because people are taking their kids out of public school and putting them in private school, right? And paying extra to do it. Wouldn't some sort of voucher system or charter school system just be like your tax dollars going to you being able to spend them at a private school? I feel like also
saw that policy institute and it didn't lead to basically the monopoly issue, then I would be more open to it. But until I see that, I'm very skeptical that that's like the overhaul.
look, already there are a bunch of private schools in Southern California that are competing against one another. Everyone's like, oh, that private school is better than this private school. So there is kind of a hierarchy of which ones are better. But if you can use your whatever voucher system they come up with to attend that school, it's as good as money. It seems
Would you
like
be
that
open
would
to
be.
them being subjected to government regulation at all, though?
They already are regulated. The charter schools are regulated to some extent.
But private schools, because I know a lot of private schools are able to like skirt around certain exemptions.
I think private schools and charter schools are kind of in the same bucket.
There's some things they have to do and some things that they don't have to do.
Right.
Yeah, I think it depends because I don't know. I think you're saying you're putting like charter schools and private schools in the same category, but I think like they are separate enough that they get different regulations surrounding them. I'm not sure though.
I think we agree that the problem is the same. The public schools are being funded by property tax dollars. If you're in a crappy neighborhood with a bunch of crappy houses and low property taxes, the school tends to not have a lot of funding, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's just the reality of the situation. But if you had a charter system where you were giving everybody the same amount of money per kid, and that money could go towards a private school, wouldn't that help people that lived in the bad neighborhoods? I feel like.
But how does that help the public schools? I feel like that's like on top of the issues that the public schools have. Now you're going to take more resources from them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't
Adam,
see
would
that
you
as a
completely
solution.
privatize it, or you basically see this as like a school like public option thing, where like if you wanted to do the voucher thing, you could do that?
I would be more in favor of a public option thing, just because obviously if it completely destroys the school district, and also it would be better to try it in a major city like Los Angeles or even a smaller city. You could do a city in Texas to kind of feel it out and try it out. So yeah, doing everything all at once I think would be a mistake, but some way of phasing in with a kind of a public option thing I think would be good. I mean, in a sense, the public schools are the public option, are they not?
Mm-hmm. I was asking you if you would be like, if you were to embrace like charter schools, would you want it to go from like the way that we do it now to like the abolition of public education as we know it in favor of like
no. Look,
this,
when Vivek says that, it drives me crazy. Look, I don't. It's like the abolishment.
Does he say that?
Yeah, he wants to abolish the Department of Education.
Oh man, I thought Betsy DeVos was like as crazy as it gets. Now I'm learning that there's even more extremism left.
Yeah,
How
to be
long-
had. That's interesting.
That's
How
not
long
a
are we going?
conservative thing. Look, yeah, we should wrap it up. Like, obviously, you guys are doing a side quest for 45 minutes here, so I don't.
Yeah,
Yeah.
any more super chats?
We have a ton more.
We have a
but,
ton
like,
more, but if you guys have to go, it's up to you.
I would like to go so I can eat more.
You go
Okay,
eat.
good.
You go eat, Chaeiry. Are you gonna stick
Okay.
around?
Thanks for having me on, guys.
Of
See ya.
course,
Bye,
it was
Chaeiry.
always great to talk to you, Chaeiry.
Yes.
Bye. I can stick
Bye.
around for like a little bit more for
Okay.
a
We'll
couple
try
more
to-
super chats. So
We'll try to go through them quickly. Let's see. Stug says, I champion the form of communism that never arises. There you go. Joe the Meg says, how can a person be so unbased on communism and yet so correct about MMT? Well, there you
because
go.
I said money printer go burr.
Yeah,
Is
exactly.
was my description of MMT.
Yes.
Have
There you
you
go.
read? I mean, have you
Mm-mm.
read Stephanie Kelton's book? Or
No, I
mean,
have like
you would
I have
probably
a
love it.
very very
She's-
ignorant understanding of it.
Mhm.
look, read Stephanie Kelton's book, The Deficit Myth, and get back to me, because I think the second half of the book is a communist wet dream. So
Nice.
you probably love it.
Right up my alley. Okay,
Look,
I'll get back
I-
to you on the
I
indoctrination.
usually tell people not. I tell
Dude.
people not to read that book because I feel like the level of communism in that book will completely trigger them.
Mhm.
It's
But
not like
now you're like, it's gonna help.
Instead of the
Well,
Communist
yeah.
Manifesto, this is Adam's version of distributing the MMT Manifesto.
Yes, exactly. WTF 1A1A says, for you guys, should men be able to opt out of paying for a child they don't want, just like how a woman in Vermont can get an abortion at the 9-month mark?
And the thing they're talking about financial abortions. This is where you sign away like all custodial and parental
Right,
rights to
yeah.
a child that's yours or whatever, and just abdicate responsibility. I don't really have any like strong opinions on that. I'm not sure where I fall on that.
I mean,
It's like a nice get out of jail free card for men that got somebody pregnant accidentally.
yeah, I mean, I guess it's weird because it's like, so if we live in a society, I mean, I'm pro-choice, not the
Mhm.
9 month mark, but I am pro-choice up to consciousness, which I believe is like 22 weeks or something around that
Okay.
period of time. If a woman can go get an abortion and a man doesn't have a choice to say, no, you have to keep the baby, which makes sense because it's in her body. I would argue then the man should also have the ability to say, well, if I don't want the baby and you don't want the abortion, I'm not going to pay for it.
Hmm. I feel like I feel like this is always like the wrong end of the conversation.
Mhm.
It's like I feel like the better approach to it is like sex ed and like comprehensive sex ed and contraception, you know.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm okay. That's all good. I'm all in favor of all
Mhm.
that stuff, right?
But
But
as far
putting
as
that all
like
aside,
as far as like the other end of it, yeah,
yeah,
I don't know.
okay.
It's difficult. Like I feel like almost we kind of like de facto, regardless of like whether or not that financial abortions are legal or happening.
I like that you call
Like
it financial abortion.
that's what I've heard it called. That's not my terminology. I don't even know where I got
It makes
it.
it sound so awful.
They call it, yeah, financial abortions.
Yes.
Paper abortions. I think paper abortions is another term for it.
Jesus.
Um, like, what is the penalty really for being an absentee father or not paying child support in this country? Like,
Don't you there's some
it's
penalty, I assume,
there
right?
are penalties, and I'm not even saying it should be as punitive as like jail time or something like that, but
Right.
like it's not even that hard to get away with like not paying child support,
Yeah,
like
but I mean, it's
go
still
speak to
against the
mothers, like
law. I mean, I don't know
what?
if
Oh,
that's
no,
like,
no, no, it is, but it's like if it's not
right.
enforced, it's like it's a law in name only, like go talk to a bunch of
Sure.
women whose like their partners or their like baby daddy like skirted out on child support, and it's like they're not
Yeah.
in jail, and I'm
Yeah,
not saying
but
they should be in jail, but like
right. But if that's the case, then why not just have it be that if, a person doesn't have to pay for a child
yeah,
legally?
I don't know. Like it's one of those things. It's like it's too complicated for me to arrive at the conclusion. Like
Mm,
from the first time I've heard it,
okay. Okay.
or the second time because I haven't thought too much about it.
You
But
really, okay. You
maybe,
think about these financial
and
abortions.
maybe I need to go talk to like some MRA like men's rights activist who's like got
Wow.
all the arguments for me.
Okay. Soldo says, I prescribe that all of you reread Jonathan Haidt. Liberals and conservatives view fairness differently. It's equity versus karmic. Therefore, they aren't voting against their economic interest. Economic interests are moral interests. That is true.
Economic interests are moral interests, and Haidt separated the Fairness Cheating Foundation, which is based on proportionality, with the Liberty Oppression Foundation, which is based on
Right, but he was talking about in
subjugation.
terms of people on the left generally view fairness regarding equity, and people on the right kind of have a more karmic inception or perception, I should say, of fairness.
Yeah, like
Right.
you reap what you sow. Right.
Yeah,
Right.
proportionality.
Right. And
Mhm.
so therefore, if you are in a bad situation, then it's more of your fault as opposed to the left position, which is, well, it's the environment's fault.
The victim blaming mentality sounds
Right.
like.
The victim blaming, and then we can also use the negative term, the coddling mentality, right?
True.
Well,
I like that dichotomy better.
Right.
If you're drunk driving and you get in an accident, are you really the victim?
Oh.
Mm, I mean, I like the default like
Dude.
descriptive answers. I think society would say that like you're not the victim, right?
Right.
Of course.
Of course.
But I mean, anyone that does something, I mean, from the left-wing conception, kind of gets in this weird argument about free will. I mean, everyone's a victim of something, right? Most
Mhm.
people, even if you're a born sociopath, it's not your fault.
Look, I'm addicted to alcohol. I had to look.
Right. Yeah.
Alcoholism is a disease.
Listen, even though I ran down that family of 4 people, okay, my parents abused me, and that's why I'm addicted to alcohol. So it's not my fault.
I think people start to make assumptions about people giving context and explanations for why somebody is at that point in their lives where they are drunk driving, they are driving while intoxicated, they're putting others and themselves at harm,
Mhm.
and they make the next leap to think that that's an excuse for that behavior, or that people are saying, therefore, we should be easy on them. When I think what people are asking for, if they're demanding compassion in that context for somebody who is, probably going to generally be held in contempt by default because of, a morally abhorrent crime, like killing somebody because of a result of your intoxication. People are saying like, I guess like asking like sympathy for the devil, kind of like, are we really actually rehabilitating and like helping this person reintegrate back into society as a more productive member, if we're simply punitive with their punishment, rather than looking to see like, is there something there that could actually be corrected and fixed?
Yeah, no, I agree with all that. I think it's just, I think Adam asked the question in terms of relating it to like, because you were saying like, you're calling it like victim blaming, that the person is like, usually we're talking about like poverty or some other situation, they kind of equate it to like everyone is the victim of their environment, obviously.
I wouldn't say victim. I guess I would say like the product of your circumstance,
yes,
the product of your environment. More neutrally.
Everyone's a product of their environment. So it's kind of like there's got to be some level of, I think there's some level of charitability where you want to help people, and some level of like people do need to just take responsibility and be accountable for their actions.
I guess people don't really feel like
that balance.
Like, where can you find like that balance that you're talking about?
Right.
This golden mean for karma when there are people that start off on such unequal playing fields. I think that's like where they're coming from.
But you can have
like, can you meaningfully have karma for like, what does karma look like when you are the child of like 2 dentists, and you've lived like a relatively comfy life, versus what does karma look like when you are like you have a single father and he works as a trucker all night and grandma takes care of you during the day?
Of course. It's
like,
much harder. Much more difficult. I agree completely. But it kind of, the difficulty for balancing it, because I'm assuming that you would agree that like, if you just give people money, there's a level of which, or behavior, which, they'll just become lazy and not work, because that's just kind of seems to be human nature. If you just give people a bunch of shit for free, they're not going to really respect it.
Like UBI? Sounds like you're coming out against UBI here.
To some extent. Listen, I always bring up the Minecraft example. Okay, you go in creative mode, you can just create a bunch of things in Minecraft instantly. You don't really have the same respect for it if you have to go and mine the ore and smelt it and do all this work.
Wait, didn't we all agree earlier that if we were UBI recipients, we would still work alongside that and it would just be treated like supplemental, rather than what you're saying, which is that it's this race to the bottom that people get it and then they fuck off and they don't feel like doing anything else.
But my point is there's some you agree there's a limit, right? I'm not saying you can't give any help. I'm just saying there's some level that we have to find the balance between giving people something supplemental enough so that they still want to go out, versus just giving them too much so they don't want to do anything.
Yeah, I agree. So there's a threshold there, but I think my threshold, it's a matter of application. I don't think we disagree in principle. I think the disagreement will always come down to like, where do you draw the line?
Yeah. Sure. Okay.
People are going to work for luxury items though. I mean, if UBI is not going to be enough for you to afford a car, I mean, you're going to like... You're very highly motivated individually, Adam. And I don't think you appreciate how many people are not.
It's the couch potatoes of the world.
Look, I do appreciate that. And
speaking as a couch potato.
Often I feel like we've got to test that. We've got to figure out how many people are couch potatoes. Even the couch potatoes out there, I think, will be enlisted by family members in other sorts of endeavors. So
they'll find their niche.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I think people I think comfort and like economic security actually does enable people to work harder in a lot of different respects, or at the very least, like the most I could say for sure is like certainly in creative endeavors, like you have all of your needs met, now you have the freedom to actually focus on like the better aspects of life that you never had time for previously.
Sure. They're going to want to compete on those. They're going to want to produce epic novel or
finally learn that second language, or finally pick up an instrument, learn, like stuff like that. Finally
take care of their mom and dad.
There you go.
Yeah.
Flaccid Phoenix says, I finally caught up to the stream in 2x speed. When are we going to talk about Game of Thrones? That's the real question. How do you feel about Game of Thrones?
I have seen 1.5 seasons of Game of Thrones. I do not get the fucking obsession. I think it's one of the worst shows that I've ever seen.
What? Did you say one of the worst shows you've ever seen?
Yeah, and I've seen a lot of shows. But I guess for reference, for what...
the first season? Or did you watch like a random season?
Yeah, what's one of your favorite shows for reference first?
My favorite shows are probably... I like Mad Men. I think probably the most. The Sopranos is another show that I really like.
One of the most sexist shows on television.
Yes, which is why I like it. No,
there you go. That's really playing into a stereotype. But
yeah.
No, wait.
I
So
do my best to beat them.
Exactly. So wait. So you just saw like a random season of Game of Thrones?
No, I saw season 1 and I think like 3 episodes of season 2, and I was like, I can't fucking do this.
Oh wow. Okay.
To me, like I have almost contempt for like the whole genre of fantasy. Because I feel like the best fantasy has already been made, and it's Tolkien. It's like the Lord of the Rings and the fucking Hobbit,
I mean,
and that everything else attempts to live up to it. But you're not gonna ever. Why wouldn't I just go fucking watch the Lord of the Rings again? Why wouldn't I just go watch the Hobbit again? That's how I see
Well, the
all
Hobbit kind of
fantasy.
sucked, but
There's something about the Hobbit series that I liked. I don't know. To me, it's like, is it anywhere close to how good like the Lord of the Rings series is? No, but the enjoyment that people get out of like rewatching the Harry Potter movies, I get from just throwing on the fucking Hobbit movies. I feel like I can't at this point. I can't watch the Lord of the Rings movies without like in the next couple of weeks throwing on those two. I feel like it's incomplete if I don't. I don't know.
As a communist, how can you support Lord of the Rings when it's based around monarchy and one true king?
I mean, we're separating like. No, I'm not one of those people who I want to see my politics reflected in all the media that I watch and consume.
Good.
I think that's actually what makes it a lot more interesting. You know, like Ben Shapiro like railing against Barbie because it's too woke. That's silly to me. It's like, did you enjoy it or not? This is such a weird lens to look at this movie from. I think Adam, I don't know why, but I saw this clip of you saying it was like Barbie is like a Rorschach test. And I completely agree with you. Like, I think people at this point, for whatever reason, they're just interested in only looking at it, is it woke or is it anti-woke? And then all the reviews it's this breakdown of scene by scene, and they give it like, did I like this scene or not? Next scene, did I like this scene or not? It's a strange way of going about like media analysis to me.
Well, it's funny because I love talking about the Barbie movie.
Yeah.
But without getting too deeply into it. Like if you're talking about like the politics of Lord of the Rings, obviously there's some theme of like, you know, Aragorn is the true king, and you kind of get into this kind of like, but I feel like that's all kind of detached. Like that's kind of like in the background. The main story is just kind of like good versus evil and kind of this kind of classical sense. And you know, the hobbits are the underdogs, blah 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 blah. But with Barbie, even though there were a lot of things in Barbie that I liked a lot, the politics of Barbie was so front and center to the movie that I can't really put it in the same realm of like the politics of Lord of the Rings.
I think
like
that
the
has
central
to do with
plot
the
of
fact
Barbie
that,
was like, you know, we need to speak truth to power to overstep, you know, to come over the patriarchy. So
I think Mattel had like Greta Gerwig and Noah Baumbach's balls in a fucking vice grip, because at the end of the day, any sort of like social commentary that they were trying to make with that movie ends up being very ham-fisted, because they don't really ever do more than like a surface level exploration of like what they touched on. They kind of just pay lip service to it, or they lampshade it like, oh, we're aware of the fact that like Barbie doesn't have like body diversity in it. And then they just move on from that and they move on to the next thing. And I guess it feels like to most people who like upon like kind of just a passive first watch, but there were people in my theater literally on their phones. So I don't know how involved and invested people were in watching the movie other than kind of like as ambient background noise. But I was like, I mean, they don't really ever kind of dig that deep below just like a surface level like take on every like criticism of like the patriarchy of Barbie and all of this stuff.
Well,
and
I mean,
they just move on. It tells you what to think at every point.
It was I don't disagree, but I'm like with the Barbie, the messaging that's political. It was surface level, but it was all in your face. I mean, it was, you know, the whole, you know, Ken's literally bringing the patriarchy to Barbie land, and then you need America Ferrera to speak her
that part was so
speech to sort of like
all the like pseudo feminist like Tumblr feminist BuzzFeed feminist like platitudes of like this like snaps them out of it.
Say that, but there was
one of the weaker points of the movie.
There were so many newspapers that are like, oh, here's the entire speech. Oh my god, they're all just like, you know. I saw
like an article from The Atlantic that was like, or like it wasn't an article. I'm sure it linked to an article. It was an Instagram post from The Atlantic talking about how like, why is a movie called Barbie that centers around like finally like a mostly like female diverse cast, we're still all talking about Ken? It's like, yeah, because the fucking Ken's patriarchy was way more fucking fun than Barbie Land. That's why we're all talking about it. Like, I'd rather live under Ken's patriarchy.
Wow, what a
that's the madman speaking right there.
There's the madman. You're hitting that stereotype. Oh my god, look at this.
I want to live in the Mojo Dojo Casa House over the dream house over that Barbie was in. For like, give me that any day of the week. Yeah, I'll listen to I'll watch I will put up with some guy like explaining The Godfather to me if I get to watch that, as opposed to a world where there is no Godfather.
Would the movie have been better if Barbie and Ken got together in the end and went to the real world together?
I actually made the case for this with the person that I saw it with, because they were like, no, I actually like that they subverted expectations. It didn't just end with them ending up together. And I was like, no, they should have ended up together, because if you're talking about the nuances and complexities of like the modern woman falls for like losers all the time. And like I didn't think Ken was a loser, but I thought he was supposed to be kind of portrayed that way. So I was like, it's more realistic that she actually would fall for this guy over the span of the movie, even though he's kind of a fuck up. And try to be with him, but like I guess they didn't want to do that. So the note that they ended on with her going to the gynecologist, I did think that was funny. It got a laugh out of me.
That was hilarious, but completely unintentional.
Yeah,
it would have made more sense for Barbie to stay in Barbie Land for Ken to leave, but you couldn't really do that because it's the Barbie movie. So whatever. True. I could talk about Barbie movie for hours. Afro Fry Cook, thanks so much. Says Aaron should read Mises' calculation problem. Basically, single command economies cannot work, as economies need trade between different owners to get true price points, which informs resource allocation.
Right.
Mises calculation problem?
Yeah.
All right. I'm putting it down the Goodreads list, okay? Or is it on the list of things, okay?
There you
I'll look into it.
Mises infuriates me.
Why? Because does he make arguments that apply to MMT also? Or like UBI?
Like, it's super boring. It's always presented as like the amazing gotcha, but there always seems to be some critical component that they get wrong about human psychology or the economy, and it drives me crazy.
Well, I'm not a big Mises fan, but I agree with at least that tidbit that you need different owners of industry to interact with each other to figure out what the price point is.
Oh, I agree. I do agree with that,
obviously.
Point, yeah.
Oh, really quick on the Barbie thing. I thought that was an underrated line when she was called a fascist, and she was like, "But I don't control the railroads or any arms of commerce." Like, right. I felt like I was the only one laughing in the theater when she said that the first time I saw it.
That was a funny line.
I laughed pretty hard when the little girl called her a fascist. I thought it was hilarious too. I do, like, we watched some videos with the filmmakers, and I don't think we were supposed to be laughing at that point. I think it was that character was supposed to be like the serious character.
Really?
Which is kind of
that's
strange.
Crazy.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was serious at all. I thought like the whole point is supposed to be that like, yeah, she's like a mean girl who has like no fucking fun or whatever, and like is like a little tyrant in her friend group because she gave like a look of disapproval to like the one dissenting girl who was just like, I don't know, I kind of liked Barbie, and I was like, oh, never mind.
Well, since you like Mad Men and stuff like that, you're kind of not in the headspace,
right mindset.
Yeah, of the standard progressive where it's like
you're a secret conservative.
What do they call it? The Barbie is bad for body positivity because she creates unrealistic beauty norms. So that the little girl is supposed to be speaking to that audience, and that audience is supposed to be taking it very seriously. Oh yeah, well, Barbie is a fascist. Obviously, I could never. She ruined a whole
generation.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't even play. Exactly. I played with the even more anatomically unrealistic dolls, which was Bratz. Like, I don't know what like Bratz dolls were. Like Bratz were actually like the first doll on like the doll market that actually was a meaningful competitor to Barbie. And like Bratz basically had the look of the 2016 Instagram baddie before that was big. Like the huge lips, the curvaceous figures, the super long legs.
Yeah.
I mean, I always thought like, and there was the joke about the midge doll. I remember my parents, I found the pregnant midge doll on eBay, and I asked my dad to get it for me for Christmas, and my mom forbid him. Because she thought it was weird. So
that's funny. No, when Adam said that the movie was a Rorschach test, he meant in terms of like, are we the audience supposed to see the woke stuff as like the filmmakers advocating for it, or are they making fun of it?
Yeah, they're taking the piss out of it. I've heard both arguments for it. Well, like I haven't watched Shu's video all the way through, but she's like, it's the actual like ultimate anti-woke like thing, 'cause it's like making fun of all of this shit. And then there's the Ben Shapiro. Like Michael Knowles, I think, kind of concurred with that. That's why he likes it. And then Ben Shapiro was like, no, it like is in your face supporting all of this shit. And it's saying if you're against it, you basically love oppression and capitalism, and or you love patriarchy and oppression and all of that. Right.
Well, I think the filmmakers, when I've listened to how they describe the movie, like it's literally an interview with Greta Gerwig and what's her name, the actress, the Harley Quinn lady.
Oh, Margot Robbie,
where Margot Robbie's like, oh yeah, it's about so many things. It's not just about feminism. That's just one piece of the pie. And Greta Gerwig like looks at her with this like look of like derision and says, "Well, it's a pretty big piece of the pie," and like laughs in her face, like as if it's ridiculous to not call it a feminist movie.
Oh my
And
God. There's
yeah,
the fan theories that could just come from these interviews alone must be insane.
I know, but so that's like, so I watched it. I'm like, wow, because to me, the way I interpret it is that the filmmaker was very super woke, and they were trying to make it super woke.
Mhm.
But Death of the Author, I think they did such an incompetent job that you can run away with it, and I do too, with the kind of shoe and head interpretation that it's actually anti woke if you analyze it from like from that perspective. So
I think this phenomenon is called like the anti-fan fandom. Like if you look at movie clips on YouTube of like American History X, where Edward Norton's character is like going off on this racist rant on at the dinner table,
it's
the
almost
comments
based.
underneath
Yeah,
all
I
of that,
know.
yeah, everyone's
Yeah,
like, this is so
right.
based. Why is it
Yes.
like he's supposed to be the villain? Like what?
Right.
He's fucking speaking the truth. And so like the people who it intends to like criticize either don't get it or they realize they're supposed to be the target but don't care because they think the point was so eloquently delivered that they're like, you made our argument. Like, how could you disagree with it? You seem to
Right.
understand it, you know?
Right. Yeah, no, that's it's a funny comparison. I hadn't thought back. It's probably awful to go back to American History X and look at clips all the groypers time and how awesome it is. Terrible. Sammy G for $10 says, not to be rude. Uh-oh, that means she's gonna be rude. But has anyone on this stream actually built or ran a business, hired or worked staff, or dealt with money management? Because I feel the answer is no, but I would like
No.
to be told I'm wrong.
You're
They
wrong.
no, they love to be told that they're not wrong. They love that no one here. We're all talking about all this shit. None of us have the background for it. Okay. Yeah, this
Yes,
is my
Sammy.
outsider's opinion, Sammy. Yeah,
Yes,
I don't have any
Sammy.
fucking experience with that. Like most people, I am just one of the sheeple, as Chaeiry would call me, or part of the unwashed hordes of people. Yeah, that's me.
There you go.
Well, I mean, I've run my own business and stuff like that. So
Okay. I have.
Okay,
I
there's
mean,
Adam. There you
I
go.
don't know if this counts as running a business, but
look, and I've worked in management too at other businesses. I've had people work under me. So and I mean, you said you've worked, so I mean, you've had those experiences.
When they say money
work
management,
environment.
though, I assume they mean like something related to like being like a monetary custodian or something. Like I was assuming like stuff related to like stocks or
Sure.
like serious figures, not just simply like personal financing or or budgeting like that.
Okay. Sammy is our resident artist of degeneracy.
Well, and I mean, she's I believe a business owner as well. So
Yeah,
True.
ruthless
Also true.
businesswoman in the like you have girl bosses in the audience.
We have lots of girl bosses. That's true.
our audience, a surprising number of girl bosses in our audience.
Mark Twain's Revenge, thanks so much. Says, Aaron, when it comes to nationalizing industries, would you support violence, killing, or jailing for business property owners that refuse to sell, assuming that fair market compensation upon expropriation is given?
No. Here's the boring answer is no, but I also don't support punitive measures like that in terms of criminal justice, like period. So I feel like it takes the like teeth out of that. Me saying no to it. It's like, yeah, but I don't support that for like almost anyone.
There you go.
Wouldn't it cause inflation if you had to buy everyone out like in an eminent domain fashion?
For the government to seize it?
Yeah.
I feel like, because they do have to actually like compensate people for the property that they seize.
Right.
But I don't know to the extent which are people actually getting like the full value of like property that theirs that was like eminent domain? I wouldn't know.
Yeah, I don't know, but if you eminent domained a hospital or something like that, say you were going to take it over and
socialize it, nationalize it.
Yeah, I guess it's not privatized, but whatever the
that's why I
opposite
would
of that
rather just seeing like the policy switch rather than these like individual things that are like individual like eminent domains of like you're saying like private firms or whatever. It seems like it would be like a straight path to fucking like hyperinflation or bankruptcy.
Yeah, see, you're worried about inflation.
Yeah, I told you that. I was like, I think, yeah, I am just like primarily concerned about like how it doesn't lead to like hyperinflation. But I guess we could just abolish landlords, right? And then I don't have to worry about that.
Well, I think that we should have different tax rates for people who are innovators and people who are rent seekers. So I do think if you're in a business where you're just basically a rent seeker. You're not really innovating or developing new products and services. I mean, we should tax those people higher.
Yeah.
So,
well, like Warren Buffett says this. He was like the way that he got rich or whatever had a lot. He was like, it was like passive income. Wasn't actually anything to do with any sort of like innovation. He was like, I just monetized these different avenues that I invested in. The other issue is
that
like,
Warren Buffett?
Yeah, as like a billionaire, he talked about this.
Yeah, I think his biggest gain was on Coca-Cola, sugar water. So
Sugar
water.
Obviously. It's funny that like Chaeiry brought up, she was like, I'd like to see she's like Elizabeth Warren's take on UBI. And I was thinking like, really, I wouldn't, because I remember like Elizabeth Warren was proposing some sort of taxation on like CEOs, even though the majority of wealth that like CEOs and like financiers of that economic caste even have is from like stock options. It's not actually from like any other liquid assets. So I don't even know if it would be constitutional to attempt to tax gains that haven't even been realized by these people. I think there's better ways of like going about it than like what Elizabeth Warren was proposing.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say that, because that is such a ridiculous proposal, and most people don't realize that. Like, yes, you would have to liquidate all your stocks just to pay the tax. Way to destroy the economy, right?
Because I'm just wondering, like, could you even like under our current constitutional framework in like any state, would that even be legal? Could you actually force a business owner to do this? I was like, forget it. Like, I feel like there would be so many. Even let's say like she gets elected and she manages to actually get this passed, right? There'd be so many legal challenges to it. I'm like, it would be DOA. I actually don't. I was like, it wouldn't even come to fruition.
Right. Leanne McGregor, thanks so much, says, I'm living proof that Sitch's idea of disciplinary boarding schools works effectively. There are already programs such as these in place that help at-risk youth, at least in my neck of the woods in West Virginia. Look into the MCA program. Well, there you go. Thank you. And thank you for the first super chat. I'm glad it worked for you, Leanne. Daniel Irish for $5 says, Erin seems smart and honest. I'm surprised she's a communist.
Yeah, me too. What a great super chat.
I always hear that, like people tell me that, like, I just feel like there's not very many like communists, I guess, in the world, or like I said, like I feel like there are socialists that are communists at heart and they're afraid to avow themselves as communists, so they call themselves socialists. So maybe like it's like already a smaller pool of communists, I suppose, to begin with. But you know,
they're
like
including socialists. They're not just saying communists. But
I think so. I think socialists right now who won't just say it. Just say you're fucking communist. Come to the dark side or whatever.
I feel like you know the difference between socialism and communism, because capitalism, there's like an evolutionary process here. Capitalism leads to socialism, which is the point of superabundance. But communism is the end process where it's actually a stateless society.
Classless society.
Yeah,
right.
exactly.
And I think some people, it kind of like everybody has their kind of like wall that they hit. And with some socialists, the ones that understand socialism and they really don't want to see it go further than that, I think kind of see, even they have like utopian limits to what they think could meaningfully be enacted in the world. And they just see like the amount of like, I guess, micromanaging, like they don't want to abolish the state, and to the extent which like the state would have to regulate these things to achieve the end goal of communism or whatever, like it could never be realized. So they're like, I'm cool with like stopping here, you know?
Right. So you're calling yourself a communist really just for the wow factor of it. You don't believe in a stateless society.
No, I do think that would be like a virtuous end goal. Yeah.
Okay.
But I think it'll be seen in my lifetime?
It's not
No.
achievable, right?
I don't think it's achievable through the mechanisms of the state, almost by definition, right? But I'm like, even like I wondered to the extent to which like you could actually meaningfully put into place like this top-down approach is what I'm very skeptical of, because like I wouldn't want to replicate. Oh, well, I feel like that's the biggest misconception about like communism or like decentralization, is the idea that there's a lack of leadership or whatever. But even like anarchists and like other strains of like anarcho-communists or like ANCOMs are not for the abolition of all hierarchies. They limit it still to like unjust hierarchies. You know, there isn't this disdain for like intellectualism
what is a just hierarchy?
Or like an example to me, I guess, would be like the pecking order of a hospital, right? Like that a hospital is organized based off of like the intellectual capacity of the people working, where you have like the doctors kind of at the front, and then like as attending surgeons, and then underneath you have like nurse practitioners, you have PAs, you have stuff like that. Like to say that like, oh, if you believe in communism, you believe like even that would be an unjust hierarchy. It's like, now that would be a straw man.
So it's more of a competence hierarchy. This is one of my critiques of a lot of people who are socialists. Like they conflate competence hierarchies, which is what you're describing in the hospital situation, with dominance hierarchies. They think if you're the doctor at the top, that you're a domineering alpha that just wants to destroy everybody.
Yeah, like you must necessarily, just because there's like a hierarchy or whatever doesn't mean it must necessarily be unjust. It must necessarily be that there's this like oppressor oppressed dynamic. That doesn't necessarily have to be the case now.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, this is the like the people who adopt the oppressor oppressed lens for everything. Generally, I consider to be the problem.
Like, it's too reductive. Like if people want like what would communism look like? I mean, I'm thinking like maybe there's these people that exist. Does anyone actually watch Star Trek and think this looks like a dystopia? You know, to me, it's like
of course not. It's a communist utopia.
It's like a communist. I'm like, why couldn't this? There it is.
It's not communist. It's not really communist.
No, why not?
No.
Is there a state?
Who owns the enterprise?
There's a one world government in America and Earth. Yeah.
On Earth? Oh God,
Earth has its own government. Each Federation planet has its own government.
Oh, fucking nerd over here. Okay, I only have
you're not even a Star Trek fan. You don't even know. They just don't have money. Everyone just assumes it's communist.
I've seen the movies and I saw them.
But they do
exactly
have
once years ago. They have MMT and
I mean, it's a super liberalistic society where everything's about individual achievement and merit. So
yeah, like somebody pointed out in your chat, they're post scarcity. I think that's also like the biggest appeal or whatever.
Just
like
another name for superabundance.
Right. Yeah, but the economy in Star Trek never makes sense, and they never explain it because they never could make it make sense. So
I believe superabundance is actually Marx's word. I think he it's one of my little bugaboos when people say communism in Star Trek. It's like, okay, they literally never explain how the economy works because they don't even want to try to figure it out. So, but anyway.
I think it's one of those things that's supposed to be like the only rule is that there are no rules. So the economy works because there is no economy.
Right. Because it's like, well, if there's no money, why does someone have a restaurant? And why do people work at the restaurant? How are they like, why would you be a waiter at a restaurant if there's no money? Like, I don't know. There's a lot of
They're all robots. I'm telling you.
They're not in Star Trek. They're people.
Yeah, but they're going to be robots.
Some of them are droids, right? Or am I wrong?
No.
Am I thinking of the wrong?
Droid. There's only one droid. Or yeah. So anyway, but
I agree with you though.
Mr.
Obviously.
Anderson says, is anyone into astrology? I mean, I'm not.
No, I'm not.
Really.
I'm a Capricorn, but I'm not into astrology. Sorry.
I'm
not into mysticism of any kind, really.
Like a true materialist.
Exactly. Yeah. I don't.
That's good though.
I guess like I would go just as hard against like palm reading as I would, or like astrology or like crystals or whatever, that kind of stuff, as I would against like any critique of like religion I would have.
Yeah, I understand. You're consistent. Merlin says, is using a hairdryer gay?
Obviously.
There you go. Very straightforward. Fat Brown Buffalo, thank you, says, do you agree with Emma that most shoplifters are Aladdin, or do you agree with Sean that most shoplifters are selfish, opportunistic thieves?
Oh,
with
that's
who?
a good question.
Actual Justice Warrior, Sean. He's a
Sean
YouTuber.
Fitzgerald.
And Emma is the co-host of
I met Sean
Majority
once.
Oh.
I met Sean in Austin at the Minds Fest very briefly.
Sweet.
So, but like,
he was very rude to you.
He was he pushed me to the ground and he used to talk to me. No, I'm kidding.
Wow.
I was trying to think of that. There's that copy pasta or whatever. Do you know what I'm talking about?
About pushing someone on the ground? No.
It has something to do with like you slotted in meeting like a micro celebrity or idol of yours, and it's like I saw this person when I was out, and I went up to them and I said hello, and I introduced myself, and they said huh, and I said what, and they were like huh, and then they pushed me, and it's like this whole long thing. Or I was trying to go off that, but I can barely remember. The details.
I do know what you're talking about. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
You did
that's
good
like,
enough. Good
all
enough.
of that is what Sean did to me.
Okay. Gotcha.
But the question was like, are they Aladdin or are they
shoplifters? What's
your
assholes? Position?
Yeah.
Is it poor people or opportunistic thieves?
I think
who
it's too
could
simple
also
of a
be.
dichotomy. I think people are like fetishizing this idea, I guess, like of this like nebulous thief or whatever, and they are kind of maybe projecting this sort of like Aladdin or like Robin Hood mentality. I don't think it's interesting to try to like analyze the individual pathology of each individual shoplifter, and try to see like, are they a kleptomaniac? Are they doing this out of like resources or whatever? I just feel like on average, like who is more likely to steal? It's people who are like economically insecure. Now, I agree with you guys that like people aren't always the best, or like nor do they have the financial literacy to assess like what is in their economic interest. Is it even to steal? Like are their based instincts to do that or whatever actually rational? Given like what you risk when you actually steal, and like the penalties that could be incurred from getting caught, and how that bars you from even having like a retail job that can make it difficult for you to get a home or rent somewhere. It's like, to me, it's like, no, clearly the calculation that you shouldn't be stealing.
Well, they
So
changed the calculation though. That's the problem,
how do you mean?
because there's not a lot of I think they've done studies where most of the retail theft that's going on is done by a very small number of people. Like if they arrested 60 or 70 people, they could knock out 90% of the retail theft.
Yeah, he talked about this in his debate with Sam Cedar, where he was
He
like,
did,
like
yeah.
he used the example of like in New York State, he was like, it's mostly like repeat offenders. But I thought he
Yes.
swung too hard in like the direction of like too punitive when he was like, I think talking about almost like three strikes laws, where he was like, you have to get these people off the streets. And I was thinking like, is he saying that you could potentially steal enough times that it would incur almost like a life sentence? Which is not actually till you die. A life sentence is like X number of years or whatever.
Well,
But that seems very harsh to me.
most of the crime is committed by people in their 20s though, so they age out. You don't have to incarcerate them for life. You can incarcerate them for 20 years and deal with the issue.
And then they'd be done.
The question is, and I do look, I think there are terrible people in the world. I think there are total selfish shitheads that will steal from people if there's an opportunity and they're not going to go to jail. I think that's a giant problem that's going on. I do think the left often manufactures this narrative that it's just, a poor pregnant woman stealing diapers and baby formula, which I just,
the way
don't
that
think
the
that's
baby
the case.
formula theft works is actually that people shoplift it. There's like an
there's
entire
like
black
a huge
market.
fencing. Yeah, there's a huge fencing operation.
Yeah, it's like not the moms that do it. The moms are willing to pay a price for it, but it's not the market price that it currently sits at. They go to people who basically are like street corner dealers of baby formula and will pay a price for it, but they're not willing to pay $30 a can. They will pay like 15.
Right.
That's what they do, and that's how it ends up being lucrative. I think people think that economic insecurity and like theft out of necessity is like this one-to-one, like I'm hungry, therefore I go steal my next meal, from the rich of society. I think it's less that, and it's more like, theft is an antisocial behavior, right? So when you're making the decision to steal something, what you're saying is that you will take on the risk of doing this because you don't really have that much to lose. I think that's more the mentality going into like shoplifting.
I disagree. I think it's that you have so much to gain
if you don't get caught. But if you get caught, you have so much to lose.
No, even if you get caught, the penalties for shoplifting now have been reduced so much in California that is really no big deal. So
in Texas, it's not, because in Texas it's a crime of moral turpitude, which is literally.
Oh, okay. Well,
nice.
Texas has got their stuff together. They should just hang them in the town square and be done
throw
with
tomatoes at them for a good measure.
Well, that would be the nice way to go. I was thinking of something different, but what
were you thinking? Stoning?
Maybe.
Put them in the stocks.
One more question. We can move on from the shoplifting thing.
Mm-hmm.
If we had UBI right now and the shoplifting didn't decline, would you then admit that people were selfish pieces of shit and they were just doing it to enrich themselves?
Sure. There you go.
Okay.
At that point, you were talking about like the Marie Schraders of the world that just go out and do it for the fucking the rush, the thrill.
Yes,
and
totally.
I'm thinking of that scene in like Family Guy where like Lois takes she like has all the shit that she shoplifted in her car, and she like burns her arm with a cigarette. She's like, the rush of being like a kleptomaniac. Sure. Then at that point, I will decry the shoplifters and say like, all right, you guys are just like doing this for shits and giggles. Have fun.
Well, that's another good reason to do UBI. Then we can find out once and for all.
Yeah, true. That'll be like the ultimate like moral test for these thieves. Like, will they reveal themselves to be Aladdins, or like have been Aladdins all along, or will they just be like fucking Marie Schraders of the world? stealing tiaras
That's
for fun.
great.
What was the name of the actress in Beetlejuice and
Winona Ryder.
Winona
a-
Ryder? Yeah, she's
yeah.
in the
Yeah, she got busted for
Netflix TV show
shoplifting,
now.
She
didn't
did.
she?
It was like
yeah, she got a big thing for shoplifting, right?
I don't know
Yeah.
that she would like. What did she steal though? It was like jewels, right? It was like clothing and just random shit like that.
I don't remember.
I
but
thought it
yeah.
was jewelry. Yeah.
I feel like celebrities fall into this, like the psychology of a celebrity and the socialization that you get from being in the public eye. Just it almost makes you just not really a great case study for like trying to and analyze like the personal pathology of like why people steal, because I'm like there's a whole other thing, you know, like
Of
to
course,
me that seemed like, you know, the way that like some of these former like Disney kids like Miley Cyrus or whatever at the VMAs is having her like rebellious stage, but at the age of like 28 instead of 16 like most girls did. This is like Winona Ryder's version of that, where she's acting out like, even though she's, you know, living much better off than the average woman and like average person in America. Like she's
Right.
wealthy, she has status, she has all of this, but I'm like, it reminds me, it's like as futile as trying to like Michael Jackson apparently would stage grocery stores for him to like shop around in with like paid people who would not go up to him and like
I remember
Wow.
this. Yeah, it's
yeah,
totally
right. I
insane.
was like, I'm not
Yes,
making
yes.
this up, right?
No, that was a real thing. There's videos of it. Yeah, it's very
Mhm.
bizarre.
Wow.
So he could,
can
like,
have a
feel
normal
normal.
shopping experience.
Yes.
That's crazy.
Yeah, because he got too famous, and I feel like Winona doing that is like it's some sort of like weird pathology that kind of extends from like the Michael Jackson thing I'm talking
to be a
about.
normal person, just to be like normal people
Yeah.
shoplift all the time. I'm just normal.
Yeah,
Mhm.
That's kind of
I would
funny.
say like average people are more likely to shoplift than like affluent people. Yeah, that's what she's getting. I guess that's where that comes from.
I do think also celebrities have people giving them stuff for free all of the time. So there's
Mhm.
kind of that psychology could be playing into it as well. So
Yeah, Britney Spears talked about this. I mean, she came from like a working class background. And she was like, it's weird because once she was like, my wealth became kind of self-replicating, because when I was like impoverished and growing up, you know, nobody wanted to, like, charity was hard to come by. But then I became a celebrity, and suddenly,
Yeah.
even though I already have all the money I could ever need in the world, we learned later that wasn't really true. But she's like, I have all the money in the world, I have all the status, and yet people are so generous to me at this point when I really don't need it.
right, yeah. Is
There you
that the
go.
last super chat? Or are we the last super chat set?
Well, I mean, there's a bunch, but that was the last like question.
Oh, okay.
So,
Wow.
thanks for coming on, Aaron. It was a lot of fun talking to you.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I was glad to like, I will take away from this that Adam, I think people will leave instead. Like you're saying that there's a rumor going around that you're a closet Trump supporter. Now I think the rumor mill will turn out that you are a closet communist.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
The,
Well,
the
that
true horseshoe theory.
I think that's
like
like
the
e-
opposite pole.
that's probably equally as bad. But why can't I just be me?
Why can't I just be me? Oh.
You have to align yourself with
I
think
hate
if-
that. I hate that. It's like, why you have to put yourself in a tribe these days. Why is that?
because if you don't, other people will stuff you into a different box, regardless
It's
of whether or not you
so-
asked for
look,
it.
It's so
Mhm.
bad. It's so we gotta end that stuff.
You're in the MMT tribe, Adam. You're a dirty.
Yeah, you're an MMT
printer
head.
bird communist.
Well, we'll talk again. Read Stephanie Kelton's book, and we'll do.
Yeah,
an
once I
MMT
read
stream.
the economic calculation problem by was it Mises or
Mises,
Mises?
yeah.
Mises. Okay, once I figure out that
You're gonna-
problem and I
look,
have the
yeah.
solution to it, I'll come
Right.
back on and talk about it. And once I read the MMT thing, that too.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay.
All
all
right.
right.
Have a
Take
good night, you
care.
guys.
Have a good
Bye.
night.
Hi, you just listened to a clip from the Sitch and Adams show. If you like what you heard, you can listen to our live show right here on this channel on Sunday, starting at 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern. And if you want, you can super chat us. We read $20 and up super chats on the show and then do a follow-up stream on the following Tuesday where we read the rest of the unread super chats and interact with fans of the show. Subscribe to this channel right here to listen to the live show or to listen to more of our awesome clips.